What's good? This is your boy Tico Trent, and this is no Oxshit. This show is basically going to be free for all. Anybody can get in, basically, and speak their piece and speak whatever they want for the most part. So I'm not going to strike anybody, ban anybody. I'm going to put this up in the box so you can get in, basically. And yeah, so I'm going to put this in the box so people could jump in anytime they want to. Sorry, I'm a bit late because apparently I had to upgrade my lovely Chrome browser for some odd freaking reason. But anyway, nonetheless, we are here. I got uh Black Pill Menace with me. This should be fun. Um, let's see. I'm going to send Double I a link. Double I, 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 double I. All right, I sent Double I a link. Send one in both those things. Let's see. Oh, text it to him. Oh shit. Oh, okay. Let's see. Okay. All right. Double I. Texting you the link now. If you're in a live stream, you can jump in via the live stream because I put it in the daggone comment box. Oh god. I like picking on Double I because it's fun. It's fun. Let's see. Link send. Okay, cool. What's good? This is your boy Tico Trend, and I'm here with MGTOW Menace. Damn, Black Pill Menace, and we're going to have a lovely live stream this today. We're going to talk about the various things. People are allowed to jump in if they want to. I got the link in the comments section. Currently, I have zero people watching. That's fine. This is going on with or without you watching, either way, because this is no Oxshit, and we're all about having fun. So yeah, basically the premise of this, so just in case anybody doesn't get lost or conveniently forgot or have amnesia, basically this lovely show is basically a platform to give people the freedom to say whatever they like within reason and respect the people on the panel, please. That's all I ask of you, is just to respect the people on the panel. On top of that, um yeah, that's about it. Just respect the people on the panel, have fun, and just shoot the breeze. Basically, like bros at a bar drinking beer. Basically, anybody's invited. I don't care who you are, Penny Proud, some troll. Anybody's invited. Basically, so you can't say I'm not fair or just. Basically, there we go. I got Double I finally showing up. You got any words to say? You started off, Double I.
No ox shit on my side. How's it going, fellas?
Pretty good. Apparently, Menace is actually getting cereal.
Oh, oh,
Right,
Fruit Loops, Fruit Loops, or what?
right.
What? What's he got?
I don't know.
Because I might during this live stream, I got it on the mobile, and I'm traveling nowadays, so I might actually do some video for you while you guys are talking. We'll see.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah, heck yeah. So what's going on, Tico? What's it's been a long week, right?
Yeah, it has been a very long week.
Eh,
Fun but long. Fun but long.
I think there was ups and downs and all sorts of roller coaster rides on this
I
one
agree
for me.
100%. I agree
Yeah.
100%. Same here.
So, yeah, man. What a week. What a week.
Yeah, definitely.
No, and
And
you
based
wouldn't be happy eating Fruit Loops there, would you?
to me now, I wish.
So yeah, I can't be the only one not eating cereal. If you two are indulging here, I might have to go grab
No,
me a nice big bowl.
yeah, I'm not eating cereal. No, I think he's the one that's eating breakfast right now. It's like it's about that time in Aussie land.
Down under, down under.
Mm-mm-mm. Somebody got a pager?
Yeah, that's me. That's me.
They still make those things?
No, come on. It's an alert on my phone. Come on,
I'm just
hey.
joking with you.
I can't have those new ring-a-ding-dingling, type of rings. I gotta have something different. I'm an old guy.
All mine is coming reggaeton.
Reggaeton.
hmm
Nice. I'm gonna redo my ringtones again. I was thinking about doing like an R2D2 style because
Oh, good
every time
lord.
we get an alert on our phone, you know, it it's it's alarming, right? So when you get a ring, like the first
hmm
thing you want to do is you just want to answer the phone because you want that annoying ring to just stop. Like God,
True
just
story.
stop. So you answer the phone, not even really caring who it is most of the time. So I think a new ringtone is in order. New ringtones are in
Definitely.
order.
Don't feel bad. I got a new ringtone for Talia after she kicked that lady's ass in the airport.
I still need to hear the whole damn story. I'm
Yeah,
still waiting.
it's
What's
Bruce
going?
Lee. Whoa! When he goes crazy. Yeah, that's her
Hmm.
ringtone.
Is it really?
Yeah.
That's nice. I like that. Why I will get you? Do not sit on my dad's laptop.
Mm-hmm. It used to be a lightsaber. Mm-mm-mm. Minister's getting breakfast apparently.
Who else are we expecting?
Um, Probably nobody else for the most part.
Just Menace?
Well, he's here, but he's not here.
He's here in spirit.
True. Now we're picking on MGTOW Menace now. That's too funny. Other than that, the topic I wanted to bring up today was damn, pooey, tuh, yuck. Topic I wanted to bring up was about something that happened recently with a politician of some sort.
Ooh, politics. This is gonna be fun.
Why you say that?
Hey, yeah, you know, every time someone enters a political discussion, political, somebody's gonna, it gets heated. You know that.
Yeah, true.
Not with me. I don't really care about politics.
Well,
See
there's only three
my
of us in here now, so we
well, I
can't
don't
really
think
get that much
Australian
heated.
politics. True, Australian politics plus are not that heated anyway.
Yeah,
in not in the U.S. at least.
yeah.
Yeah. So what did you hear? Let's at least get that thing in. Let's get it started. What's going
Apparently
on?
they're passing a couple laws in is it New Jersey? Um, one is for something crazy basically. I forget what it was. They got two bills in New Jersey. One is for something stupid, and the other one's for something about your children. I forget what it was. Ah, damn, I got to read up on it again. But yeah, I heard of something crazy about some two laws that were getting passed in New Jersey. But outside of that, I can't really think of much. Dang, this is the first time I ever actually started a live stream and I'm actually lost words. Oh damn.
Well, let me expand on your Jersey law thing. One thing I noticed since I'm visiting the tri-state area right now,
Uh
here on the East Coast from the West, you know that,
huh.
and doing my business down this way, what um what I'm noticing is the oddities, right? So the oddities of conformity. What do I mean by that? I drove through a town that I actually resided near at one point, and then driving through that town, I noticed these signs. They say, speed limit this, and then right underneath it said fines tripled. How the fuck you triple fines with no,
Damn.
like basis whatsoever? Like just because I said so, the fine is tripled.
Basically, yeah. Because what it's doubled if you go through a work zone, isn't it?
Correct. Correct.
But it's tripled if you just do something off the wall there, though, right? That like
Correct.
nobody's life is in danger, but you cut through a regular work zone, it's double. When you do that, it's triple. Like, how's that even make sense?
Well, here it's a name in the name of safety. So I did some, Google map searching as to finding out why that little stretch of land is only 25 miles an hour.
Uh huh.
Well, remember we've been talking about constructs and stuff like that?
Mm
Well, to me, this is a construct. It's essentially taking a highway or a road, a major road, not even a highway, a major road that has traffic signals and stuff like that,
hmm. Okay.
taking it down from 50 miles an hour to about 25, 45 miles down to 25, okay? Whatever it
Okay.
is. So all of a sudden, all you see is a sign that says 25 miles an hour ahead. And then the very next sign you see, like 300 feet down the road, 25 miles an hour. And then right underneath it says fines tripled.
Damn.
Yeah,
That's definitely a construct. That's a construct and a half right there.
of course it is.
Um.
Because the only reason I see that being there is there's a school of some sort right off that road.
Uh huh.
But here's the problem. It's a weekend. you know,
Uh
it was
huh.
like 12 o'clock at night. Where's the school?
True
What does it
story.
matter? Like,
True.
so if you're telling me if I blow through that area 45 miles an hour, which is normal speed for that area, there is not a kid in sight. 12 o'clock at night. You're telling me my fine's going to be tripled? So therefore, they're going to take
Yeah.
my
In their
my.
defense, there might be night schooling. Just kidding. No. I can't even. I can't even say that with a straight face.
You can't. How can you stick up for this kind of stupidity?
Yeah, that's just plain stupidity. I think they're just trying to collect money on people at that point.
That's what it is. It's a
Yeah,
construct.
yeah, it's definitely a construct because I can't see that even being a thing. Because I know, also heard that there's a lot of Californians moving to New Jersey
yeah,
apparently. So,
I might actually end up doing something like that. Who knows?
when I said
I got.
like a lot of like the liberal people, the crazy liberals from California are moving to New Jersey now, New York, New Jersey, and all the rest of the places on the East Coast now. Apparently,
Oh, so the West Coast liberals are going to join the East Coast liberals?
or the West Coast liberals are going to join the East Coast conservatives and make it liberal.
It's a madhouse. It's a
Yeah,
complete
I believe it.
madhouse.
I believe it. It's because I can't see, especially with that speed limit. I just can't see that. Like, that's just something's off about that.
These types of constructs are all over the place, man.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
I don't see them out west. I see them mostly out east. Um, that's the odd thing. You never expect these things, and you're just driving down the road, minding your own damn business, doing 45 miles an hour. Fucking sign comes by and says you got to do 25 in a couple hundred feet, and then all of a sudden, that couple hundred feet, you see that sign that says you better slow down right now. Your fines are going to be tripled, and there's a cop hiding behind the damn bushes. You tell me that's not a setup?
That's a setup and a half. That is a
Yeah,
setup and a half. There's like no way around that besides that's a setup and a half.
it's just like these militant cops are just picking people off just for their money. Like
True story.
armed robbery. Okay, so you got a gun, you're gonna pull somebody over. Hey, person without a gun, you know, sitting in your car, you pull your gun at me, you're gonna get shot. Number one, but if you don't slow down, you're gonna get a ticket. And since I got a gun, you're gonna take the ticket, you're gonna lick it or shove it up your own ass, pull it out and pay it.
Legit. What's up, MGTOW Life? Thanks for joining us. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is anymore nowadays, and it's sad. Like they're basically, and I was thinking about that the other day. Speaking of which, about like people always talk about their freedom and their freedom of speech and their the Second Amendments and a lot of the amendments and stuff like that. And I always laugh about it when people talk about it because technically we signed those away a long time ago when we had the Espionage Act and the Patriot Act. So in all technicality, anything we say could be seen as terrorism or espionage, and we can all be hauled off to jail for the most part.
Hmm.
So by like even remotely trying to say well espionage or I mean trying to say freedom of speech, our freedom of speech could actually be seen as terrorism, and then on top of that we can all be sent to Gitmo, and people forget about this stuff.
Yeah, that Gitmo.
Yeah, Gitmo's not closed yet. We can still be sent there if you fly wrong. You'll be flown there. Um, but yeah, and it's just stuff like that that just cracks me up and stuff like. And it's and the thing that and another thing I was and another thing that I was listening to. I was listening to another content creator. They were talking about the how the conservatives always go to like Portland and get beat up by like Antifa all the damn time to actually come back to the show to play victim and shit like that. Um, and I was laughing about that because actually seen on Fox News there was actually a pundit that went specifically to Portland and got beat up by a pundit, then came back and complained about being beat up by the got beat up by the Antifa and complained about being beat up by Antifa. Like they're there. Why would you walk yourself into harm's way? Because at the end of the day, the cops aren't going to do shit. We all know they're not going to do shit for you. They're not going to save you. They're basically there to basically chill and collect the paycheck for the most part.
Hey
So
guys, what's up? I am
what's up?
around. I've been just getting breakfast and
Yeah, I
stuff.
know. I seen your message in the box. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm so
it's
tired. So what have you guys been chatting about?
just various constructs that we've noticed in the United States and uh, uh, conservative pundits being stupid by going to Portland, getting punched in the face by getting beat up by Antifa, and then coming back like they're shocked that they got beat up by Antifa.
Oh, right, shit. Tell Life just wanted to stop by. Going to ride for a bit. Thanks for the gameplay and chill videos lately, Tico. Those are great. Keep it up, Tico. Keep it up.
Thanks. I try.
That's right.
That's right.
You know the reference. You get that reference.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's right.
Man, I've been on the biggest trolling spree. It's been like World War fucking II in terms of
Yeah, I
my
noticed.
trolling.
I've seen a lot of videos, so I can tell you're on a trolling spree. And thanks, MGTOW Life. I really appreciate that.
So, what's new, gents? What's like your plans for the weekend, gentlemen?
Not much, just chilling.
Sounds good.
I got I didn't get the Cartel Princess anything for her Valentine's Day, which was actually pretty funny. But other than that, like, yeah, well, I never get her anything, so it's not really all that funny because we don't celebrate that day anyway. But I did do a father daughter dance with my daughters, all five of them. So that's what I did for Valentine's Day. What did y'all do for International Men's Day, International MGTOW Day?
International MGTOW Day is every day.
We'll talk about yesterday in particular.
Yesterday, in particular, for me was the 15th because I'm ahead. But I basically ramp up my streaming and my content production on those 2 days. Because I want that gospel out there. Less simping, more pimping.
Definitely, always. Yeah, I ramped up mine today. I think I released like 5 videos a day.
Meme-wise, Islam was right about women.
Huh?
Meme-wise, Islam was right about women.
Yeah, definitely. Matter of fact, that was actually an amazing Lucas live stream yesterday, the day before yesterday. Now that I think about it,
Lucas.
Islam was right about women.
Oh, because that is based off an actual meme.
Yeah, no, he
It's
actually
like
the guy that he was had in his live stream was actually talking about it.
Oh, right. So we like analyzed the meme and he broke it down.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, it was actually pretty nice. Other than that, I can't really think of very much. Yeah, I had a pretty easygoing day,
Nice, nice.
and I can't really think of very much that I did, but that was actually really interesting. But I do know True Sherm's talking about jumping in a live stream tomorrow, so he'll be joining. If I do a live stream tomorrow, he'll be jumping in for that. That'd be nice. Other than that, I'm trying to think of something because I really don't got very much going on. Um, I'm shocked nobody got anything to talk about really. All three of
I'm
us.
just tired. I'm sure
I
I
know.
have plenty to
Yeah.
talk about. I'm just a bit tired. I haven't slept in like nearly 2 days.
What happened? Double I?
I said, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
There we go.
Yeah,
I've been heard
Double
you.
I for the straight guy.
dropped out.
You dropped
I
out.
don't know what happened. Yeah, I don't know what happened. But yeah, I spent International Men's Day, the one day, right? So I was in the East Coast here for a bit, and since I've been down here, I figured I'd visit my godson.
Hmm.
Took him out
Mhm.
to the International Car Show in the area, and then I enjoyed the whole day with him. He actually ran a mission with me at one of the courts,
Oh,
and
nice.
yeah, did good. I really enjoyed the day with my godson.
Yeah, we got to work out a day so I could fit her schedule so she could jump in a live stream.
Who?
Um, your godson's mom.
Oh yes, yes, yes. She's busy right now, but yes,
Yeah, that's why I said we got to
absolutely.
work out.
Is
A,
she
We've got to
is
figure
she
one of those out.
willing to be on a live stream? Is she like willing
Dude,
to? Is she willing to be on live streams and on YouTube?
apparently she was. And what the heck happened to Double I sound again?
how about now?
Okay, there you go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was saying she was interested in coming on, and she absolutely is. She's actually been listening to a lot of the MGTOW content. One of her favorites is Soul. I forgot his name. Oh my God, he's really awesome. Soul Gamor or I forgot his name.
Soul Gamor. Soul. Yeah, something like that.
He's a he's he's great. His content's great. I love the way he talks. He always has really good points and everything like that. I haven't been on his channel for a while, but she listens to him. She listens to Hammerhand. She listens to who else does she listen to? She told me. She listens to you, Tico.
I'm
And
not that
there's
special.
quite a few. Well, she listens to a live show
Oh, okay.
essentially. Every time we have one.
Okay.
And there's a few others that she listens to, but she's not the kind of person that's going to go through all the different content and everything like that. She's going to pick and choose who she likes to listen to, and she likes the message. She
Okay.
understands the message. She's from the old school, right?
Hmm.
So she's more or less my age and older. So she understands where the degradation of today's fembecies came into.
Hmm.
So she's all on that point, and I respect her for that. This is my godson's mother,
Yeah.
and after her husband passed, my friend, he passed, and she basically had to raise her son on her own and give him the good morals and everything that they did together. And
Hmm.
so, this is just like another step for him to be able to listen to this type of content, not just necessarily MGTOW, but also red pill and black pill content, and help him find his success in life, which is
Definitely.
what this is all about, helping other people find their successes in life.
Mm. Which is a big part of sovereignty. I know that term is a very broad term as an aim of the red pill and MGTOW and the manosphere and whatnot. But success is definitely a key part of that sovereignty.
Definitely. I
Yes, it
agree
is.
100%.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, and success is definitely key to. Yeah, I agree with that 100%. Yeah, because I know I was talking about I've been talking about like giving that that one my mom the one MGTOW brother my home in Pennsylvania so he can actually live. He actually moved in quite nicely. The movers actually came before he even got there, so they got everything got dropped in a proper spaces. So by the time he got there, everything was good to go for the most part. Yeah,
Nice.
so he's moving in quite nicely and everything's working out quite nicely for him. Um, he's very thankful and he's very happy and he thanked me very much because he basically he basically put up his house so he can actually get the lawyer that he needed to basically get his kids back. So yeah, he basically went through it and he won, which is a good thing. I mean, because his kids would be another statistic if he didn't win for the most part, which will really suck. Um, but yeah, he's a good guy, and I trust him not to destroy shit. Well, this is his house now, so if he destroys this on him.
Yeah, he's going to miss out. If you destroy the house, you're going to kind of miss out.
Yeah, it's like yeah. I suggest yeah. So like I basically told him everything and where stuff is and stuff like that, and I told him he didn't have to worry about gas because there's a gas natural gas taps in the backyard, and they basically fill it up for you for the most part for free. Being that they tap the backyard basically for natural gas, so he never has to pay for gas. They always top him up, so he's pretty much
Nice.
good. And the water's well water, so he ain't got to pay water. Um, all he got to pay is electric and cable. That's about it.
That's
Like,
fucking awesome.
yeah, all you got to do is pay electric and water. That's about it. Other than that, everything's well water. It's well water and gas is pretty much free because of the gas wells in the backyard. Um, so yeah, he's pretty much good. He's set. He ain't got to worry about
Not
heating
bad.
bill.
Not bad at all.
Yep, yep, yep.
Throw some solar on that bad boy.
And
Self-sufficiency.
right? I thought about doing it before I moved out of there, but like, hey, that's up to him if he wants to do it now.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, it's pretty. He has a big yard if he wants to do farming. The yard is what like about the yard is about 42 acres,
Damn. Not
and
bad.
that's not including the tree line stuff in the tree line. plus I own 100 acres down the other side of all the tree lines for the most. So I pretty much own all the tree lines. So I own like a little over 150 acres of land there. Well, now he owns like the 40. He owns like the about 50 of those acres now. I just own 100 acres of the tree line now. Yeah, he's doing good. He sent me a picture of his kids and him, and they're having fun with the swing sets in the backyard and stuff like that, and the sliding board that I had back there. So yeah, it was like one of them things where it's like I didn't have to take it out the backyard to get rid of it because he basically was able to use it, which was really really nice. Yeah, I feel it feels like I don't know, it just felt right and it felt like the good thing to do, and I actually feel good about doing it for the most part.
Nice.
So yeah, I don't have any buyer's remorse or any regrets about it. I'm glad I can help the brother out, basically.
Very nice.
Say
Yes.
brothers, not single mothers.
Oh, good lord! You want me to quotes again? Say brothers, not single mothers, right?
Can't help it. I actually made a T-shirt of that too.
Did you?
Yes.
Oh damn! I gotta go check that out.
I'll link it.
I gotta go
I'll
check
link it
that
if
out.
I'm modded on this channel.
But yeah, I'm trying to think. What else did I? That's about it. Other than that, yeah, I have a pretty cool even kill life. I mean, this week basically for the most part. So I don't really got very much to complain about. I actually did a good deed and got a veteran his the benefits he needs and the help he needs. So I think I pretty much had a great week for the most part. So
That's awesome.
That is awesome. Yeah.
So I had a pretty
Successful
grateful week.
is always good.
Oh yeah, definitely always. Shoot. Anytime I could knock out two tasks in 1 week, I'm fine with that. That's a great week for me. Shoot. If I knock out more, then I'm trying to be an overachiever, obviously. Yeah.
So other than creating videos to destroy Cuck Eli with Lycan theory, what else you got going on, Dennis?
I've been hammering Shangy as well. It's been like Troll War 2.
Yeah, I've been noticing all those damn wars and all those videos going up.
I can pump him out fast when I have the time and the focus.
Yeah. I pumped out like 5 videos a day myself. I was about to pump out 6 and 7, but I was like, yeah, no. I'm done.
That's too much.
I did a live stream. I did a live stream plus this, so I think I'm on
minutes.
6 or 7 for the most part because I pumped out a 30-minute video, then I pumped out a short video, then I pumped out another video, then I pumped out a video on my race relations channel, and I pumped out a video recently. Now I'm doing another live stream. So I did 2 live streams on my damn channel already. This is the second one. Yeah, so I've been pretty busy myself today.
Nice. I think I've released about 20 videos in the past 2 days.
Yeah, not me, shit.
These past 2 days,
maybe on all the channels combined, but not on this channel.
That excludes the other videos I've done on other channels too. Where is it? I think I was actually asked to delete it from
YouTube.
No, from Teespring. I think Teespring wanted me to delete the single mothers.
They wanted you to delete that shirt?
I think they did.
Holy shit. They're getting liberal now. The fuck? I don't even want to work with Teespring no more now.
Yeah.
The hell's really going on?
I've only got less simpin', more pimpin'. I'm Little Rosie certified Pratt. I am Trim Hits. Everyone is Trim Hits.
Oh, good lord.
Save the spunk, just go monk.
I'm shocked they didn't ask you to take that one down.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't take that one down. It was pornographic. And they let me keep a gym thought.
Yeah, I
leggings.
know, which is real shocking too. They let you keep gym thought too.
Yeah, let me keep it. Red pillin like a villain. Hashtag I'm trim hits. I'm trim hits.
How you doing, lonely underscore?
Okay, I don't think there's single brothers, save brothers, not single mothers. One is there anymore. I can't see it. Well, this is the save the spunk just go monk one. Available if you want it.
Save the spunk, go monk. I love that.
Yeah, I like that one too. That's too funny. That is too funny. I don't know if I want to send this email to this guy.
Lonely underscore. How you been, buddy? Did you have a no nut Feb 14th, or did you just plant your seed? Did you play a game of Womb Raider?
Womb Raider.
Were
love
you
these.
Brad
He's a
Pitt
Womb
and
Raider.
she was
Womb Raider. I
Flangelina
love
Jolie?
that. This is good shit, man.
He's a trip.
What up, Lonely?
Womb Raider. He's a mess with this crap.
I
He's
just
a mess.
outsource some of my one-liners, but other times I just think of them. Actually, I don't even think of them; they just come out of my mouth. The one-liners, that is, not the coon. The one-liner. I got a BJ from my ex, and she got me some food. That's awesome! Oh, what a fucking New Year's! What a Valentine's Day. That's like Victory Day. Good stuff. For me, I just made videos all day for 2 days, and I worked. Yeah, but if she's evil, that means that she's like likely to do it better. Lonely underscore.
True story.
Trying to win your heart with food, yeah, but if she's evil, she does it better. She's like more sensual. I find the evil chicks tend to have better hip movements.
Oh, good lord.
True story.
I
Very
know
true
from
story.
experience.
I am not going to comment on that. I'm going to leave that. I'm going to stay out of that one.
The hips don't lie.
Oh, good lord.
The
Okay,
hips
Shakira
don't
over
lie.
here.
She lied, but the hips don't.
She will
She
lie,
lied,
but
but
the
the
hips
lips,
do not.
the hips don't. Yeah, right.
My favorite experience with the bad bitch, which actually was the girlfriend that I had like with my first real serious relationship, was one of my best experiences with her was like she baked me a cake, and because she's a feminist, I asked her to dress up as a 1940s housewife with like the red lipstick, the blue
That's
dress.
fucked up, Dennis.
red hair.
This is
And I
horrible.
got it.
horrible.
She just bent down on her knees and she just started sucking my dick. It was the best. It felt so powerful.
Oh, good lord.
Slaying feminists, one red lipstick at a time.
Literally.
And then I pounded her like British currency after Brexit.
Oh, good lord. There you go with that quote. Sounded like British currency after Brexit. The sad part about it is they haven't even had Brexit yet.
Oh, it's passing through though. I mean, they walked
Is
into
it?
the EU. Yes, it did. I think it passed through.
Holy crap.
Passing through like a good
I think
ship.
it actually passed through like very recently, like a week or two ago.
Oh, okay, so they're actually going to have their Brexit, or they're not going to have their Brexit.
I think they will. I think they will.
That's gonna be
They have to like change the trade agreements with like fisheries and like ecological agreements or parts of the trade agreements that they have now, but they will be ratified by the end of the year.
That sucks.
I think it's awesome. I think Britain's got its sovereignty back.
Well, the problem with that though is they may have got their sovereignty back, but they don't really have the clout like everybody thinks they have, like they did back in the day when they had their when they had all their domain, well, not domains. What the hell's the name of that? All their empire that stretched from Jamaica to Canada to all those places, basically.
Oh yeah, but they still have the Commonwealth though. That's the thing.
No,
What
I
are the
think
common-
the British luster has expired.
Yeah, I think it has too.
Mm.
Because like a lot of people are working off their the British days of old, basically, and thinking that
Correct.
everything's going to be great.
It's not.
They forget that Canada and Jamaica supposedly independent, even though it's not really all that independent, and what Trinidad and a few other places all they got is what like Tripoli and the British Virgin Isles, for the most part. And Jamaica's tourism is all they really have. So that's not really much
Yeah, they
Fair
got
as far
enough.
as making money, which really sucks.
Fair enough.
I
Lord
mean,
Sauceton on your one says the more evil, the better in bed. Absolutely. I would love to bang like a goth chick with like black lipstick. She's petite, and then she just has like long legs, and she's just smashable. Just pick her up and thrash her. It'd be great.
oh good lord.
I think I've done it with a goth chick once or twice. It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Oh good lord.
Good times. Good times.
Oh my goodness. Never done it with a duck. Never done it with a goth chick.
She had like a tongue
Oh,
piercing
God.
too, which made it even better. I was like, oh, extra
believe it.
stimulation here. It's pretty good.
He's a mess.
I felt like as if I was the Federal Reserve and she was the stimulus in the stimulus package.
Oh good lord. He's a mess with all these damn quotes.
Like it was like a blowjob
Whatever, the 10
bailout.
minutes seconds.
If I
10
was in
minutes
debt, it'd be a blowjob bailout.
seconds. Oh good lord. Bailout, nice. Double I got 2 again. Okay, that's what we're doing again today. Double IC.
But not so lonely underscore got some. He got some on Valentine's
Yeah.
Day. Good work, comrade. Good work. If you can't be monk,
I didn't buy any. I didn't buy
that's
any.
fine.
I didn't buy the Cartel Princess anything for Valentine's Day, like I normally don't anyway. So, yeah, a lot of people are shocked by that. What you mean you didn't buy her anything? I didn't buy her anything. I never buy her anything. What's your problem?
Never spend more than $40 on a bitch.
I don't spend anything on her. Hashtag what?
Hashtag Tom Likas.
Yeah, true. I don't spend anything on her. So
You know, I was thinking. Actually, it'll come back to my mind. I had it in my head. I was gonna say it, and then it just like left my mind. It'll come back. I did have something to say.
Too funny.
That is such a good meme. Is Eli tied to his bed? And the woman's like, it's a meme of Eli tied to a bed, and then the woman's and he's like, "How exciting is this?" Okay, and then like the woman's just like, "Nothing. Fuck off."
Too funny.
It's such a good meme.
Too funny. I still haven't seen any of this Eli's stuff.
Oh,
That's
he's
probably
so
a good thing.
cringe, man. He's so cringe.
Is he? You always hear about it. But
He always talks about like how many people he's got in the box. He's the best YouTuber. He always talks about his technology. He's like, I got 1,000 up and 1,000 down. Okay, it sounds like that.
Gotcha. Okay.
And
It's probably good
really,
it's probably good I don't make it over to that channel then.
he's like so trollable, and he just gets like super triggered over every little criticism. Like he will ban you from the chat immediately. That's the deal with cuck Eli. He is the epitome of the word cuck. Except for Prince Harry. I think Prince Harry's number 1.
Yeah, he pretty much took the cake on that shit.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell happened there.
Meghan Merkel, come on. You're a fucking prince with like a royal palace. Post-war bad call. Come on. You can do better than that.
He definitely could. I don't know what the fuck he was thinking, or probably wasn't thinking.
Fuck, that dog's loud.
That don't make any damn sense.
There was a dog barking in the background. He was like, hey, hey. And it's like, I'm just chatting on a stream, bro.
That's crazy as hell. And I'm going to post this again, so just in case somebody wants to jump in. And Double I, what's going on with your mic over there?
Jump in, guys. Is it my mic that's fucking up?
No, it's him because I
Can
don't
you
hear
hear
him
me?
talking at all. Oh, there you go.
Can you
I
hear
don't
me
know.
now?
Quiet.
I don't know. Like
He was just
popping
quiet.
and
He was
I
just
don't
quiet.
know.
That's all it was.
Something's
Okay,
going
cool.
on with my microphone. No. It's my mic. Something's going on. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Sometimes you guys can
could
hear
be.
me. Sometimes you can't. I was saying I listened to Coach or what's Cuck Eli once or twice.
he will give
This,
you a brain aneurysm.
Oh, good
dude.
lord.
No. Forget
Like
about the
I
brain
have
aneurysms, all that stuff, right?
narcolepsy. Mm.
First of all, I can't get past that squeaky voice.
Yeah, I have like narcolepsy or like very strong narcoleptic traits, and he can put me to sleep.
MGTOW Dictionary back again.
I am, brother,
Like
with
that
all
guy
the
will.
drama.
Oh
Hey,
yeah.
what's up,
There he
Jaguar?
is.
You know
What's
what's
up?
up, man. Been out doing my research on Sucker
Nice.
Boy Deadbeat Dad Hammerhand and just doing my stuff, man. I said, let me come on here because y'all know I'm a real person. I come up in somebody's face. You got some shit to say to me? I'm here. Say it, bitch. So
That's
when I did
right.
that to Hammerhand, he ran like a bitch. Everybody sees it. Went up
He
on Mike
did that on
Mike the
Lycan
Meth Head
stream
Monk.
too. He
Fucking
did
shut.
that on.
Go
He
ahead.
did that on Lycan stream as well. He wouldn't enter onto the
Yo,
panel.
he did that the other day when Mike the Meth Head Monk was on Lycan Stream. Lycan Stream goes, yo, MGTOW Dictionary's in the chat. He goes, no, I don't really know. Pussy. I was like, yo, I just came here to make sure Mike didn't grow balls.
Here's a problem with that whole entire thing. Here's
These
my thoughts
niggas
on
are
it.
suckers. Ain't no problem. These niggas are suckers.
See, here's my thoughts on the whole entire thing. If I don't think he'll jump in. I don't think he'll jump in his live stream for the fact that
he's a pussy. That's why.
No, because he didn't jump in my live stream. He more likely
because he's a pussy.
No, because he's more likely to jump in my live stream before he jumps in his live stream.
Let the man defend himself. That's what men do. We don't need to defend
no, I'm just
other
saying
men.
Though.
Okay,
no, I'm just saying that.
I know exactly what you're saying. When I went there, because these guys called me out. No, they called me out.
But the problem with that though is, if Hammerhand was to jump in his live stream, I'd be pissed about that shit because he hasn't been in my live stream.
It don't matter, man. Ain't nobody gotta be pissed, man. It's like if
because it's all about respect.
If you don't let me on yours and you jump in other people's live stream, you're a man, I'm a man. I can accept that. When somebody can't accept it, that's not being mature. So if somebody wants to jump in, cool. If he was even telling people, oh, if you're gonna put this guy on a live stream, what type of shit is that? That's some. And then when I come up in his face, like, yo, what's up? Let's get on a live stream. Nothing. Lycan Theory talked to me behind the scenes, like, yo, you want to get on with Mike? I was like, sure, when? I got back home, seen them on, got on. He even said, yo, MGTOW Dictionary's in the thing. They say, now this is what he said. Oh, I don't want to go into a stacked panel with 3 poor people against me. When I went in and didn't know Lycan Stream and had beef potentially, there was 3, 4 people there, and I walked in like a man. I'm showing these deadbeat dads how to be a man, and if they can't even stand up and talk to a man, I told Hammerhand the one thing that everybody's not thinking about that I think about is his son. Nobody thinks about these guys' children. And that's why I said, you know what? I'm just going to come, spit a teak a little, see what the deal is, because he was cool. You know, they calling you Hammerhand's house Negro. And I said, it's okay. I said, let me see where Tico's at. So you seem cool. I came on the stream. If people block me, fine. But they know that MGTOW Dictionary is digging out these fake motherfuckers.
Oh yeah, you're exposing the synagogue of soy milk for real.
Yes,
man.
I'm digging these motherfuckers. I found so much shit on Nazi Boy Hammerhand. This motherfucker is shut. I looked at that. I said, I told guys this from the back in the day. Remember, I talked to Tico, that white nationalist bullshit. It ain't like no this is some racist clan shit, sucking Nazi Germany's cock. And that's what these guys do. You don't have Nazi Germany shit as prevalent in Germany as you do here, because you got bitches like Hammerhand and suckers that follow him and house Negroes that support him. So let him cut that out from your stream and put that on his stream. Talk shit, run. And then when I come and say, yo, this is what a real man does, he tries, oh, ha, 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 I'm not coming on a stack stream. Well, MGTOW Dictionary went on a stack stream. I'll go on a stream with him, Mike, all of those, all creepy hate, let them be on the stream. I will shut them down one by one, because that's what a man does to a boy, like a father to a son. These guys are the worm trying to fight the eagle, and I'm here. They woke the dragon. They're gonna get.
I got to admit, trolling Portuguese is really fun.
Portuguese who?
Our trip.
Like, He like will
Portuguese?
attack you using ad hominem attacks.
Mhm.
He will just straight out attack a character and be like, "Oh, you're gay. You're a faggot.
You know
You're
what
ain't
melts
worth
them?
shit."
You know what melts them? When you take like the Wicked Witch of Wizard of Oz, you throw the bucket of water of truth, and it melts them that they're not MGTOW. They can't be classified as MGTOW. One, the guys with children can't be because they'd be deadbeat dads, which they are because they're saying they're MGTOW instead of saying they're a father. Two, you got single guys that bitches don't want. These guys couldn't get a date if they paid for it. How are you MGTOW? You leave the dating market, nobody's going to notice. They're going to be like, what? Who? He was
They'll
he
be
was
like,
here?
Who's that? I want
Yeah,
Chad. I want
exactly.
Juan.
All
I
they want is Chad
Kimiko
Cock,
and
Chad
Shane."
Tyrone Cock. And it kills white males in America to know that the guy who's on the lowest, who've been told that he's a piece of shit and he's nothing, the black man, is fucking beautiful white women that he can never get. I do the same thing. And I look at the way they look. If she's
I would
pretty,
totally do the same thing if I was Tyrone.
oh yeah. I mean,
I'm
I look,
not a fan of women coal burning, but like I am totally. If I were Tyrone, I'd
well,
be
that whole
smashing
thing,
it in
coal
my-
burning, that's a racist slur from an insecure
I know
man.
it is. I know
No, it is.
I know it
So we shouldn't use it because if it's
Uh,
coal burn, well, then what is it on the white
Tyrone.
side?
I'm
No,
Juan
no.
Tyrone, and I don't do white women.
Well, this is the thing. and I notice.
I shouldn't use it, but you know what I mean. Like,
Well, that's the
know.
thing. If you shouldn't use it, bro, this is why we all want to grow into. If I say something and somebody says, "Yo, you know that's this," and I'll say, "You know what, bro? I'm gonna take that into consideration." Matter of fact, I trust you more enough to say, "Yeah, I'm not gonna mess with it," because people have a problem when black guys fuck the white girl. But is he raping her? No, she's jumping on that black.
She
cock.
wants it, but,
You see what I'm saying?
I
And
think there's a bigger agenda.
Insecurity. Nobody's talking shit about the white breeding parties in India and how white guys can go to Asia and get Asian women more than the Asian men
Part
themselves.
of the colloquy plan. They want to mix all the races together to make a mono race.
There ain't no races,
plan.
bro. That's your delusion. There's one group of people called the human family, not the human race, because these devils want you to be in a race with each other. There's no black race, white race. There's no human race. There is the human family. You see how much beautiful that sounds?
The problem with the human family thing and I have with it is all our genetics are so different, it's ridiculous.
It all goes back to the same, bro. All of our now, and this is something
yeah,
you and I
it
can
does,
look at.
but
Yeah, and
I agree with you.
No. And you know something? We're not sure.
It all pans out differently when we're all standing out in the hot sun, though.
Yeah, no, we're not sure if it does go back to the same. Yeah, you're right, because human origins are undisclosed. But one thing I gotta admit that, and I'm all for, hey, you want a little white community or black community or Indian or Oriental community that's unmixed? Well, guess what? We have that. And there's no dangers of those going away. And the suckers who are afraid of two people who look different of having like a relationship, though, that's the problem. Because there's never been a problem with breeding out different people. Tribal people knew that. They'd say, look, we need to make the genetic stronger because this is why the chief's son marries her other chief's daughter, because we already know when you got a tribe for thousands of years, you will get inbred. And we see that in modern populations. Look at the Irish, look at the Italians in New York. They inbreed to the point to where the average man is 5'6".
I'm pretty sure like the Romans like outbred
some
everyone
Romans
in their
outbred
region back then.
Yeah, some outbred. Because when you think about it, you say, man, diversity, and these guys, what are they preaching? Diversity is not a strength because they're afraid. You know, I don't care when I see a white guy with any color girl. I don't care when I see a black guy with any color. I look at it like, look, these are human beings and they're going to do what they want to do. And I don't have the insecurity. So that's how I know for sure. And talking with other people, this is based on insecurity. This is based on.
I think I still have the insecurity to a degree.
We all
Personally.
do, bro. Bro, you are such a man for admitting that, man. You're a good dude, man. To admit.
I don't have any insecurities.
With the
no, I don't. I had to think about that. It took me like 5 seconds.
Here's the thing about
that.
insecurity on that part. I don't think it's insecurity when you don't want to see your own race woman.
Well, there's no race. You see what I'm saying? When you believe there is a race, then now the notion comes in to say my own race. Now you're Indian, right? There's a group of Indians from black to white. So how are you going to say you're so now when we take in really what we're looking at scientifically is we should be calling it phenotype because you have different phenotypes within the Indian people, not the Indian race. Now those people
have different phenotypes within black people.
Exactly.
Too, so.
Now this is the mystery. This is science that we need. Everybody's like, no, let's overlook it. Take what they say.
Science, motherfucker.
Science is a motherfucker. Yes, and I study it and I say, you know what? Human origins are beautiful. It's a mystery. I honestly think there is different humans because blood alone proves that. You can't mix an A and a B. So when you go
True.
back, you got to say,
Well,
how are
the
we?
thing with that is, like, I believe that. Well, they do say origins. Everybody origin. I do believe the whole entire origination from Africa thing.
We don't know.
However, when the people started going west,
No, we
then
do
you
know.
started mixing with other
No,
people
we
at
don't
that point
know.
in time.
Double I. No, wait.
Hold on a minute. Let
Double I,
me
we
fix
don't.
you on that one.
No, we
Hold on a
don't.
minute. Let's talk about
If that's
history.
your religion, no, evolution is a religion. If you study science, talk
Well,
to
no, because
scientists.
it's
No.
not even about evolution. Because I believe what happened with that is like, okay, let's just say, for instance, everything started in Africa. We'll start at that basis.
Well, we have
Cool.
proof against
So,
that. We have proof
well,
against that. So it's not
let's
scientific. Okay, it's a theory then. Okay.
we're working on theory. Let's just work on
Okay.
this theory.
All right.
Because I was talking to somebody about this because I was telling them how Asians became Asians and how white people
fairy
became
tale?
white people for the most part. But like when let's just say they left out of Africa, they went east to Europe. Basically, they met up with the
No,
Neanderthals,
if
and they
they left
basically became who
Africa,
they were.
they would
They
go
basically
north to
well,
Europe.
north and north.
And then east would be to
east
China and west would be to Europe.
I mean, sorry, wait, I'm sorry, west. They
Yeah,
went west.
okay.
I'm sorry.
All right.
They went west into Europe. They went west into Europe, and they basically met up with the Neanderthals, and they interbred with them, and they basically became them.
Beautiful
Now-
fairy tale, man. It really is. I liked it when I was a kid, and it's just a total lie because now that they found Göbekli Tepe, now that they have the Younger Dryas event, now they have global core drillings that prove that they were catastrophe, proving that there was civilization, not hunter-gatherers 12,000 years ago. Now they found in Nova Scotia area over 100,000 years. Native American settlements blowing that bullshit about, oh, they killed mammoths with spears. No, there was a crazy.
Well, I'm not even talking
event.
about that. I'm talking about like
they found like PowerPoints, I think, in
Yeah,
America.
man,
as
they
well,
can't
that
stay
were,
out
like,
of
really
Africa
good.
theory has
now I'm
been
gonna talk about the
destroyed.
Asians now. I'm gonna talk about the Asians now.
Mhm.
Now, when they left Africa and they went east to go to Asia, basically, the Asians basically met up with the Denisovans and the
The
Neanderthals for the most part.
Denisovians,
And
the Denisovians, right?
yeah, that's what
Okay,
the
all right,
Denisovans
I know
and
exactly what you're talking about.
yeah, and the Neanderthals basically, and they
No,
they pretty much.
Neanderthals were west, so they met. So
Well,
they're
no,
saying the
apparently they
fairy
ran.
tale says that from
Apparently
like a
when they left,
skull.
they actually ran into them too.
Yeah,
But before they went east, though.
This
I
is
mean,
the
before
hilarious
they went
shit.
east.
Scientists know.
They went
And you know.
north.
Yeah, it's
They
like
went north and they ran into the Neanderthals and they mixed with them, and then they went east and they ran into the Denisovans and mixed with them too. So that's how we got them being not short and looking a certain way for the most part.
It's a great fairy tale for some authority that says, look, if I don't have the answer to everything, you're going to realize I don't know everything. And that's what the Western world has done systematically. Now, I'm not saying the Eastern world didn't do it. They had Chinese emperors erasing stuff before them and stuff because they wanted to rewrite it. Now, Confucius said, if you want to take over a country, what would he do? The first thing he would do, he would control the language. We're seeing that done massively in English. English is the world language. It is the new speak.
It's the slave language.
Yes, exactly. Now everybody wants to be a slave, so they want to learn English. They gotta learn it.
Correct.
You get isolated, we will come and find your mountain and fucking take you over. And that's what we see.
My job. I get paid to enslave.
Yeah, you know, and the thing is that
That's in English.
the guy that enslaves the people don't realize he's a slave too. He's bound. He's got to hold his thumb down. If he moves his thumb, you know, it's only as long as that, as he keeps his thumb down. And we see it. We see the skies being sprayed. Nobody wants to talk about that shit. Nobody gives a shit about the kids. And I said, you know what? If I'm gonna speak about that, because I can see it clearly from this angle and say, oh, well, what do you mean a father? Yeah, because I didn't have my father to come home like that. I tell guys with fathers, I said, if your father didn't come home, it would be messed up, right? They say, yeah, I wouldn't be here like this man today. I said, if he was running around saying, I'm MGTOW. I said, look at the immaturity in these guys. That gives the real men who are MGTOW a bad name, and it is up to them.
Bad publicity.
Can we get back to the science now? Can we get back to the science?
Yes.
Now?
Now the science. Yeah. No, I like the way the science proves to us. It proves that the out of Africa theory is wrong. The Lucy skeleton was frauded. They didn't have hands or feet. Wow, they made hands or feet. They didn't have eyes. They put whites in the eyes, which apes don't have, to make it look more human. Anything to make it look closer to a black person, to say, look, these people are monkeys. They're subhumans. So we can't call them that. So let's call the areas they live in that would be called Central Africa. Get stupid people to call it sub-Saharan. Get people to call India, which is on the Asian continent, a subcontinent. So the two places where the darkest people are. I mean, you even got jackass Indians that call it the subcontinent because they're so Britishly bred by racism to say, oh, we're different race, we're different. And they're not. You look at them, you say, man, you got Indians are like kind of like in a way black Africans. You can have light-skinned Kalahari, dark-skinned Watusi that are 7 foot, dark-skinned short pygmies that are 5 foot. Indians, see, they don't want to acknowledge Indians because that's black people with straight hair, straighter than most Europeans, definitely straighter than Italian, Irish, and Arabs. So it brings the mystery to say, yo, black people ain't all bad. There's something we don't know. You don't gotta hate them because they have curly or straight or black skin.
There's people in Africa that actually got straight hair.
Yo, there's so much mystery, the diversity, like I'm saying, and the black people, the Indian people, you even see it sometimes more in Asia. You see it in Europeans even more. Red hair, blonde hair, beautiful, brown, dark brown, black.
Yeah, but the problem with the thing is you actually see more of a variation in black people than you do in white people.
I'm not sure because the blonde, auburn, red, freckles, all of those diversities kind of, I'm not saying it's more than black people because you do see more of a diversity in height in black African.
Well, no, because at the end, what I'm talking about is like diversity as far as like skin tone with black people, and it's diversity as far as like hair color with black people. Because I've seen black people with red hair, and I've seen black people with auburn hair. Yeah. I've seen black people with blonde hair. Hell, I've seen black people with blue eyes.
No, you know something you're right about. Yeah, because Aboriginals.
I've seen black people with silver eyes.
I mean, something. Yeah, Aboriginals are born 90% with blonde hair, and then it turns, and that's a very big mystery. So are Papua New Guinea. So you got people.
You got people with red. You got black people with red hair. You got black people with freckles.
You do. But now, isn't this amazing that we look at that? And I gotta admit, as a scientist, that they're right. The more we study life and everything around us, the deeper it gets. It doesn't get simpler. We don't get closer to the answer. And the people that are with the invisible slave whip at our back want to keep us against each other. They want to say race. I said a racist. It's not the shit they're saying. Oh, it's because, if you got white power, then they can influence you. No, that's not the definition. That's using a system against somebody. Racism is simply as when you classify people into race. When you say, oh, you're a racist because you're making me a racist, to say, oh, really? So what race am I? And that shit goes like a snowball until we see what we have today.
See, the problem that I have with the whole entire racism thing in America is it's funny how we always talk about, like, okay, he's a black American, or he's an African American, he's Asian American, this person's Indian American, this person's Arab American, this person's this American.
Yeah, it's all a lie.
But do you get the white people? It's just American.
Well, that's where the privilege. People, like, really? They don't want to admit that.
That's a political. That's a political label.
Well, no,
yeah, like I said, but it's like everybody else has to be from another country.
Yes, well,
and it basically reminds you that you're not wanted here, or you're not from here.
Well, it reminds you that it reminds you kind of like India. It reminds you, like, look, there's a caste system, man. It's like India, so we're gonna show you what destroys the world. When you don't say what's right is right, and when you say white is right, it allows anybody who's white to do the wrong thing under the disguise of being right. Now that shit started sending America and Australia and Canada into a shit box. I mean, Australia, they're still openly saying nigger in the fucking in the Supreme Justice. And it's like they got the House of Lords. Who the fuck is a lord? Same thing like England and South Africa and Canada. So these guys are fresh out of the fucking cock of England. We are a child that was developed, and we're the bastard child that smacked the father in the face for beating the mother and said, fuck you. But we're still England's bitch. And people don't realize that. People like Hammerhand and these fucking hatriots. That's what word I put in the a fucking hatriots. A hatriot. Like that's what that motherfucker is.
Based on sociological behavior.
Yeah, and one thing I noticed, it's like I said on Lycan Theory's Scream. These guys will do anything except take care of their children. So themselves.
Yeah.
The Africa thing, I love it because it lets me know. I was like, I didn't care. And in the mid 90s, I was like, I started studying shit.
Oh, so
ran
you're
into
now. Lonely
Graham.
underscore want to debate you in next week if you're on.
Who does?
Lonely underscore
Lonely.
wants to debate you on
that'd
a topic that we just ran through.
Or evolution? Is he a believer in
He's not
evolution?
home yet. He's
Yeah,
not
no, that'd
home.
be great. Yeah,
Yeah,
that'd be
Lonely
great,
underscore
man.
wants to debate you on that whole
Yeah,
entire
well, I was
topic.
We
working-
ran through this topic like Chad ran through Stacy.
Put it on the
Yeah.
calendar. I think I
Yeah.
want to be a part of that.
Yeah,
Right?
What day is
I
that?
want to be a
Yeah.
part. I'm definitely going to be. Well, I ain't got no choice. This is my live stream.
Yeah, if it's Saturday late like this, I'll be available late. I'd love that. I mean, I was working on a book, and I put it aside, to finish the app Hofax and stuff like that. But when I met the author Michael Cremo, who wrote a book, Forbidden Archaeology, I went to a lecture in New Jersey in September, and he's amazing. Yeah, I mean, he wrote Forbidden Archaeology. He wrote Forbidden Archaeology's impact because the evidence had such an impact on the scientific community, the pseudo-scientific community, that it required another book just for explanation. He wrote Human De-Evolution. He wrote The Hidden History of the Human Race, showing me how that, look, the first thing you gotta look into is how do you date this? That whole geological column, that is a fraud. Created by, I think, Charles Lyell from like the 18th or late 17th hundreds. And it was like, oh, look at this. Hey, guess what? I'm white. And what I say goes. This is how life started. Then guys were like, you're a fucking idiot, man. Let's change it. This is how life started. Then Charles Darwin came in. Hey, you know what? I can't get a bitch to marry me. Let me marry my first cousin. And out of my 10 kids, 6 will die because of the inbreeding so close. And the rest of them will just go nuts. One of my sons will be associated with the eugenics society, and my cousin Francis Galton will actually champion that cause. He will be the man that starts it. So when you start to put all these links together and say, these were some really insecure little dick racist motherfuckers that when they saw a black man in the field with a 12-inch cock and his wife licking her lips, it bred insecurity, because a real man would say, well, let me just go find another bitch with a, or no. But the other guy says, hey, coal burning. But this is the thing. The black men don't burn a coal. I know black men like you, Tico, that don't fuck with white women. But hey, when that pretty little young white ass come over to you telling you, hey, fuck me, please, because these guys are just not men, we enjoy that. And I look at it. I think white girl, one Italian girl told me, she goes, you know what, man, it's in Brooklyn. She goes, it's a fantasy of a lot of us white girls to fuck a black guy, and she fucked a black dude.
Yeah, I know it is. That's why I don't do it.
Yeah, you a brutal.
That's
man.
why I don't do it.
You a brutal.
I do it.
Yeah, I
because I just look at him and laugh at him like 50 Cent in the car scene. He's like,
oh shit,
pull off.
And you know what's funny is we should look at all of this to grow as humans, to say, okay, why is it that some people don't want to do this and don't want to do that? And I mean, I know Hammerhand's problem is his daughter dates a black guy and his son probably dates one too. So his son, they're gone. Like the destruction of white culture. There is no such thing called white culture.
They're old enough to date.
Yeah, no, his daughter, she don't matter if she's old enough. She's getting that Tyrone cock no matter what you say. So
how about we not talk about other people's kids, please?
Yeah. Okay, great. He's gonna put you out there for that. You know that, right? He's gonna take hell of a line. Good dog.
We're not gonna talk about other people's kids because that's just disrespectful to kids.
Oh yeah, no. Well, it's not actually. It's respectful to kids because it's
no, it's not respectful to kids. You're talking about somebody else's kids.
Well, honestly, they're not kids. They're not kids because there's children. And this is a great subject that doesn't bring anybody in.
They are kids. We're not gonna drag somebody else's kids.
If somebody is 5, right?
No, we're not going to drag somebody else's kids.
No, we're not dragging nobody's kids.
We're not going to talk about kids, period. Like, we're not going to talk about
the definition of it, man.
Yeah, no, we're not going to drag people's kids in this. That's like
we're not talking about people's kids.
That's pretty much a hood no-no. So
a hood no-no. Wow.
That's a hood no-no. You don't talk about people's kids or family like that. That's just a hood no-no.
Really? They're going to love you. He's going to put you on there as House Negro of the Year for that. He's going to be like, Tico held the line. He tried to say some shit, and Tico would have my nuts.
No. Because I know if somebody was to talk about my kids, I'd be at somebody's house with a gun.
Well,
so like I said, that's a house.
Up your ass
that's
and
a hood no-no.
That's another thing I wanted to ask you about. That YouTube will strike people, man. Don't say violence and stuff, man. That's you don't want to get your shit.
No, it doesn't matter. I'm just saying.
You are going to do that, right?
If if you
If
talk about
somebody
my
said
kids,
something about your family and you
oh
wanted
yeah,
to do that,
it's a wrap. I'm like, I'm
you know
burning
what
down a
it would show?
house.
It would show
I'm
that you're
throwing a
not
Molotov
thinking.
cocktail through somebody else's mama's house.
And you
Let's just put
wouldn't
it that
be
way.
there,
So we
and
don't
you
do
wouldn't be
Tico's
there
kids.
to take care of your kids ever again. That's what I'm
It
saying. When you
doesn't
look,
matter. It doesn't matter.
it does matter.
It
does
doesn't matter.
No, your children
It doesn't
matter.
matter. Don't bring up kids. Don't bring up kids.
It does matter, bro.
Because it's basically, I look at it like this. Don't bring up kids because that's just disrespectful. That's just
It's
beyond
not
disrespectful.
disrespectful. It's not.
It is
When
disrespectful.
when you say
is
that there's
it's
a
very
topic,
disrespectful.
right?
Because I look at it like this.
If you want
MGTOW
people to talk about kids, we don't
Dictionary.
got to
Look
talk
at-
about kids, but you don't got to
no,
say it's
MGTOW, but you
disrespectful in
brought up
live
his
because
kids,
it's not
though.
disrespectful.
That's just disrespectful.
It's
'Cause I
not.
know, let's just put it this way. If this was Latin America and you was to bring up somebody's kids,
This ain't
you would
Latin
be
America.
dead right now.
This ain't. No, I wouldn't, because I've been
Yes,
to
you
Latin
would.
America. You acting
You
like
would
I
be-
ain't been to Latin America, man? People in Latin America ain't like that, bro. In South
No,
America,
trust
there's
me.
so many
Trust me,
different
they
Latin
are.
countries.
If you
They are not
disrespect
the
somebody,
same.
if you disrespect somebody else's kids
I ain't
or somebody else's
disrespecting
family
somebody's
members,
kid by
you
saying
will
that they
die.
a black dude. I ain't disrespecting.
It doesn't matter. That's
If you look at that
disrespectful.
as disrespect,
It
then
doesn't
it's
matter. It's
disrespect.
still disrespectful. Do not bring up somebody else's kids.
Yo,
Period. That's a no-no.
You said that like 80 times, and I told
That
you
is a
yeah,
no-no.
right? So
It
now
doesn't
you're
matter.
white
Don't
knighting
bring up
for it.
somebody else's kids.
Now you white knighting.
I'm not white knighting.
I told
I have
you.
children,
I
damn
told
it.
you okay, right? What don't you understand?
I got children, damn it. Quit bringing up
Okay,
somebody
and I
else's
told
kids.
you okay.
It's
Now
called,
calm
it's
down.
called being respectful.
No, it's not.
That'd be like
Oh my
that'd be
God.
like me.
No, it's
Yes,
not, bro. No, it's
nigga.
not. You need to get mature, because if you're gonna do something to hurt somebody and you can't take care of your fucking kids, how is that a good father? Tell me how that's a good father if he's not
How
there.
about we not bring up other people's kids?
Okay, and I said that, and you won't shut the fuck up about kids. So let's
Because you
stop
keep
it.
bringing them fuck up. Now shut the fuck up.
It ends
Or
now.
get the fuck out.
We'll
Shut the
talk
fuck
about
up or
something
get the
else.
fuck out.
Can
About
we like
kids.
change
Don't
If you want to
disrespect
topic?
cut the
kids,
mics,
period.
cut it, bitch. Grow balls and cut
Can
it.
we like change topic before we start
Sure. We
bringing
need
out
to
the
change
ad
topic.
hominems? Before we start bringing out the ad hominems, it's gonna ruin the quality of the stream.
I'm not bringing out hominids, man. I'm ready to talk.
I just
wanna
mean
talk
in
about the subject,
general,
we won't talk about it.
in general, before
Yep.
people start.
And if we still gonna do that live stream, I'm happy to eat up anybody's shit about the religion of evolution, because that is
before, yeah.
science. You and I
I'm
had
not a
about an
fan of
hour and a half
evolution, and
conversation.
I think even Charles Darwin has expressed regret
Totally.
with regards to his own theory. For one,
More than Darwin, man. Hitler wrote idolizing him, saying when he was a
and like Carl Linnaeus, like most of the race shit, actually, when I think about it, comes from Carl Linnaeus.
well, before that, remember there
And
was
probably before him, probably before
race,
him.
and a guy said this, I think, from Australia. He said race is not the father, race is the child, the product of racism. So so it was there. We don't like these different people, but how do we solidify that in a fake scientific way to where they'll think it's scientific? Let's say there's different races, then people will be against each other, and they'll think that they're kind of in a race subliminally. So it's not openly. So
Yeah, because it'll keep. It's another tool for the bourgeoisie.
Yeah, well, the more you're Australian
people
and the more I'm American, how can we really be close? If we leave Australia and leave America behind, then we can be total friends. When we leave color, when we leave background, when we leave religion behind, then you and I can speak like two human beings to one another without me saying you should be this or this is the way we do it.
Few people will develop that level of emotional fortitude to detach.
That's what makes us great. That's what makes us beyond other men. And if we can't recognize that, then that's like a guy having a diamond and he sells it and doesn't know it's a diamond. We, and I'm not saying everybody here is great and all of that, but we are above the average person. We can speak with each other.
In terms of intellect, I'd say yes. Definitely.
Well, intellect and also experience, because some guys that have been through shit with marriage and stuff, they can tell you, like most married guys would tell me, look, man, just don't get married, and you don't got to tell me that. I know. But I look at that and I say, there's so much to learn because we didn't have men to show us. We still don't have men today. So what am I going to do? Am I going to sit here, nothing, or am I going to be that man? Am I going to be that person to say, oh, no, I'm strong enough to beat all the bullies? I'm like, I've had experience in that. So I'm not going to what do? I'll defend the weak. I'll only defend the weak that's righteous, because there are weak that will, of course, take advantage of you and use their weakness, But weakness, when we look at it scientifically, we know that weakness is actually stronger than strength, because we have the strong force, the weak force, gravity, electromagnetism. Now, when you take martial arts teacher told me, he said, well, I said, well, how does weakness, this is in the 90s. I said, how is it stronger than strength? He said, well, he said, strength can contain weakness, but weakness will always escape over time. Therefore, it is stronger. So everything strong will deteriorate and break down, proving that the weak force is stronger than the strong force. The strong force lasts shorter. It's kind of like, in a way, we look at it like a woman. A woman is fucking beautiful, doesn't need nothing but herself.
But she's chaos.
And no, but it wears out. Like, how the strength will eventually dissipate through the weakness. Her beauty will wear out. And the chaos, I think, and this is something I'm going to come out with in the summer, like if I can finish it. I think it has a lot to do with the sperm, and this can go when she's
like the quality of the sperm. Or
I'm thinking just the touching of it. Our sperm is like, if you look at it scientifically, it's like a germ. That's how we reproduce. We use a germ it's called sperm to impregnate our complementary sex, and now we say, well, how the fuck did that, this is amazing, right? Now, the woman, she's going to come into heat when she's in her late teens or early teens, and she's going to want to procreate. And now that's, when we look at it scientifically, that's not the time. The cervix has to get mature. So the late teens, probably early 20s is best, because it's only a cell thick at certain points in her teenage years that she can absorb. She doesn't have a proper immune. She can get diseases. She can get, most people, this is something people don't know. Most people contract an STD on their first sexual experience. And this is why I tell people, you got to be careful as an elder, actually. To say, look, and I'm not an elder like some fat piece of shit sitting in a truck. I'm an elder that's in shape. I can fight. I can defend. I
know who you're talking about.
Yeah, I can defend a community, and I can teach other men. That's what martial artists do. To say, well, if it dies with Bruce Lee, what good is it? So we got to study the Tao of Jeet Kune Do and study study Gracie Jiu Jitsu, study grappling, study all, because if you separate the warrior from the scholar, you get wars that are started by cowards and fought by fools. And that's what we see today.
Interesting.
I tell you, man, I got to admit that I'm saying this. I want to say I love you guys, but I know that I can't define love. But I really I'm here. I wouldn't be here.
Actionable.
If I didn't really love it, I was like, man, because a lot of people were like, oh, this, and I said, nah, man. I said,
use the Greek definitions. Philios. This is philios.
Well, one thing I love about the Greek definitions, man, apocrypha, apo, like apologize, away from logic, never sorry. We're not sorry human beings. We apologize. We're away from logic at the moment.
I disagree on the weak part. The weak, saving the weak for the most part. I believe that they should just be
just
die off, basically.
Well, I think that nature does do that in a way.
Yeah. I believe in the Darwin theory on that one.
Well, I'm not sure if it's Darwin, because
who's it?
Well, he said that it was survival of the fittest. But then we looked at it and we say, well, when the asteroid hit, the fittest died. And then it came into, it's more like survival of the most adaptable, because like the crocodile, being able to
because once you think about it, they're still the fittest. If they can adapt, they still fit. They're still fit in a way, basically.
Yes,
if you can adapt.
Man, it's such a mystery. The more I study, the more I'm like, wow. I have, it's either stay ignorant or be a scientist. You have to. You just have to, man. And then I gotta be like, okay, now I had to figure out what the hell is carbon 14, chlorine 36, and understand the dating processes, so I could speak with scientists and say, okay, so when you're telling me that you found the finds in Mexico at the I think it was Tehuacula or something like that, 212,000 years or 220,000 years old, a settlement. 20,000 years would throw everything in the textbooks off. So that, from Virginia Steen McIntyre, they had to fire her. This poor lady, you can find videos of her. She's like, yeah, I never worked in archaeology again. Now, they just found another one, because that was, decades ago. This other one in Canada shuts everything down. They don't know what to say. It's like, listen, we know for sure that humans, according to these dates, were in the Americas over 100,000 years ago. See, they don't want to go into, they may have been great civilization that was destroyed, because when you look at tribal populations, they don't look like they came from apes. They look like they had civilization that was destroyed and they survived on the land for like thousands of years. Good example, Aborigines. It looks like these guys were just left there from a fucking spaceship and tried to survive for thousands of years. And then when man finds the knowledge of the ancient civilization, what does he do? I don't even think it's man. Whatever it is, controls men. They say, all right, let's use the English guys. Hey, if you're English and you're poor, you're a criminal. Get on the ship and go to Australia or get in a dungeon. And a lot of Australians, see, they take away what would be called white men's histories, because they're not white men. They're really Anglo-Saxons. They're Celtics. And they said, no, let's strip that. You can't be no Anglo-Saxon, just the way no black guy can be a Nubian. You're just going to be black and white, and you're going to like it, and you're going to tell it to your kids, and you're going to write it down, and that's the way it's going to be. So it's hard for us to just see that and then accept it. So I'm like, okay, to say it in an unbiased way is I'm happy I can do that, because it's either if a black guy or white guy, oh, it's black, oh, and then it's white. And it's like, no, we got to look at this. It's like black and white theory acts like there's no Indians and Orientals. Meanwhile, there's a billion each of these motherfuckers. So how can you disclude people like that? It's like, oh, because there's something that you don't want people to see.
True.
Hey, man. Double I left? Oh, shit.
No, he's back.
No, my fucking mic, man.
His mic connects and it like disconnects and it connects and it disconnects.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I never thought about the theory of evolution much because I didn't care. But then when I started finding, I was always a scientist, but I said, man, something don't add up. And then, everything was brought back to evolution. Now it's not a biologist. You got to have a biologist and a evolutionary biologist to tell you the fairy tale of here's the medicine and this is why, because we came and we were on this mountain and fucked some. It's like, how do you know all of that? So you're making this up. And we live in a time where, look, 4 years later, ain't nobody talking. I never, the wall with Trump and all of that. I said, look, that's an idiot test. That's to see who's a total piece of shit. I said, so now let's just leave that context and say, okay, is the wall there? So you were lied to and all of this. And now you're going to put a flag up and vote. It's like the idiocy of the average person. It's astonishing, man.
Yeah. A lot of that wall, they're actually just refinishing. They're not actually putting a wall there.
No.
Yeah, which is actually really stupid. That's like the biggest, I don't know where the fuck that money's going, but apparently that money's going somewhere.
Yeah.
And a big chunk of that wall just fell over.
Yeah.
In
what the killer
California.
is, most people, they found out most people come in through the northern border. They'll actually fly from Mexico to Canada, come in.
Yeah.
And then most illegal immigrants come here legally and just overstay the visa.
Oh, yeah. The sad part about it is the most numerous people who overstay their visas are Canadian or British.
Yeah, and there's never a problem. You don't need a wall between Canada, and we know why, and that's something people don't like to talk about. It's like, yeah, because Canada's white, man. As I said, you look at the history. If we were just to apologize, everything would be cool, and talk, and not just apologize, but to say, okay, now look at society. When you walk in here, you're going to be treated as a person. If you act like a thief, you're going to be treated like a thief. So no matter what you look like,
no, not really, not in America.
Not in America.
They pretty much slap you on the wrist and tell you don't do that no more and go on about your
As
depending
much as I
depending
love
on your
this
shade of your skin,
conversation,
unfortunately.
guys, I'm probably gonna pass out because I'm really tired. I actually haven't slept.
Oh man,
I've been too busy trolling someone pretty hardcore.
How about you get some sleep instead of trolling? He's gonna say this now. Now I'm gonna see a video pop up with his ass in it talking about this. Yeah, no, take your ass to bed.
Doxing and nudes and shit like that.
Yeah, leave Eli alone for the rest of the day. Go to sleep.
No.
Get some rest.
Give him a rest.
It's mainly Shaggy is the one I've been after.
I think you shit on him enough today.
I think you shit on both of them enough. Shit.
I
think you shit on all three of them enough for the most part.
Yeah, pretty much. But
I think you just need to go to sleep.
Yeah, man.
I think what we could do is
Right?
Run out of shit.
on my channel as well. On my channels, we can I might try to organize more roundtables as well.
That'd be fun.
Yes, man.
Yes.
I mean,
And they will be topic specific.
I think the alien with your channel, I think because the topic we had for an hour and a half, it had nothing to do with men or make. We were getting deep on, just theory and human civilization, just that type of stuff, I've noticed that you have a really good interest in that. You're very patient. You're really, I think that would go good. And I'm always happy to help you out, man. I mean, this is what I think real people do. You see somebody, okay, 5 people watching. Yeah, I'm on here. I'll support this. These other guys, they got 100, 200. It's like, why would I even want to be there? The only reason to go there is to say, okay, let me see if they're real. Let me see if they're not. Because real people, I tell people, if you know how you know you're real is when you can get in an argument with people and still be cool, like you're just cool. I said, that's real people. I said, when other people, when you get an argument, oh, get away, don't talk. I said, it was never there to begin with, man. And this is something where I can admit I'm wrong. And in doing that, I can also admit I'm right. Because that's what people don't like. They say, oh, just admit you're wrong. Yeah, okay. And I'm admitting I'm right, too, about this. See, they don't like that. They don't like men. I've noticed that because I said, why do they get this attitude with me sometimes? It's like, oh, I got balls. I didn't listen to what this guy's wife told him. I was like, fuck that. I ain't doing that. And now his wife is like, I don't want you hanging out with him because, he doesn't, he doesn't have a girlfriend, doesn't have a wife, he doesn't have kids. He does what he wants. And I've seen myself get sectioned off from a lot of men that are married and even men that are single with girlfriends. It's a risk because they know with me, it's like, man, their man might not marry them now because this guy's going to show them like, look, if you marry her, you better just start sending her to college because when she graduates, that's the only thing that's going to save your ass if you get divorced. Because if she's college educated in actual, theory, if you don't have a bachelor's, she will have to pay you alimony or you just don't have to pay it to her if you both are educated because now she has a way to make money. But if she's uneducated, I can understand that because you're saying, look, you took a girl, she can't do nothing. The only thing we already know, the only thing the woman really has is the vagina for the man. And then if she goes into career, then the vagina gets old and she'll be 35 saying, oh, they're intimidated. It's like, no, we're not, lady. It's like, no, but nobody's gets hard off of a degree. We get hard off of looks. And then they don't understand. It's like having a tomato on the table. Eat it. You got 4 days. Then it gets
because they're taught to suppress their instincts, their base instincts.
I'm not sure. See, now let me look at this and say, are they suppressing their instincts? That would be if she's 35 and a virgin. But if she's on the cock carousel and now she's 35, it's more of a case of, oh, you want your cake and you want to eat it too. Because if you really understood biology, you would understand that like even money and all this stuff that the natives saw ain't where it's at. They said, the Cree said, they said, look, until the last river is poisoned and the last tree is cut and the last, the air is polluted, only then will you see that you cannot eat money. I've read philosophy off of these people from this land that
I think I've got that video with that prophecy.
Well, it was
that exact
also,
prophecy.
Yeah, I think it was written before because I read it, from Native American, like they have like writings from chiefs, and as I read it, I said these guys' philosophy are deeper almost than any Eastern philosophy. Because I mean, come on, to say that when your blood runs back to the vein, the blood in your veins goes back to the ocean, and your body goes back to dust, then you'll see who really owns who. You don't own the earth owns you. And this is stuff that children need to know. They say we live in a way where we make sure that for 7 generations, everything's going to be all right. So my job is to make sure the earth is okay for my next 7 generations. What we see with westernization is they're trying to kill off this generation. Every goddamn generation, they're trying to kill people. Crack, heroin, pills. And you wonder, is there like some group of evil scientists behind this shit? Is it human? It got to be living older than the average human. This guy's trying to dox me now.
I wonder if they
Who?
It's he's wondering if you're black.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And
if
that's
you're
the
white,
thing.
I mean.
I like to keep people because when I come out and I speak probably in the summer on camera, people will be I don't think they'll be surprised, but they'll be like, okay, from the way he talks, because I have no shame in anybody if they say, oh, he's a white guy or he's a black guy. That's not a problem. It's just when I choose to reveal that, I'll revel that. But
racially ambiguous. You can be
and that's the thing. The race, I have to bring like, hey, there's no race. It's like, hey, this is what he is. He does fit into one of the so-called classes, I guess. But I'm extremely westernized because when I look back at some of my people, they are they look like they've been surviving for thousands of years from a cataclysm. And they've been invaded by monsters that put up fucking white statues in India, white Rajas who were criminals until today, that they have to keep that in the minds. You see, if people say, oh, no, it's not a big thing. Well, then take the fucking statue down. They're worse than the Confederate statues in America. They're fucking worse. And this is what you have. You have this ideology of let's destroy the world. White is right. And that's what got us into this. Paul Mooney, the comedian, was right. He goes, people don't like me because I act like I'm rich, white, and 21. He goes, they hate that attitude. And he goes, especially coming from a black man. And you look at that, and that's we're in a problem. You know, when you let people go for bad shit, that's how you get more crime. You know, you lock a guy up for smoking a joint, but then you let a rapist go because he's a white guy that raped her behind the dumpster and all of this shit. Well, you got a rapist out now to commit more crime, and you locked up a black guy. So you're going to say, oh, we're locking people up, but they were getting more crime. Yeah.
Well, the thing about that is I actually did a video on that where I talked about if a black guy's in a white neighborhood and he commits a crime, he's going to jail.
yeah.
But if it's a black guy in a black neighborhood and he commits a crime, he's more likely he's got a 70 to 90% chance of being released back out on the streets to commit another crime.
Yes.
And it basically is the reason why the black crime rate is so damn high is because they let people back on the street that commits the same crimes over and over again. So that 1% of black people commit the same damn crimes over and over again. So now this is why it's like 50% or 53% of black people committing all these damn crimes when it's the 1% of that black people that commit the same crimes over and over and over again.
Yes, I could say.
And it's sad.
And they
but like
them.
I said, if they would lock up the black people at the same rate they would lock them up if they were in a white neighborhood, there wouldn't be this many crimes.
Yeah,
the crime rate would be lower.
Exactly, but they don't want. It's as if they don't want that. You know, and you're right.
No, come on,
I wonder.
You can't have that. You can't have that.
Because we could see that, and it's like, well, we could tell them and say, "Oh, why don't you do this?" We know, and they just won't do it.
Yeah, but like I said, but if the black person was a part of a white community,
done. He's lucky to go to jail if he doesn't get hung.
He's going to jail.
Yeah, he's definitely.
But like the chance of him getting out of jail, unless his mom's a rich person or his mom's a senator or such and such and such and such.
Yeah, he ain't. Yeah.
His ass is going to jail.
Yeah.
But in a black neighborhood, there's 70 to 90% chance that you're getting released and back out on the street.
Yeah. And the sad thing is, those guys terrorize their own black communities. You can't go to the store. You got. I grew up having to fight. Like I used to tell guys, remember when we used to walk in the neighborhood? You had to worry that if you just met up with somebody, if you had to fight or not. And they're like, yeah, man. And then guys would say, now they just try to shoot you.
Shit, I wish that was the least of my worries growing up.
Well, you grew up in Costa Rica, right?
Yeah, hell yeah.
But see, your growing up was like what you said. You grew up tribal, and that's like it's great, man. It's like you had a very, very wide variety. It's like
but like when you go into school and you see like torsos hanging from like the under overpass, that's a whole nother story.
Yeah,
that's some next level war ass shit right there.
It is. Yeah,
that's a different level.
Definitely. I mean, I've always wanted to go to Central America for archaeology stuff, and I honestly said, man, I have to go with a few people that fluently speak Spanish. I said, second, when I travel, I like to at least have a little bit extra to say I'm going to stay in places that are a little better. I'll pay extra. I just like that with life now as I'm older, and they have like Mexico has the largest unbroken large stone monument. It weighs like over 100 tons, I think. It's in oh shit, I forgot the city. It was dedicated to the ancient rain god. And you look at this thing, it's massive. It's giant block, like stories high. And you're telling me these guys made that with a rock that was harder than that rock and just kept bashing it. And because of course they didn't have chisels and stuff. You look at this and you say, that it has to require machinery. Because I know from planing and, like if you look at a 2x4, you cannot make a 2x4 by hand. It's pressurized. So when you find something like that, like a signature of a floor or a planing,
you can make a 2x4. It's going to take a long ass time, but you can make one.
Well, this is the thing.
I know from personal experience.
Yeah, no, you can get close. Yeah, no, you can get close. But like when I look at it, right? Like some 2x4s, when they stamp it, you'll see the letters will be raised and stuff. So there's certain signatures of things that you can tell if it was built or if it wasn't. To say, okay, Egypt. there's so many things in
I mean,
Egypt.
don't get me wrong. The 2x4 is not going to be as smooth as it is the finished product.
Yeah.
But I can make a 2x4. It's going to take me a
definitely.
minute, but I can make one.
Well, see, that's the good thing, because see, that allows us to say, okay, and you're admitting it right there, and it's good to say, okay, you can make one, but it's never going to be or look like the manufactured 2x4.
It's not.
Yeah,
but it's going to be as sturdy and as strong, if not a little bit more
it'll be
stronger.
It might even be stronger. Yeah.
Yeah, but like it'll take me a minute, but it's going to be worth it.
Yeah. But
well, most of the time, if you're making your 2x4 on your own, you're probably using much better wood or much better stock than the stuff that's going to be in that factory.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, but the thing is that it's just that thing that factory has a machine that, spits these things out, like when you do molding on a door, that molding with that's definitely sent through a machine, that makes the molding, and then you cut it to size and put it around the frame of the door, right? Like you've seen molding around door, right?
Yeah.
All right, now that molding, a little more fancy, is carved in rock. And it's carved in a scale of 3:1 to a normal sized man. So if the man was 18 foot, it'd be the right size. It's carved in rock in the desert of the Jordan, in a place called Petra. So if you look up Petra online and you look at the molding of rock, you cannot say that was done by a chisel. I mean, it's some type of machine that can carve rock like butter, and that. The only way to prevent that from coming out is to use mind control, to say, oh, no, that's not what you're seeing. No, they were more in ingenuity than us, and any type of lie. But this had to be, produce it. You know what the killer is? I tell people, I'll give you 10 grand, produce it today. How much would it, tell me what it would cost? And the guy did that for the pyramids. And they said, look, we're not sure if we can get it as accurate as it is. And it's going to take about 90 years. So you're telling me it's built in 28 years with ropes, but guys with tanks and shit can't build it in less than 90? So what you said was a lie. See, logic like this.
Well, the thing about that too, you also got to take consideration too. It's not just the fact that they can't build it within 90 days. It's more or less
90 years. 90
years. It's not just that. It's more or less the fact, the cost of actually doing it.
No. The guy was a billionaire, and he said, "Look, I'll pay for it. Just let me know."
Yeah, but the thing is though, it doesn't matter how much in today's money to build a pyramid would cost more than what that man has. That's just facts. Like, there's no way in hell you can actually pay for that in this day and age. And actually, unless you do it on like the super cheap, and you get shit from like China drywall to do it.
Even if it's the super cheap, it's not the price.
It's expensive as hell. Trust me, it's expensive as hell.
Well, it's the technology.
I've seen a lot of projects go up. A lot of people put up projects, and then when you see the ending cost of it,
they don't build
we'll
it.
go with this. We'll go with this project over here, basically. Because I've noticed in the Western world, when it comes down to cost, like we won't do it if the cost is too great, or if nobody else want to shell out that kind of money. When like, it sounds great when you're actually given an estimate, but when you actually got to do the actual work and you actually get a real price, it's like, how about we do something different?
It's a classic case of biting off more than you can chew.
Yeah,
and
basically.
I agree.
So like, and the thing with the pyramids is like, it's not the fact that it would only take. You would have to find the workforce for it first off, and you have to pay that workforce.
It's a classic case.
And then on top of that, the materials alone.
Well, this is
the
thing.
Materials and the workout hours alone would be like
if you get the workforce and the materials, the one thing that's missing is the technology, because today we don't build, without mortar. The pyramids
we don't build shit. We could barely build anything that could stay past a month without cracking and shit.
I wonder if that's by design. I really do, because I wondered this because the car.
Well, we also got to take consideration too. We do stuff on the cheap.
If it was build quality, it might last.
If it was build quality, definitely.
Exactly.
Like, I was talking to somebody about marble the other day. Like, I could tell the difference between real marble and fake marble. I got real marble in my house, and this one dude thought he had real marble. If you drop a coin on it, it actually resonates a certain sound. They'll actually let you know what type of marble, if it's real or fake marble, or if it's low grade or high grade marble for the most part. And he had low grade marble, so that was the thing. But nobody really uses quality anymore, and people pay exorbitant amount of prices thinking that they're getting quality when they're actually getting beat over the head for lower grade shit or fake shit. It's kind of like how we did a lot of the buildings were using the Chinese drywall because they were trying to keep it on the cheap. We don't do shit quality anymore. We haven't done shit quality since forever.
Yeah, I totally see that. It's like the cars, even. I see it easily in the cars of the 70s that and 80s that I used to be able to work on.
Hell, you
And
used to take a baseball bat to them motherfuckers.
yeah,
Now,
now
if you
it's like,
breathe on it wrong,
yep,
that shit got a big ass dent and it got a scratch on it and shit. Like the fuck?
yep. Yeah, it's like they don't want us to have things that last. I look at old things and I say, man, some of these things lasted, and the newer things are broken. So they want it to have a time span of breaking, so you have to buy another thing, and that should get people. It's really a choice. It should get us
Yeah.
into being productive people, like, which is what we are, because the first step is the mental. Where the mind goes, the body follows. So we're going to say, all right, we got the thought. We're saying, yeah. Now the next step is action, and that's why I looked at MGTOW more as the black pill, which was of course the red pill. So the knowledge, the knowledge is gained, and then the action of going your own way is committed. Can you go your own way? That's the question that poses at that point to determine. Do you have responsibilities? One thing that we all have is the responsibility to earn money to eat, for food, shelter, and clothing. So that would be the first thing to be conquered, to be MGTOW. But a man could say he's MGTOW because he's saying, look, I'm working toward that. Like, say, Sandman, for instance, this guy has discipline that you must respect. He produces the most things in the manosphere for MGTOW every day, and he has his own business, and he is working, and he's going his own way. So if he is financially independent right now, he is truly a MGTOW. He's, and if he isn't, he is working toward it. And I can't judge the man. Guys that want dolls and stuff, I respect them just as much as guys that don't want dolls. So, the thing is that his ideology, it commands respect. Him, TFM. I don't agree with everything TFM. I haven't heard everything he said, but I doubt I would agree with it. But he is, a producer, and that commands respect. That's something I was talking. I was talking to a guy named Mission. He was the only guy that kind of made a critical comment over this, the stuff the last few days. And I subscribed to him, and I said, wow, this guy got balls. And he was telling me, if you want to do, I asked him about a live stream, and he goes, yeah, he'd be open to it. So, and that's the good thing, that he's open to the live stream, and we can talk about the issues of the community, to say, okay, what is it that allows us to do this and go our own way? Do we, how do we get there? Red pill, black pill. I think that's what we're going to talk about too. The red pill, black pill, because, the philosophy, like, a lot of people don't know how it was infiltrated and this and that. So, hopefully in my writing, I'll have that ready within a month. I'm actually putting HoFax on hold to have that out, because, like, when I speak like this on live streams, it's sort of like I only have the MGTOW dictionary to say, yo, go check that out, but knowledge doesn't attract people as much as emotion. And, like, when people, like, I've seen stuff over the few days, oh, he's charging, $5. I say, okay, look, there was a man who scammed the MGTOW community for thousands of dollars. He still comes back as not a monk, but now he's still saying MGTOW. Nobody says nothing about that. I invested thousands of dollars over a year and a half, a little more, to make the MGTOW dictionary. Time, effort, art. And I'm saying, you know what? $5, if you can give more than 5, fine. But $5 and it unlocks everything. And for people to criticize that and say, oh, this man's selling knowledge and all that, that's like criticizing a guy for selling a book, because the MGTOW dictionary is like a book, but it's a book that's always upgradable. And it's a book that gives the person themselves that buy it, whether they buy it or not, they have a free advertisement, because they'll say, man, this guy's one of the most realest people I met. He doesn't really like me, whatever, or he does, but he will put my book in there, even though he'll openly say on a show that it's bullshit. But shit, he puts the ad in the dictionary for me for free. What type of, that's a man. And Penny Proud has been ripping the ass of fake MGTOW. I didn't really know about her, and I saw that, and she gave me a shout out. She was like, oh, I don't know who this guy is, because she saw all the beef these last, and I was like, wow, this lady's just, she got guys running, and it's only the fake guys that are running. Because I looked at it, I said, wow, I said, she kind of, damn, I was like, I thought these guys, if anything, you would see a battle. All you seen is smoke, after she came in and just snatched the fish from the lake and, ripped them apart on top of a rock. And I'm saying to myself, MGTOW is getting purged, just like,
Well,
another
no,
guy.
because the thing with the Penny Proud thing is, I'm not going to throw people's names out there.
Yeah,
But
and I don't know who she is, so I'm just saying.
the thing about the thing about the Penny Proud thing is she actually gets information from various people.
Yeah, and I don't agree with doxing. I mean, if doxing is illegal, but
So
it's like, hey,
so the thing about the Penny Proud thing is I've noticed because like she'll get information and then she'll make content about it for the most part, and then like there's a lot of people that feed her information.
I saw
in
her
the
as a
manosphere.
mod. She's a mod on Lycan Theory, I think. But they
the thing is though a lot of there's some people in the Manosphere who actually feeds her information.
Like what, men or women or like sellouts or what?
Men that actually feed her information for shit for the most part. She's basically equivalent to Manosphere T-Spill for the most part.
Who's T-Spill?
T-Spill is a British person.
I don't know.
He's a British guy.
Like, was he
makes that
bad
channel.
or like was he about?
But basically he's based. Penny Prowl's the female version of T-Spill for the most part.
All right, I gotta check and see what does he like? Smash MGTOW or bash it or what? Or like,
he just posts anything and everything for the most part. He pretty much posts anything and everything, pretty much like Penny Proud, but it's much more neater and tight. It's much more neater and tighter for the most part. It's pretty much the same thing, but it's much more neater and tighter.
Yeah. Because I didn't notice her. Now that I see her in the, I guess like it could be called the beefosphere. So
he even says because another thing that MGTOW Manosphere T-Spill does is he actually puts his emails. He said if you got drop the deets in my email for the most part. So you can email them information, and people email them information all the time. So it's one of those things where like people are literally feeding that man information, just like they feed Penny Proud information. And for the longest time before all this everything settled down, and I had McHenry Cruiser in my live stream the one time. They used to feed McHenry Cruiser information too.
I've heard that name. Double I put some dope stuff on the screen, man. The color. Yeah. I didn't want to take away from your conversations, but what is Henry Cruiser? Is he like what is he? Because I saw like a little.
I don't really know what he is.
I didn't want to watch it because it was like so. I was like, I don't want to watch.
I don't really know what he is or what he does.
Because I heard there was beef. I heard there was
some. There was beef, and all of a sudden the beef was squashed, and next thing you know, there was beef. Then the beef was squashed again, and then apparently he was on a a live stream with one of the MGTOWs, and they basically squashed the beef again for the most part. So I eventually, when I first not the first show, but when I actually started getting this show rolling with the no Oxshit, or basically I invited him on for the most part because he was in my comment section, and so I basically started this so I can hear other people's opinions. And even if you're not Manosphere, if you are Manosphere, I want to hear your opinion and I want to hear your thoughts on it for the most part. So that's the reasoning behind.
Yeah.
So basically, this is why I always drop every now and again the link in the description box. in the chat for the most part, so people could jump in. And Hans, if you want in, I think I sent you a link to get in. If I didn't, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's in a live stream.
I see the link. He got a really good question. MGTOW is defined. Well, what he's saying is it'll be redefined. But see, Hans, that's why I created the dictionary, because I just updated it and put in the MGTOW parameters. Now, when people look that up, they'll see that MGTOW has parameters. So what he's saying is it's constantly being redefined, but really it's constantly being infected by guys that are trying to redefine it. If you know the definition, just by acronym, men going their own way. So you can't go your own way if you're working. If you're going to work, you got to go to work. You got to make the money. So you want to be MGTOW, and that's, you don't understand.
I don't know about that, because you can technically go your own way, because I've seen bachelors that didn't get married that actually lived their full life and pretty much went their own way. That one guy that actually paid for like 20 people to go to school.
Yeah, but now
after he passed away, for the most part, he rode the same beat up truck to work every day. He did everything he wanted to do, and he did everything that he wanted, and basically died with a plethora of money. Yeah, and in his will, he basically donated money to a bunch of children. And
the money,
my question to that was,
the money proves, like it's saying what we're just saying. He had the money, so the money allowed him to do that, and he left money, so that proves that he conquered. He said, "Look, I'm going to do what I want to do." Because you're right, he's technically he would be defined as a MGTOW.
Because he didn't own his own business. He basically worked every day of the week for the most part.
You can make it, and you can have that without a doubt. I could see a guy doing that, but it comes back to, you got to work and make that money, or if you inherit it or something. But usually when you inherit it, if you don't earn it, you see the problems with the people, because I think it was Robert Greene, the guy that wrote 48 Laws of Power. He made a good point. He said, the worst people in the world, of course, we know, are spoiled. When you're spoiled, when you don't get punished for something that you did, you become a real piece of shit. And we see that those
True.
people, yeah, they have the privilege, you know, they think, oh, I can get away with this. It kind of like what you were saying. It goes on the lower and the higher. So the guy that robs his own community, they let him out and they predatorize. Because I myself can see, like, damn, you get older and you start to see it more and say, yeah, man, if they would, you know, they're letting this guy come to fuck with the community. But if he goes to that community and does it, he's gone. You know what I'm
he's
saying?
in jail.
Yeah, you know, and if we say that, it's so messed up that if we say
he
this,
gets
like,
the
oh,
book
well, what are
thrown
you
at
saying?
he gets the book thrown out of me doing it in another
Yes,
community
yeah.
outside of the black community.
Exactly. And it's so crazy that there are many places that if you say that, they're gonna be like, oh, well, what are you talking about? What are you trying to say? People are different. It's like, yes, he's what he's saying is right. You know, and
true.
that's where other men, I notice, need to come in, because I mean the trolls are strong. See, I didn't know the beef with all of this until when I saw her video. It was hilarious. So she was, I was just like, damn, she is lighting dudes on fire and they ain't saying shit. So it makes me wonder, like, okay, why? Maybe wham, she's, you know, shutting down. It's like, I was like, yo,
I don't actually watch her channel.
yeah, no, I never watch
people
it.
always send me,
I just saw.
people send me links every now and again. People will send me like videos from her channel saying, "Look what she said about such and such." I'm like, okay, no, just no.
I just found out when
I
I
ain't got
saw her
time
as
for
a
this.
mod.
I'm neutral Tico, so
Yeah,
I don't
when I
got
saw-
time to be following people that I really don't want to follow. Now, if she wants to come on
shit.
my live stream, she's welcome in. She's welcome in.
See,
for the
that's
most
like
part.
really cool of you, because I saw something where guys, I think, didn't want to live stream. So, man, yeah, that would be great, man, because I know that would be
like if she wants in, like I said, I've had McHenry Cruiser in here. I've had like people that follow McHenry Cruiser in here. If you want to come in, you can come in for the most part. I really don't care what walk of life you come from. I don't care if you're transgender, gay, black, whatever
that's
the hell.
Gonna make
fat,
your channel grow,
small,
bro.
big,
I hope,
whatever the hell. You can pretty much come in for the most part. Because I just want to hear, because like people forget that, like, look, I went to school to be a psychologist, so I want to understand what the other side got to say and understand them fully. So I would like to mentally pick them apart and understand them while also teaching them about us at the same time.
Yeah.
So I just don't want them in here to basically, I don't just want a one-sided thing. I basically want them in here so I can understand them, so I can understand how to teach them.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're learning
what our mode of course is and what we're trying to do for the most part. Well, and that's exactly what that is.
It's rare to have somebody that's going to learn and teach, going to say, look, I'm going to look at you, I'm going to learn from you, I'm going to teach you, because that's really kind of
it's not really all that weird. I have children, so I do it all the time with my children.
Well, you do, because you're a different, you know, you are, like I said it before in another stream, you're not the average person, because not every guy that got kids is going to do that. Not everybody. That's why I'm here. I mean, I hope your channel, I'm looking for the day 7 watching, where I come and I see 700, 7,000 watching, and it will grow, being that you're so open-minded. Because when I looked, I didn't know about Penny until about maybe 3-4 days ago, when I saw her in Lycan Theory's mod. And she was a mod, but they were still, I think, censoring what she was saying. And he was saying, look, don't censor her. And I'm saying, who's this? And then, you know, I listened to it and I was like, oh, this is kind of hilarious, because she's crushing in a way, because she was in there as Miss Mike too. Like I thought it was actually Mike's girl. Like, and she was saying, hey, Mike, you know, throw your GoFundMe link. And I was like, oh, she's killing. And when he said, oh no, that's her troll account. So then she gave a shout out, I think yesterday. Like, throw your GoFundMe link. And I was like, oh, she's killing. They don't know that. So then
Hans, turn off your mic. I mean, not your mic. I mean your
but yeah,
live stream.
I mean, the fact that you're willing to have her on, I think you might be the only guy that does live streams that is open to that, man. And that's really, really.
Yeah, I ain't gonna call it hell. Hell, you could be that the KKK, the ex. You could be an ex KKK member. I'll still invite you on the damn live. It don't matter.
Or remember that brother?
I'm just that open minded.
Yeah, that brother Daryl. Something we spoke about him. He's amazing. I mean, he's actually KKK guys have said, look, I'm not gonna be in a clan no more, because you've proven to me that not all black people are like what I thought they were. And he said like Joe Rogan had asked him, he goes, what was the point at where like the wizard said, I'm not going to be in the KKK? He goes, he kept telling me that every black person's a criminal. And he goes, well, what about me? You know, we're together, we eat together, you know, we're talking with each other. And he goes, oh, it's a latent gene. It just hasn't come out. So, I mean, they got an excuse for a lot of stuff. But then he said, okay, well, if it's a latent gene, then every white person's a serial killer. Because name me 3 black serial killers. And he said he couldn't do it. He goes, and he gave him one. I forgot the name. He goes, I'll give you one. So you only got to name 2. And then the guy realized it was bullshit because he knows not all white people are serial killers. And that's what made him had to see that not all black people are criminals. And he turned in his robe. And I said, Daryl, I forgot his name, but I got to give that guy credit, man. He was a musician. You also got to take
consideration too. Like I said, I never had a problem with a racist person because that's basically something that they were taught.
Yeah.
What I do have a problem with, what I do have a problem with is the people who taught them. Now, if they keep on teaching it, now if they know it's wrong and they keep on teaching a person, they're wrong.
Yeah.
If like, it's a good example. Like because I have no problem with racist people. Racist people are just racist people because that's what they were taught. That's what they were brought up learning. Now you can unlearn that, or you can continuously think that. But at the same time, if you were groomed to believe this all your life,
yeah,
I don't have hate or malice for you because this is what you were taught all your life. It's kind of like the one time when I went to Stillwater, PA, and a kid almost got hit by a car, and I saved his life for the most part. And apparently, they didn't really think his family didn't think very much of black people until that actual day. Like black people are this, black people are that, black people are the black people do this, black people are wrong, black people are dangerous. Yeah. Until I saved his life, and then all of a sudden, apparently that family seen black people a bit differently.
Yeah, you proved, you didn't have to say a word, and that action. There's a story of a young black kid. He's like 12. They snatched up like a young white girl, 5 or 6 years old, in a car. He followed the car for like miles and got her back. And they had that story showing that. Now, if they showed these stories and like what you said you did, because you showed nobody could have talked to those white people enough to get them not to think what they thought about black people. Your action did more than anything anybody could say, and it's good enough. I think you did some really good if they looked at it and said, wow, you know what? A black man saved my son or my daughter's life. I had a friend, he told me the same thing because I mentioned something to him and he goes, oh, a black man saved my father's life. And I was like, wow. I was like, this is maybe that's why Mike, so, because his name was Mike, but he was really cool. Like, and I was like, oh, so he doesn't, he looks at me as a person, and we were always cool because we worked together. But your stream is unique. Like I noticed Underscore says that's why I like Tico. A lot of MGTOWs blocked him from the start. He's right. I've seen them block. Like the fact that you're willing to have Penny on, and if guys come on and try to, like say stuff about you, I'm there to defend it because I'll say, look, man.
No, because I say at the beginning of the show, like respect the people on the panel.
Yeah.
That's all you have to do is respect the people on the panel, and I'm cool with you for the most part.
I've never had a live
unless it's a troll. Unless it's a troll, and I invite him on the panel, then it's fair game to rip on the person because we did that once in his live stream. Because like we invited a troll on, and me and Dennis just went in on him. Like it was like just straight like 15 minutes of like just roasting this man on live stream. You'd have thought it was like a rip session in the hood. We went in on his man. Matter of fact, Double I was there for that one. He's cracking up like, I can't believe y'all just went on.
Double I. Hey, since Double I. And Hans was Lonely Underscore that wants to do the evolution.
Yeah, he's apparently he's going to be in next week for that one.
So next week, that's cool.
Hans, I think I might end up doing a live stream tomorrow because apparently True Sherm wants to jump in and join me.
Okay, yeah. Hans had that good question. Like he's in here now with the MGTOW being defined. Yeah.
Go ahead, Hans.
Is the mic working?
Yeah, your mic's working.
Yeah.
Is my mic working?
Yeah, you're good.
Mm-hmm. Now it's not working.
So how would you define MGTOW words?
Okay, MGTOW.
How would you define MGTOW in your own words?
Okay.
Who, me or him? Because I already said how I defined it because I'm from the Spanish Manosphere.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so MGTOW dictionary. How would you define a man going his own way, MGTOW?
Okay. the parameters of MGTOW, which now that I've written them in, so
Oh,
people can
double eyes
say,
back.
they can look at the parameters. Is one, you have to be able to go your own way. So like how me and Tico were talking, the guy that helped the community, he had to have enough money to where he could be able to go his own way. So the first thing I
Well,
would
no,
say,
he basically was a
oh,
minimalist. That's all he really
oh, okay,
was.
all
But
right, yeah. So
he was
okay, but
he
the main thing
basically
is,
when he died, he basically donated that money to help people go to
okay,
school. Though that's a
all right.
totally different story.
All right, so yeah, that is different then. But as far as a MGTOW now, like to say, okay, how do I go MGTOW? What does MGTOW mean? So I can decide if I want to do it. So the acronym keeps it to where none of us, no man, can infiltrate the meaning if we stick to the acronym. So if somebody says, "Oh, you're trying to make it up," it's like, no, I'm going by the acronym that says men going their own way. So when it was really, and this is what a lot of people don't know, it was really called MGHOW. It was man going his own way. And then as it became a group, that's when it started to become called MGTOW, men going their own way. And it was easier to say than MGHOW. It just had a better ring. Now, in the men that were going their own way, doing their own thing. So no government, they're saying, look, if I live under a government, I really don't. I do what I'm going to do. I'm going to go live in the woods. I'm going to be either a minimalist or survivalist or somebody that conquers the currency of the nation I'm in to where I can live without having to work every day. Because if I go to work every day, how am I going my own way? So the definition of just saying, okay, men going their own way, you need mental freedom to know that that's what you want to do. That's the first parameter, mental. Second is financial parameter. The third parameter would be sexual, because if you go your own way and you're married, now you're still bound to the state. If you cohabitate, you're still bound to your cohabitation partner. So it would make sense that going your own ways where you can pick up and do what you want. Something's going on tonight, I don't got to ask my wife or my girlfriend, I can do it. So it's not saying that the guy doesn't, they try to confuse it. Oh, he can smash, he can't. No, he can fuck who he wants. And this is how we tell fake MGTOW from real MGTOW. If real MGTOW has the option of fucking women. Women are going to say, yeah, if he, he's attractive, I'll fuck him. But now if a guy can't get women like that and he says I'm MGTOW, what are you walking away from? That's like getting fired and saying, I quit. No, they didn't want you anyway. So it's not to say nothing bad about the guy. It's to say, look, you're really like an incel in denial, because, and there's nothing wrong with being an incel. It's to say, when you're in denial, now you're using MGTOW as a coping mechanism, because you're not financially stable. You can't go your own way, but you can say that you're working toward it. So you're MGTOW. Okay. But now when we look at you, we see that chicks ain't trying to fuck you, even for money. I mean, you look at some of these guys and you say, yeah, you're not MGTOW, man. You're an incel in denial. You can't go your own way, of course, if you have children. You have to have that responsibility. What if the man still goes his own way? Well, that wouldn't be considered going his own way. That's called abandoning children. So we know that you can't go your own way if you have that, even if you're not in a relationship with the women, because we know that the kid needs the father actually more as he's going into adulthood. The father is actually more important than the mother. And this is something a lot of people don't want to admit. The mother is more important to the child during infancy to childhood, and from childhood to adulthood, the father is more important. A lot of people, I mean, they really miss this, and there is no such thing as adolescence. When we study reality, we see that adolescence is trying to extend the childhood. And we see kids grow up messed up because they stay in this childlike state in something called adolescence that was made up. It's child and adult. I mean, Alan Watts, the great philosopher, said it best. There's two ages, BF and AF, and that's it. So, that's the two ages, BF, AF.
See, and this is where the Spanish manosphere actually differs from what MGTOW dictionary says, because in the Spanish manosphere, if you're MGTOW, you're a monk.
Well, this is the thing: is Spanish Manosphere isn't disagreeing with MGTOW dictionary; they're disagreeing with the actual definition of MGTOW. Because how are you a monk when bitches don't want to fuck you anyway? You ain't no monk. Chicks don't want to fuck you, but now
Well,
you're
no,
gonna
because
cope.
the sad part about the
You see what I'm
sad part
saying? A
about
lot
that.
of them cope. A
Well,
lot of
no,
them
see,
cope.
no, because in the Spanish manosphere, a lot of them motherfuckers are more attractive than me.
Yeah, no, and they,
Off the bat.
and now they are a monk without a doubt. And
Like a
that's
lot of them
something.
motherfuckers is more attractive
No,
than
and
me,
they
hands
are.
down.
I know a lot of them.
And they're actually monks.
You don't
and,
see that in the English manosphere. Like
and they're
point that.
actually monks. But
Yo,
like if you're in the and the neat thing about it, if you're in a relationship, then you're red pill in the Spanish manosphere. You're
okay,
not. If you're in any type of relationship that you're in, like let it be girlfriend, boyfriend, married, whatever the hell, you're basically would be like RPM.
Mhm. Well, we
Red
said it
pill and
before.
married
The
for the most
Spanish
part.
manosphere is just more mature. I mean, you can't find the good-looking English MGTOWs. You know, you got incels in denial. But without a doubt, Latin men, especially from Latin America, will have a different style. There is easier pussy in those countries too. So being good-looking on top of that, that is a monk. If he's saying, "Look, man, I'm going monk," that's a MGTOW monk. But the guy that says, you know, you'd be like, man, chicks don't want, you know, you look at this guy, he's driving a truck. Well, it's like, get out of here, man. The chicks don't want, hookers don't want to fuck you. Your sex style don't want to fuck you. And you're going to tell me you're a monk, you're going away. Then you got in the English manosphere by definition, by action. This is in, you know, just straight the dictionary. You had a guy who said he was a MGTOW monk that not only deceived the community by sleeping with a woman, but also had a child, you know, has a child. So that excludes him from MGTOW. You know, the treachery to the community is one thing. An apology would be in order. And then also to know that, look, we're not going to exclude, nobody can exclude you from the manosphere, but what it is you're a red pill dad. And then as the black pill, when people start learning about the black pill, they'll start saying, you know what, I'm a black pill dad, because the red pill is so infiltrated by pickup artists. It's kind of just the way how MGTOW is infiltrated by incels. So we look at some
another group in the manosphere that always gets like glossed over or miss oh nice. Another group that always gets glossed over or misinformed is the herbivore men, because they always talk about the herbivore men. They always talk about the herbivore men not being able to get dates and stuff like that. But the thing that they don't know about the herbivore men is they can actually get dates. They actually use their network of friends to actually get the girl that they want for the most part, because they might be like socially awkward when it comes to it, but they use their friends to actually, because like what they'll do is basically they'll actually throw a party and they'll invite their friends and they'll invite the girl that they want to talk to for the most part. Then they'll turn around.
Yes.
Then they'll turn around and then they'll get their friends to work with them to actually make it so that, you know, they can get the girl. And like their friends work hand in hand with them to basically help them get women. And the herbivore men are actually able to get women based on their friends and the help that they have for the most part.
And
which is really, really nice.
You mean like vegetarian?
No, herbivore men. They're the Japanese version of the Menace. They're the Japanese Menace.
Okay, yes. Now
they,
I know
they refer to them as like some people refer to them as
I gotta put that in the dictionary.
Like it's not the fact that they chose that life, it's the fact that, I mean, they did choose to be in that situation and like do the things that they do, but the fact of the matter is they can still get women.
Yeah. No, I've heard that too about Yeah, they call them herbivore. I got to put that in the dictionary. I mean, if you want to send that, and what I was going to tell you on email, but I could tell you now is that your audio MP3, what I think is probably the most original stuff that you said that's also scientifically true, is about the male body count, like, you know, his threshold.
Okay, yeah.
If you want to like kind of either write that, or if you want, I can write it out for you, you know, or if you know, because I can put that in. I put I think your channel's in the dictionary now because I updated it like 2 days ago and it went live.
What's up, Freaky Jersey? Nice to see you, man.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, so you're in there, but I just put under your channel, I think it says in review, because I didn't, you know, I said let me wait. You know, I have the picture of the flag with the lion, and when you want, because that's something that's actually pretty unique to you, and that I could see people probably trying to debate, but they ain't gonna have a leg to stand on, because it's just it's a fact, and you know it's gonna affect the man too. But we have like we do have a higher threshold. You know, some men might not have some men might have a 50 woman threshold. Some guys might have a.
It varies person to person.
Yes.
It's basically all about your body chemistry.
Yeah.
Like I was saying about when it comes to medication or when it comes to illness, a simple cold might not affect one person, but that simple cold might affect the next person.
Yeah.
Or a good example is the flu. A flu might only affect you for a couple days, whereas, shit. Whereas it might not affect the person the same way for the most part, in the same manner for the most part.
Yeah, no, you're true. And also what we have to take into factor is the guy who's eating who's performing oral on her, that's doing fellatio, that when that ingestion of the vaginal fluids, especially of the what be considered their cum, they have different types. You know, they'll have the urethral type, the type that filters down from the vaginal walls. You know, so these things have things in them that could, you know, they give a chemical bond. Just sleeping next to certain women, they have pheromone studies showing that the man does sometimes, like, he can get a preference. And like how we talk about, it's not the same for all men. There's some men that won't get a preference. There's some men that it's like, yeah, no. And the doctor that did the study, she made a good point. She said, Mr. Wrong leads to Mr. Wrong number 2. And that's as simple as it is, you know.
Definitely. Because you also got to take consideration too, like the pills to blame for the Mr. Wrong thing. Because like I was saying in the last stream, if a woman takes the pill, it changes her whole entire psychology, her psychological being, and it makes her accept somebody that's not right for her, both hormonally and not hormonally. Oh shit. What's the word I'm looking for?
A relationship wise, like
no, what's the word? No, damn, I said it last time too. Shit, the
procreationally.
No, not pH. What's the word I'm looking for? I said it last time. What the fuck was that word?
Oh, shit, like the chemical balance, like
it messes up her chemical. It messes up her internal chemical balance.
Yeah.
So she ends up choosing somebody that's similar to her father.
Yeah.
Or has that smells something, or has the same pheromones as her father for the most part. But when she's not on the thing, when she's not on the pill,
Chad.
she chooses the opposite and what she really wants for the most part.
She wants the alpha seed. She wants Chad.
Well, not all the time. It could be anybody that doesn't smell like
like her father.
Something that's similar for the most part, that has a different, I think it's RA or RNA or RHA, or that has basically a different smell to them for the most part, that signifies this is different. And
I know that study too, because it said they had another guy that did a study about it that was saying it has she'll, if she's on the contraceptive with her husband, you know, well, like you were saying, she picks the father-like guy, she marries that guy and stays on contraception because she's like, look, we don't want to have kids yet. A year or two goes by. When she gets off the contraceptive, now all of a sudden she's not attracted to her husband.
Yeah,
so now she wants, and this is something people would think we're crazy of, but it's amazing that, you know, we're talking, because I don't know anybody else that knows this like as good as you know it, because we're speaking like right on that same level to say, yo, this is real. You know, this ain't our opinion. Like, this is science. You know, this is science.
That's real shit right there. Yeah. That's just ridiculous. But it's kind of weird because.
Yeah, and it's going into more science. Like, I think it was, you know what I saw? Coach Blackpill. Now, he's trolling PUAs. Great, you know, and he's not a bad guy. But he said had an inaccurate, like 33 Secrets had a video trying to, you know, he's using red pill to try to sell PUA. So everything is red pill, red pill. But of course, you know, he used a study saying that the women retain the sperm from the men, you know, men they've had sex with. And we know that.
Why are you asking behind the scenes? You can, oh, well, yeah, you can ask out loud there, Hans. You don't have to ask behind the scenes. It's like you make me switch between screens now and shit. He asked behind the scenes.
Okay.
Who created the definition of MGTOW?
Yeah.
Who created the definition of MGTOW?
The definition of MGTOW is created by the acronym. So we don't know what man exactly created it, but MGTOW goes back before the 19th century. Now, these are guys that when people started seeing that the government, they used to call government men G-men in the 20th century. So when they had suits. Now, before that, when you had, you know, the guys that were like Lone Rangers and stuff, you know, these guys that were marshals, which, you know, transfers down to marshals today. This is where you had men that didn't want, you know, they're like, wait a minute, get away from me. I hunt my raccoon, you know, I do this. I live like Grizzly Adams. I'm a man going my own way. More groups of those wouldn't be, you know, classified as men. It would be men. So men going their own way. Now that came first. And then instead of saying men going their own way every time, you say, oh no, MGTOW. Now MGTOW, being that, you know, America and some countries have a lot of them and stuff, it also got infiltrated by, like we see today, by, some people say, oh, it was white men and this and that. And it's like, no. That's what infiltrated it. Because if we look at it realistically, it's when a man kind of, in a way, not snaps, but does snap and go his own way. Geronimo was a MGTOW after his wife and children were slaughtered, and he came back. He went his own way and was like, fuck that. The day he stopped going his own way, that's when they put him in prison. And when he died, he said, I never should have surrendered. He said, these guys were lying son of a bitches. And he was a MGTOW. Nat Turner was a MGTOW. They whipped him one time too many, and he had to fuck them up, and they ended up killing him, but he fucked up a lot. At least he took a lot of them, more than them with him. John Brown was a MGTOW. That's like one of my favorite white men in history. I tell people that's a man. That is a white man. He fought with, and for Harriet Tubman and helped the Underground Railroad. He said, look, you want to stop slavery? Kill the slave masters. White, black, whatever, he went around killing slave masters. And what a lot of rebel flag flyers don't know is that it was the Northern Army that saved their pussy ass from John Brown, because he was slaying Southern fucking slave owners. So when they say all of this stuff, it's like, oh, no, you guys, the only Confederate flag that mattered is the white surrender flag. That's the only one that mattered. Otherwise, it would be all North, all the way down to Mexico. And they use that to keep us apart, because these Southern guys, I tell them, look, man, ain't a problem with the flag, whatever. It's like your ancestors were set to kill each other. And the Civil War, more Americans died than in any other war in history, including Vietnam, Korea. People don't understand how many people died in the Civil War. And then what happened right around the Civil War? The Origin of Species came out, funny enough. All right, so we're going to let them be free, but they're not going to be equal. They're going to be less than. They're going to be than. Oh, wow. We got Hammer here. Here it goes. Finally. Threw a pair of balls and got on.
I think they're letting him. I think they're cleaning up after the party.
Is that right?
Somebody's got to turn off their background sound.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we're all good. I think we all can hear each other.
Okay, so what's up? Now this is a classic example, Hans. Now we got somebody on here that isn't MGTOW. He doesn't fit the definition, but he tries to use the acronym to control other men under the disguise of MGTOW. Let's see if he speaks for himself.
What's up, Devin? How you doing?
Hello, Hammerhand. I'm actually happy to have you on my live stream. I feel honored now, definitely, because now I don't have to be mad if you jump on somebody else's live stream before me. Because I was going to make a roast video. You jumped on somebody else's live stream before me that don't deserve it.
Not mad about nothing, brother. Not mad about nothing.
I'm just saying. I said I would be mad if you'd have jumped on somebody else's live stream before you jumped on mine that don't deserve it.
What's going on, gentlemen? What are we talking about?
We're talking about sciences and women and life and people and stuff like that for the most part.
Fake MGTOW.
No Oxshit. Welcome, Hammer.
It's no Oxshit,
welcome,
basically.
Man. Nice to see you all.
Great to see you too. We're talking about fake MGTOW with Hans. He wanted to know the definition, so we were showing how a lot of MGTOW are not MGTOW. Now they can be red pill dads, maybe black pill dads, but they're definitely, by definition, not MGTOW. They're in the manosphere with us, but they're not. And a lot of them are using MGTOW as an acronym to control other men, like yourself. So we're here talking because, you talked a lot of shit on your comments, but finally I see that you grew a pair of balls and got on the stream with me. So let's get it on.
Well, it sounds just like a personal opinion to me.
Ain't no personal opinion.
Yeah,
you can't go your own way because you got to take care of children, and that's an honorable thing. If you take care of
no, because at the end of the day, because
I'm just
let him answer the question. Let him answer the question, Tico.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm just going to give you the rope and let you hang.
Ain't no white knighting, man. Ain't no white knighting, bro.
There ain't no white knighting.
Okay.
The thing that
so
people
let Hammer, because you see the thing is he's in denial still.
Well,
he's
no,
in
the problem
denial.
the problem with it is what you fail to realize is a lot of people in the English manosphere are actually divorced.
No, I know that. I don't fail to realize. I know that. Now that's the thing. If you're divorced without kids,
a good portion of the men in the English manosphere are divorced. a good portion. Well, there's not really too many men in the Spanish manosphere that are divorced. They either made that decision or that's what they
Okay, now
basically did.
let Hammer
Well, the English,
define how he's MGTOW in the English manosphere when he's not. And definitely he controls people to put hate on people, to say go downvote, go hate this guy. That's not being a man. That's an immature boy that's trying to control other men. And I saw it. You know, and to be mature is to say, look, man, I got responsibilities and shit is messed up. The divorce laws are horrible. But you know what? I'm aware of that. I'm a red pill dad and I'm going to go my own way to my extent. But, you know, I have responsibilities and nobody can escape the manosphere. And that would be cool, but not I'm MGTOW, I'm this. And when I look at the fact that Mike deceived the community, got that money, and Hammerhand's going to say that I'm charging people for knowledge. I spent thousands to say, okay, I'll charge him $5 for thousands. Mike stole thousands. He has nothing to say about that because he's a crook in line with him. That's called aiding and abetting.
Apologized. I actually made a video and he actually apologized.
You apologize, but you're not MGTOW because you lied. You're not a monk. And then you lied about being MGTOW because you had the kid, the relationship, you know, getting caught. How could that girl not be a hooker? If Mr. Elite wanted to hit it, and this, I remember the videos when Mike came out. Now they act like everything's buddy-buddy. Now, it can be forgiven. Yes, you want to apologize, but we're going to have to keep it 100 and say, okay, this is where it's at. You know, and we can't have some old racist motherfucker trying to say he's a white nationalist. We know where that shit comes from.
Can we let the man talk,
motherfucker coming on here trying to fucking say,
can we let the man talk? Can we let the man talk? Please.
Yeah. We got the video.
This is the first time I ever had Hammerhand on my live stream. I would like to hear what he got to say.
Hey, Tico, you got to put a leash on that boy, man. Get him to be quiet for a minute.
See, boy, right? Meanwhile, he's the boy and I'm the man. See, they try to switch it, man.
Let him speak. Let him speak. Let him speak. Let him speak. Respect everybody on the panel. Let him speak.
I don't even know.
That is the rule. That is the only rule I got.
Please
follow it.
I don't know what I'm supposed to say.
I know, I'm just.
We know that.
Well, no, basically I'm letting you speak because you joined the live stream and everybody gets a fair chance to speak, basically. And like I said, the rule is of this live stream: respect everybody on the panel. I don't care what's going on in the comment section. Respect everybody in the panel. Period. So if we can't do that, I will still.
Okay, now this is where I'm going to keep it real. Then, if you're here really to talk, right? I'm going to make a cup of coffee here, and I'm going to sit here and talk with you for about an hour. If you're really willing to talk, you let me know, because I was going to do this like about 10 minutes ago, but then I saw you and I said, nah, if I just get up and make the coffee, they're going to, people just ain't going to take the truth. So I'm going to let you know. You want to talk, we'll talk. And I'm very glad that you're here. I mean, you are.
Can we let him talk, please?
Yeah, no, but
I'm pretty sure he got things to do that he needs to go on about, because I'm pretty sure he's with his children right now.
My headphones don't stretch to over where I have the water. So I'm just going to put my headphones down. I'm going to be in like 10 minutes, like 7 minutes. I'm just going to grind it up. All right, I'm coming right back. All right.
Okay. Good Lord.
This is why I don't jump on live streams.
I see. I'm about to stop doing live streams all the fuck together. Shit.
I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. Was that a fucking question? That was a goddamn tirade.
Good Lord, I'm about to stop doing live streams altogether.
Well, hold up. I didn't leave yet, but I just want to defend that. Tirade, you got to remember, let's just look at the comments you left me and the videos. I didn't make a video about you. I didn't make a video about you, and I'm not going to. But that's what the tirade is for. It's showing.
In all technicality, you kind of sort of did make a video about him when you actually jumped in my live stream.
Well, I jumped in. You made a video about him, and I was on it. But I'm just going to grab the coffee. I'll be right back, man.
Good Lord.
I love you to death, brother. You know that, but I think I'm gonna catch this one next time around.
Well, I'll have you on a forum where I just invite people by request only, basically.
Man, it's all good. I thought I'd just pop in and listen here, but I guess there's not gonna be any listening. So.
Yeah, apparently.
I'll catch you on the flip side, brother.
All right, see ya. Oh, peace. Chicago. Goodness gracious.
Basically, my question was the definition of MGTOW, who created it, and that kind of thing. I think we're kind of moving off topic to MGTOW and to the 19th century.
like I
Does
said,
that
like I
make
said,
sense?
I understand what you're saying, but like I was saying before, like I come from the Spanish manosphere, so what it means to me is something totally different than what it means to the English speaking manosphere for the most part. So, um, so the problem with it is like because like I view it differently, so I can't really speak for the English manosphere on it, and I was hoping like Hammerhand would actually stay in and actually explain it, but like I said, from the Spanish manosphere's perspective. If you're a MGTOW, you're a monk. If you're dating and in a relationship, you're a red pill. You see what I'm saying? That's if you're not a blue pill simp in that relationship. That is.
Yeah.
If like it's kind of like how Sandman says simps, pimps, and gimps. That he used that like if you're either a simp, a gimp, or a pimp for the most part. Most of the men, I would say about 98% of the men in the Spanish manosphere who are red pill are pimps. We have one gimp that basically just lets shit slide. We don't have any simps, in other words. That means you're just a blue pill for the most part. But free to be respected, you basically have to
hang
have
on.
control of your relationship.
Why does Happy Humble Hermit call himself MGTOW?
I couldn't even speak on that.
I
Like I
just
said,
got
I
it.
would
I'm from
like
the
to
Spanish.
hear.
I'm
You
from
know
the
why he
Spanish
calls
manosphere,
himself
so I can't.
MGTOW? Yeah, I got the water boiling, but you know why he calls himself MGTOW is because again, he wants to identify as something, and he might be working toward, but he's not. I mean, he could be considered, but he's calling himself MGTOW because he's saying, you know what? I'm just gonna be here with my sex doll, do my thing.
Wait, isn't he in a relationship again?
He might be again. See, so that's what I'm
He
saying.
has a
He's
No,
young.
not
He's
again.
in
I
his
a
mean, isn't he?
girlfriend.
I
Yeah.
swear
Did
something.
Hammerhand
He
leave?
said
Is he
something about.
coming back
He's
or
in
what?
Yeah, he
he's in a
he has
casual
errands to run.
relationship.
He's actually with his son. He has errands
Oh
to run.
shit, he ain't coming back, man. I'm making the coffee now.
Well, he had errands to run because he's with his son. He had to kick his son out the car so he can talk.
Okay.
Yeah, because he doesn't want his son be involved in this stuff.
You know
for
what's
the
so
most part.
funny? He's got to take his son out the car to talk, and he can't because he can't go his own way. And it's like I was saying earlier.
Well,
When
no,
you're a
because
MGTOW, when
a
you're a
good
MGTOW,
example. No, because the problem
you
with
don't
that.
have to ask. You don't have
No,
to say, "Hey,
no,
wait a
see-
second, Tico." I don't have to say, "Hey, wait a second, Tico." My wife, my ex-wife, my son. It's me.
No, because that's different. Because like even still, I don't bring my children in on this. Like my son Lazo, he's not in on this. I respect him to grow as his own human being to actually make his own decisions.
And
I
you
don't want
admit,
to
you're not MGTOW.
influence him.
No, exactly.
I don't want to influence him either way.
And that's I respect that. But you admit that, yeah, you know that I'm not MGTOW, and you see that okay, you got your son, you don't want to bring him this and that. Somebody that has that doesn't admit it is like, okay.
Well, the thing
you
thing
can't
with
be
that though, is
classified.
people do have respect for their own children,
Yeah.
no matter what.
I
You're
hope
not
you
going to
do.
Not just
Like
like a
children,
good example of
but
that is a good example
other
is
people.
Double I.
There's
Double I
other
is not going
people.
to drag his children into this mess for the most part.
Also, Double I see this. It's not about dragging the children or not. It's about okay, are you a MGTOW now? Because
It
he's
doesn't
considered.
matter. It's all about what you want your children to consume or not. Now, this is a good example
In
of that.
reference to children, right?
Yeah, in reference
Well,
to
not
children.
just
It's all
children,
about what
but
you want
there's
your
other.
children to
There's
consume
also
in here
other
for the
people
most
on the
part.
sidelines. There's
Yeah,
also other people on the sidelines.
Yeah.
So
Like,
let
what
me
are you talking about? Like
explain.
people
Hold on.
listening?
You
Go ahead,
hold on a
Double
minute.
I. Go ahead, Double I.
You explain Spanish MGTOW. We've all been talking about American MGTOWs and everything like that. So let me bring in a little bit of Indian MGTOW, because the only thing you guys have seen is that shithead Yogi Obes, which is a piece of shit in my opinion, doesn't even fucking represent any Indian MGTOW, especially not fucking anybody.
Well, I know
And
that
I've met-
because
You're
I know
totally
that
right.
because I have a
You were
channel in that
totally right,
manosphere.
Double
So I
I.
know that. I know that off the bat because
Right.
I have a channel in that
So-
manosphere.
So as far as MGTOWs, I can't tell you one Indian person in my friend circle that is a MGTOW, period. And I'll tell you why. Because that shit just doesn't fucking exist.
It doesn't. It doesn't at all.
Like
I mean, they
MGTOW,
do.
like
They
men
do have
going their own
Spanish
way.
manosphere channels, but they don't talk about.
So
They don't talk about
is
the
it
same
the fact
stuff.
that Indian culture? Because what I noticed from a lot of my relatives and stuff and background is, and I noticed from my friends who were Muslim, like that come from a Muslim background, if they're Indian, Afghan, or Pak, is that both of those cultures train the men to be manginas. Like, I mean, the mother. I was telling one of
I
Well,
never
no.
said they weren't blue pill simps. There are blue pill simps
okay,
in the Indian manosphere.
okay.
However, there
But
are pimps. There are pimps in
overall-
the Indian
Well, what about,
manosphere.
like,
Oh yeah,
for the
there
most
are
part.
pimps in the
In the
manosphere
manosphere. oh yeah, they will pimp.
Oh
They
yeah,
would,
no,
they
and
would, they would
they'll
backhand a
like
hoe in a
what
heartbeat.
they'll like have sex with a lot. So you got a lot of Chad Preets and Chadams. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yes and no. I'm not
Let me
going to
grab the
analyze
boiling
the
water. I'll
whole
be
thing. I'm just going to give it to you from my perspective, right?
All right, hang on one second. I just want to grab the boiling water. 2 seconds.
Yeah, go ahead. So from my perspective, an Indian MGTOW just does not exist.
Yeah, I mean they do have Manosphere MGTOW. I mean they're not MGTOW, but they do have Manosphere Indians for the most
Well,
part.
I know Indian.
That's basically to teach men how to be men
great.
for the most
You know
part.
what? This is great because Double I is right, man. All we have to look at that I've noticed about Indians in the Manosphere is freaking Yogi Obes, and that's not a good example.
No, fuck that little shit.
No, he's not a. The thing is that what you fail to realize, he's not a MGTOW, and there's no
he's
such
not.
thing as there's no MGTOW Indians for the most part. What they actually teach is basically to teach men how to be men for the most part, and that's about it. Like
Yep.
they basically, improve yourself, better yourself, be a man for the most part. Keep your head up. That's it. That's pretty much the lesson of Indian MGTOW.
Didn't he call himself a MGTOW one time or something?
He's
He
like I
doesn't
said,
count.
he's a lost little shit. That's all he
doesn't
is.
count. He doesn't
He
count.
does not count.
It doesn't matter. He doesn't matter at all. Like this is it.
Not one bit.
Why we keep bringing him up? He doesn't matter. Now there is a Manosphere channel that's all in Hindi that I usually do do collab live streams with, and we basically speak about just men bettering themselves for the most part, or men being better, or taking pride in themselves, or being men, stuff like that. That's all we talk about. We don't talk about this shit over here. We don't give a damn how many girls you're having sex with. We don't give a damn about all this PUA shit. It's all about bettering yourself.
They're worried.
as a human being.
These guys are worried more about making money. Growing their wealth.
Okay, so they're not
how to do
aware
it more efficiently, and that sort of thing.
From what I've read and looked
businesses
at
and stuff like that,
well,
it's like business training and shit like that.
This is my take, and I could be totally wrong because I don't live there, but I like to know with Double Eyes that from what I perceive is that is it that Indian men are working, they're putting their money into it, and is it getting like promiscuous? Because I saw some Bollywood thing saying they're trying to promote that, a woman doesn't have to be a virgin at marriage, which in ancient cultures, even European, pagan, that was a thing.
Well, the problem with the Indian culture that you fail to realize is that there's still shaming involved. So people still can be shamed.
Yeah.
Shamed to hell for the most part.
And another thing too, are you from a Hindu origin or like Muslim or like what is your background Indian like? Because I know there's two.
I'm not going to share all that.
Okay. I was just wanted to,
but
or
like,
Sikh.
For the most part,
let's just
a good example. Good example of that is based on the Indian divorce rate. India has the lowest divorce rate in the whole entire world per capita.
I was trying to figure out like what Yogi Obes is. He Muslim, Hindu? We were trying to figure out is he Bengali?
Forget him. Forget him.
I'm not going to dox him either.
Well, he doxed himself. I think he doxed himself.
It doesn't matter. Forget him. We're not talking about Yogi Obes.
He's irrelevant.
We're not talking about Yogi Obes.
Funny. What's funny? No, I got to bring this up. The Double Eyes.
No, you
don't. Guys, hold on a minute.
Don't.
Hold on a minute. Let me tell you. Let me just put a nail into the final nail into the coffin of Yogi Obes. Okay, he's a shit that fell off the wagon. You understand?
Okay.
This does not exist. That piece of shit does not exist.
Now,
that's a bad example.
You're a rational person. Tatico, let me just bring this example. Double I is a rational person, and now we see like a serious emotion. Now, I want him to understand that the same thing when I came out and said about Hammerhand with the evidence that I have to back it. Not just saying he's a little shit, and I'm not saying Yogi Obes isn't, but I'm saying no. I want him to understand that emotion. No, that emotion.
That's one of the many rules. That's one of two rules that I got. If the person's not here to defend herself, we're not going to talk about the
I'm not saying nothing about Hammer, but I'm saying now with Yogi, when he says he's a little shit, and you hear the emotion, I just want him to say relate that feeling and understand that in a way that when I say that with the hammer, you say, it might sound like he's mad.
It's two different.
It's two totally different things. That's two totally different
subjects, and that's what I'm trying to explain to you.
That's like night and day.
That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
Okay, explain to me how. I
actually agree with him about the. I agree with him about the Yogi Obes thing.
Explain to me how. How is it two different? How is Yogi Obes? And I know they probably don't agree, and the Hammerhand subject different.
It is completely different.
Okay, explain how.
As far as Indians go, and how we do things, and how we marry, and the divorce rate, and all that stuff, right? So, is there promiscuity going on? Absolutely.
Oh,
There's
definitely.
it's not going to stop. Absolutely.
Okay.
There's Indian Chads
But is
and
it
Tyrons
open?
all over the place.
Is it open and saying, "Oh no, it's okay.
No,
She's
it's
not a
all
virgin"?
under.
No,
Okay.
No,
no.
it's all
You
under wraps.
get shamed
Nobody
to hell,
even sees it.
basically. You get shunned and shit.
You could see this guy coming, at every function and everything like that. But behind closed doors, this guy's tapping ass big time because
Okay.
we know
Okay.
them. We
Yeah,
know
yeah.
who each other is.
Mhm.
So as far as this sack of potatoes who fell off the wagon, this is a someone's kid. You understand? This is third, fourth generation in this country.
They call him an ABCD. Do you know what that means?
No, but let
American
me stick
born
with
Desi something. All right.
let me stick with my point. So for this one to fall off the wagon, how did he fall off? First of all, there's a culture within our communities. I say that in plural because my community does not overlap with someone else's community unless they're very close. So as far as meeting an Indian girl, you guys in this country, when you see an Indian girl, most of the time she ain't gonna give you time of day unless
She
she just
ain't.
wants some play.
She don't even want
That's
that.
it.
Yeah, they're all.
Unless she's
Exactly.
They're like,
Shari.
yeah. Now, well, I saw one in the store, and she's pretty. And I mean, I know. And she was. I went
You're
in
never
there.
going to be able to step to that.
Well, no. At
Plain and
first,
simple.
well, I work out a lot, and I'm in shape. So, like when I went in there, and you got a tank
doesn't
top
matter.
on. No,
That
it
doesn't
does
matter.
because
Does not matter.
she was coming out showing me her ass, and I noticed that she never really did that because I never came in there with a tank top before. I would come in the winter, I'd have clothes on.
Yeah,
But
she was
women,
just flirting.
you know,
Let's
and
not get off
that's
the
thing.
topic.
That's the first
let's-
Indian girl that has
Let's
ever
not
because
get off the topic.
Yeah, let's not get
Let's
off
not
topic
get off the
though.
topic.
oh, okay, and what?
So,
all right.
so I just want to say, Indian chicks, the ones that are up there in status.
Well,
you
they
ain't gonna
date a
get
white
one.
guy, but not an Indian guy.
Well, that's stupidity right there.
What?
That's
Oh, they
just
won't?
dumb.
Oh, they won't. So
They
you want me
won't.
to show you the proof that they have white breeding parties in India that you don't know about because
Well,
you
no,
might
we
be
know
getting
about
caught.
those.
You're not talking about the same
It's
type
stupidity.
of people that I'm
We're
talking
saying we're
about.
stupid.
So
It's
then how
stupidity,
can
basically.
we say Indians when India is so diverse? So you northern India and southern India is different, eastern and west is it. So let's be specific then because you're making a very broad
There's no
generality.
specificity because these people are spread all over the country. You can't just say these people are this. As you said your own self, okay? All the Indians is one race, right? Yeah, you're right.
No, I didn't
There's
say
no
they were a
Southern
race.
Indian.
That you're
There's
the
no
racist
Southern
that keep
Indian.
saying a race, man.
Hold
Stop
on a
being.
minute.
I didn't say
There's
race. I said
Southern
Indian
Indians,
or
there's
people.
Northern Indians, there's Central Indians. That was all a construct of the British occupation.
For the most part, yeah.
No, I'm asking you about that today because we see the difference. Like you got differences in that, and I'm not saying they're different people.
The problem with it today is the caste system. That's the problem
Well,
with
the caste
today.
system, and this is the problem. The caste system was there before the British. The caste system there
That is
before.
not true.
No,
That's
it
not
was
true.
there.
That's not true at
It
all.
was there.
That's not true.
Absolutely not
No,
true.
it wasn't.
And this
No,
is
it wasn't.
this is where
false.
No,
this
it
is
wasn't.
where both
No,
of you
it
guys
wasn't.
are wrong.
Let's
on
correct
No,
that
it
right
wasn't.
now.
It wasn't there
No.
before the
Caste
British.
system
it
did
was.
not
This
exist
No, it
is
before
wasn't.
kind
the
of
No, it
off
British.
didn't.
topic.
No, it didn't. I have a great grandmother. I have a great
Okay,
grandmother
yeah.
directly
Yo,
from
Hans
there.
got a good
It
thing.
wasn't there before that.
Hans, let Hans bring us back on topic. What was the topic, Hans?
Why are there so many different definitions of MGTOW, and why like human, happy, humble hermit, and Barbarossa call themselves MGTOW even if they have girlfriends?
Because they're
And why does
liars. You
TFM
see-
agree with you?
Well, no, because
no, they're no. You got to realize this, Hans.
technically,
When
the
somebody
problem with
lies
that,
to you,
the problem
you
with
gotta
being
accept it.
the problem with the liar thing is it's the same way I view purple pill people. Okay, we're going to just put this out in the air right now. Look, now I accept the
Like
fact
if
that
Gary's
purple pill.
listening.
I accept the fact that purple pill in the English manosphere is considered MGTOW. I accept that 100%.
No, it's
because
not. Which manosphere?
in the English manosphere, it's accepted.
No,
Because
not by
purple pill's
definition, bro.
accepted. Apparently, purple pill's accepted because there's a lot of men that are actually in a MGTOW embrace that are basically purple pill. I've learned that. I know that. And in all technicality, plus by your logic, you saying that they can smash and dash all the damn time. Technically, that ranks up there with having a girlfriend.
No, they
Yes,
can't
it
smash.
does.
No,
yes.
I didn't say they could smash and dash all
You
the time.
said they can
I'm
have
saying
sex and go on
if
your
they
own way.
want to
You said that
smash,
earlier in the stream.
No, if you
You're
want to
going your own
smash,
way. That's your exactly thing. You said you're going your own way.
you're going now, but now check this out. If you're smashing and dashing and you're not, you have to be financially secure first. I said so. If you're going to smash and you're like say Leonardo DiCaprio is a perfect example of what a MGTOW would be. Financially independent, only dates women under 25,
because Tyrone from the hood is not financially independent, but he's still smashing and dashing.
But he's not MGTOW because he's got to work. You see, that's the difference. Tyrone don't need to be MGTOW.
Yeah,
Tyrone is that or exempt.
9 times out of 10, Tyrone's not working at all.
But,
he's probably playing PlayStation on one of his girlfriend's couch.
And that's the killer.
He's playing PS4 GTA.
And that's the killer that all the other men who aren't Chad and Tyrone, it's hard for them to accept. It's hard for me to look at it and say
Tyrone's being taken care of by a girl who's working.
Tyrone is being taken care of by somebody's wife, man. When that guy, I tell guys, when you're fucking your wife, she's picturing Chad in her mind. Just remember that when you think you're the number one guy, and everything will be a lot better because now you're not in Fantasy Island, seeing that, thinking that you're ripping her walls out.
Unless you're Tico, she's thinking about you.
Oh shit!
She's thinking about Tico.
But you know, Hans has a very good point because I see where he's at. He's confused because all of these fakes are saying, "I'm MGTOW. I'm MGTOW. It's a label."
Yeah, but the thing is, though, I'm in the same boat as Hans because, like I said, I come from the Spanish manosphere, and it's pretty cut and dry on what's what and what's not what.
The English manosphere is
to me, I'm still learning. I'm still learning this stuff. And how everybody operates in English manosphere. Because like I said, everybody's manosphere is different based on their culture and how they operate.
I like Double I, the fact that he needs to be more well known because there is no other Indian guy in the manosphere where he's saying he's from India. Because I was getting kind of tired. I'm not gonna diss Yogi and I don't have a hatred for him, but I don't have a
bad example.
No. You know something? There is another guy, but he's not MGTOW.
Me having a sin called grandmother.
What about Captain Sinbad?
He doesn't count. He's definitely not one. He doesn't even admit to being one.
No, but he's Indian and he's in. If you're a man, you're in the manosphere.
Well, no, he's not in the. No, you're just because you're a man, that don't make you in the manosphere. He's not in the manosphere. He does his own thing. Captain Sinbad does his own thing.
Down with Yogi?
He's down with Yogi, but Captain Sinbad does he does different content. He does way different content.
Okay.
He does way different content. I watch both of them. Yeah. Their content's night and day. Unless they're hanging together, that's the only way Sinbad cross mixes.
Yeah,
because
Yogi Ob's a little more curry. Yogi Ob's a little more curry, man.
I hate that term. I really do hate.
Well, he's a curry cell.
I don't really like.
I don't like that term.
Yeah, we don't like coal burning either.
Well, no, I don't like that term at all. Because, like I said, my great grandmother's a Santal woman, and she doesn't like that term. Yeah. So I don't like that term.
You're absolutely right. I mean, I totally agree.
So basically, Sinbad's a totally different guy on his own. I actually like the content that Sinbad.
Yeah, I do.
He's his own person.
Cool. Yeah, he seems
and
cool.
The problem is, I'm gonna lay this out there now. I have no beef or no qualms with Yogi Obs. I'm gonna lay that out there now. I understand what Yogi Obs was going through.
He looked like he was going through a lot. I mean, I looked at a few,
I understand what Yogi Obs was going through. So I always say to everybody, I'm gonna give you the time to grow as a human being.
I hear you. No. I think that's really
go on. Basically,
you know,
who's got the time to grow as a human being?
The guy who's got the most beef. I think now.
I've given Yogi plenty of options.
Well, yeah, I know, but the thing is,
I've even reached out to him.
There's more.
I have even reached out to him, and you know what? If you're listening to this, Yogi, I'm asking you to come on here and talk to me because I'll put you back on the wagon.
The thing is what it is.
I think we can.
He doesn't have to be back on the wagon.
AML can't. I think AML doesn't like him as much as Double I.
I'm gonna approach this from a psychological standpoint. My views on Yogi Obs is I believe he was going through some stuff and he was very confused on top of the other conflicts that he was going through in his life.
You know what we're all guilty of right now, man.
I don't believe he ever fell off. I don't believe he was ever on. I believe he was just confused and just trying out different things to basically find himself for the most part.
He's a young man that has no male guidance. He has no, and it's sad.
Because I agree with that. He doesn't have proper. He doesn't have proper guidance.
Now, the thing with Yogi Obs that people don't understand is this is how I basically view him. He basically. Go ahead, Hans. Then I'll finish.
We're off topic. We're off topic completely.
Okay.
Well, no, we're still on topic.
We're still on topic.
We're talking about Yogi Obs though.
Okay,
But
Hans,
Yogi,
hold
like
that
I was
thought.
saying, like I was saying,
After we
basically,
Yogi,
Okay.
we'll be on that. Hold that
yeah,
thought.
we're back. We're still on topic because we're talking about Yogi.
Yeah,
That
once
he
we
actually
Yogi, we'll
taught
be
it.
once we
Okay.
But Yogi's
Everybody
Hans
was
is good
basically
because Hans
Yogi
keeping us,
Yogi Oaks
Hans
was
is keeping us
basically
on track, man. I give
yeah.
it to him. But
Yogi
yeah, go
Oaks
ahead.
was basically confused. That's all he really
basically,
was. He was going through some
hold on,
stuff. He
would
was
you
having
agree?
conflicts in his life, and he was going through some emotional stuff and
Would
some
you
other stuff going on in his life, and he's very stressed out, and he's basically trying to find himself.
Yeah,
It'd be like my
it looks
son.
like that.
It'd be
It
like
does
my
look like
son
that.
trying to find himself for the most part.
Yeah, that
He was
part I
basically
agree
trying to
with
Would
find
you
Tika.
himself.
agree there? Would you agree
However,
there is no
the stuff
authority
that
in
Yogi Oaks did, however, the stuff that Yogi
No,
Oaks
yeah,
did on
yeah.
the back end now is
Wait, I
another
just want to
story.
answer Hans. The what I agree there's no authority in MGTOW is that MGTOW is based on no authority. Like, do you understand what anarchism is, right? Like anarchism is
Yes.
no leader. It's sort of like if you and I and Tico and Double I formed a town and we said none of us is in charge. Tico, you're going to be running this. I'm going to be running this. So we all make decisions. Hey guys, we're going to sit here. How are we going to filter the water for the town? We make that decision together. How are we going to do this? Any one of us at any time has the ability to be in charge, to be captain of the ship, and we also have the maturity to be the lieutenant and the endsman to serve the captain. So if Tico is like expertise, Tico, you're the captain right now. I'm going to be first in command. Double I is going to be the lieutenant. Then Double I is going to be the captain. I'm going to be,
Forget it.
and with that
I'm
ability,
done being a lieutenant. I've been a lieutenant for far too long.
well, this is the thing. No, to answer Hans' question, this is
Doesn't
the
that
thing.
create chaos, though?
Huh? No. See, now this is what they want you to think, that anarchy is
Doesn't that
chaos.
create chaos?
Anarchy. Well, it doesn't create chaos if men are organized. So if we're organized to say, okay, we're not working toward each other or toward a person, we're working toward an ideal.
Yeah.
You
But
know,
the problem, but you also got to take into consideration too the thing that affects the English manosphere, and this is what I understand. This is my understanding on the English manosphere because I'm looking at it from a broader spectrum.
Mhm.
The thing that affects the English manosphere is the culture and the culture basically, and
Okay.
how
Now
everything
let me
is, how
expand on
everything's
that.
set up.
Now let me expand on that. We don't have a culture, and that's great that you brought that up because it is the culture, like you're saying, but it's really the no culture. The fact that every one of
Devoid
our
of culture.
Well,
it's the
no, there's a
devoidness
culture.
of
The thing
culture.
is though, it's the American culture for
Well,
the
they
most
call it
part.
the American way, but it's no such thing. All of us had cultures,
Well,
like
no.
India.
But the thing that you fail to realize is the American culture actually affects the English speaking manosphere for these reasons, because all the stuff that we see out here in American culture that's American that we call American culture actually bleeds into the English manosphere for the most
Mhm.
part.
Mhm.
So you'll see politics every now and again. You'll see what's it called? Clanism, not clanism, but tribalism for the most part. Sometimes you'll see all this stuff in the English manosphere for the most part because it's affected by its environment for the most part.
We're a
Yeah.
marketing
So
culture. It's a marketing
it's
holocaust.
basically, yeah. So
Yeah.
this is where the confusion actually comes into play at for the most part, and this is one of the many reasons why I actually joined the English speaking manosphere to basically understand how it works and where it's going for the most part. Because when I was looking at it from the Spanish thing, I'm like, what the fuck are they doing over there? I don't understand what the fuck is going on over there. How does that work? So like I basically joined the English manosphere to basically learn and understand how this works inside and out for the most part. So like I understand where they're going with this and I understand where they're coming from because everything like I was saying with all the different manospheres, they're affected by culture and their environment for the most part. A good example of that is the Spanish speaking manosphere. We're affected by culture and environment. Our main driving force is we're against traditionalism. We don't like traditionalism. We want to get rid of it. Like I was saying in the one thing about the hybridism, where you got women that actually go to work and they come home and they do,
Mhm.
do household work and they do their own work and they actually participate in actually pitching in the household.
Mhm.
That's something that's actually very prevalent in the in the Latin culture for the most part, because women would go out
Well,
and they would come home and they would actually contribute to
Tico, it's like
their
we said
husband and they would feel
before.
like they're actually a team
We
player versus a
it's no disrespect, but we gotta admit that the Spanish manosphere
well,
is a little
no,
more mature.
I'm
A
not
little
talking about
more.
that. I'm talking about the actual culture as far
Well,
as
the culture as
traditionalism.
well. And the Spanish
No,
now you got more culture there too. That's another thing. If you look at that, you'll be like, oh yeah. Now you start to see that we got more of a
well,
marketing
no, that's not what I'm talking
replacement.
about. Forget that part. I'm talking about the women, how the women act,
Okay, I
how the
grabbed
women
my coffee
acted
for a
versus on
second, so I
how
missed like a minute. Go ahead.
how the women act versus how the women act in the U.S. is totally different. Like when the Spanish speaking manosphere basically came into play, like instead of like all this bucking from the females, women started like falling in line in places where they actually fit for the most part. Whereas like they didn't really go yeah we want to do this. They basically started falling into place like puzzle pieces for the most part. We basically were the authority. We made the rules, and this is how the rules work, and the women basically followed for the most part. Whereas
Yeah.
in the English speaking manosphere, because all the women are so fucking spoiled to like ridiculous regards, they don't
Ridiculous.
believe they have to do any fucking thing.
Nothing.
So
And
so
you're
this is where
supposed to serve them.
this is where the whole entire culture of the
Yeah.
English men speaking manosphere come into play.
Well, it can be broke down like this. The Latin manosphere, you still have the I provide, you serve. In the English manosphere, you have I provide and I serve. That's what they want the man to do. So I got to provide for you, and you
Well,
want me to serve
no,
you?
because it's actually the Spanish manosphere is actually what you said, but vice versa. I provide, you
What do you
provide,
mean?
and you serve for the most part.
Okay, so both you.
We
Well,
both
see,
coming
now
in
this
as
is the thing. This is the thing. If both of you work, and this is how Westernization is infecting Latin America, where
well,
the
no, because
woman.
it's different. It's different. Like I was saying, it's different. It's like the woman
Well,
goes home. When a woman goes to work, she only goes part time, or her shift is basically built around her family.
is this after her kids are or like what after what
No,
like
no, no. Like basically, if she works night shift, a good example. She works night shift. She's home. She takes the children to school. She takes her nap. She wakes up. She cleans the house. She basically makes dinner. She gets the child fed. She gets her husband fed. She
okay.
goes to sleep. When her husband comes home, he basically picks up from there. She goes to work and she goes back. She comes back and it starts all over again. That's
Okay,
what that is for the
so
most
they're
part.
kind
So
of
she's pitching in. She's pitching
yeah,
in. She
okay.
feel like she's a team player in her own household.
And
She
that
doesn't
doesn't
feel like
exist in America.
that doesn't
It's
exist in America because, like you said,
you're right.
flip side is
Oh
you
shit.
got feminists that
That's
believe that
brutal.
the thing about feminism is
That's fucking brutal.
women want all these rights, but they don't want none of the consequences that come with these
They
rights,
want
or
rights they got
none of
already.
the burden that comes with it for the most part. So they want the new age shit, but they still want to be treated like princesses from the 1950s. You see what I'm saying? So they want to be able to do this corporate shit and go slay
Delusional.
these dragons, but they don't want to do any of the household work when they come home.
Yeah, they want
That's what they
they want
basically
you to
want. They want all
provide
the benefits.
and
They want all
serve.
the
Yeah.
benefits from both worlds for the most
Yep.
part.
They
They
want you
want
to
the
provide and
they
serve.
want the TradCon lifestyle, but they don't want to do any of the TradCon work. They don't
Well,
want to put in none of
America,
the TradCon
remember
work
we
for
were
the most part.
talking a couple of streams ago. America is like the giant worldwide experiment where any country can look at it from the outside and see, like, yo, I myself find myself in the madness. In New York City, forget it, man. You can become one, man. That shit is straight Soylent Green, man. It's like it's right out of a movie, man. I told Alpha Male Lifestyle. He came to New York. I said, did you notice when you're in Times Square at night, 12 o'clock at night, it looks like daytime, but if you walk 3 blocks away, it's straight darkness? And he's like, yeah. I said, it's like a big cardboard cutout. When I was in Amsterdam, Rembrandt Square, Leidseplein Square, all these other squares. And I'm saying these are like a fake construction, like Frank Zappa said. He said they will maintain the illusion as long as it's economical, as long as the money can maintain it. And when it's done,
Yeah.
he goes, they just pull back the curtain. You'll see the brick wall, but
Yeah,
and it's all military.
it's kind of like the fountain at Three Rivers for the most part. For the longest time, they would like dye the water pink so they can actually do it for pink breast cancer awareness. The few years that they stopped dyeing it pink, people freaked out. They basically said we can't afford it. We can't afford to run the fountain, so therefore we're not painting it pink. We're not dyeing it pink anymore, and the fountain's not running because we need to tighten our belt and save some money for other projects in Pittsburgh for the most part. And that's the thing that I love about Pittsburgh. They will tighten the bill in a heartbeat on some shit and cut some shit. Whereas the government, they go, we'll just pay for this. We'll kick that down the road. We'll do this.
But the whole
Pittsburgh will
breast
go,
cancer,
fuck it. We can't
you've
afford
heard
that, so that's not running.
You've heard of the word pink washing, right? Like pink washing is where they use that pink breast cancer shit to pink wash everything. But meanwhile, studies, if you look into the science, which I know you do, shows that a lot of the stuff they promote, they were companies that they found that had products that promoted breast cancer that were funding the pink washing campaign. So they were saying this is like a scam. And
Yeah,
when
it
I
is.
looked,
Because the sad part about
oh.
I talked about this about the Susan G. Komen Foundation. The Susan G. Komen Foundation actually donates most of their money that they get goes to like we'll X out the fact that they got to pay people. We'll X that out. We'll say that money's gone. Most of their money actually goes towards education. And the funny thing about their definition of education is a good chunk of that goes towards lobbying for the government to actually have all these programs. Like that's their version of education.
Yeah.
They lobby for all these. They lobby for all these places to basically have these programs to celebrate, like the hospitals and all that. All that money goes towards that and paying for that and paying for the government to basically
can we all give our own
fall in line with
definition of MGTOW? Can we all give our own definition of MGTOW? And
would that be accurate?
Continue
Hans,
with whatever.
Hans, if we gave our own definition, would that really be accurate? Like if I say, give your definition of a man with a kid, all of our definitions should be the same. You have a child. You see, so if a guy doesn't have a biological,
be a good comparison.
Well, no, because I know there's some people. I know there are some people in the Spanish manosphere that actually have children that are MGTOW and that's not dating anymore after that.
But no. Now, what's that? That's called in MGTOW, in the original MGTOW, that's called a smoking crater because they had a relationship, they got together, they had a child, it crashed. Now he's taking care of his kids. So
actually, no, he actually has.
I just wrote about
the person has actually the guy actually has custody of his own children.
He's taking care of his kid, but
he has custody of his own children.
Yeah, now to prove that he can't be MGTOW is if he goes his own way, he can't take care of the kid. So if he's
that's all I need is the Spanish manosphere to be rolling on my damn live stream now.
I was gonna ask you about the comment.
Bad enough I got the English
there
one
goes
rolling
the
on
red.
Me. That's all I need. That's all I need is my very own manosphere rolling on me. That's all I need.
Freaky Jersey Tales says, "What's up, Tico? Okay, pasa Tico. So the history. See, I know he's saying it's here, but is he saying the history of the Jersey is here, or like that last
Freaky Jersey's here? Basically, he's saying.
Okay, I got you. All
right. Jump on the live stream, Freaky.
He's at work. He can't.
Hey, I wanted to hear something from Double R about that's very interesting about the Indian manosphere. The fact that he's right. We don't have anybody, and he, at least he's not a guy that's trying to white knight for yoga.
The thing is, though, they do have people in the Hindi manosphere, for the Indian manosphere for the most part, but those people are straight and narrow, and they pretty much do their job. And because, like I said, I'm a part of it. Actually, I have a podcast on that in that manosphere for the most part, and actually have like various people on it for the most part that actually, run the show for the most part. I provide the channel and the setup, and they basically run with it for the most part.
Okay, now I don't know for sure, but I've heard, I'd like Double I to clarify this. Are most Indian guys in India cucked by the women? Like, is it like a problem there, or is it like, what is the atmosphere?
Not most.
Nobody.
Like, you see America's off the handle.
Like
no, not most.
That cucking thing doesn't happen in India.
Okay, so there's no people in India that have children that aren't theirs.
The closest thing to cucking is cupping your hand and smacking somebody.
Oh shit!
So as far as the whole cucking thing goes, right? Let's define what cucking is.
Okay, cucking is where you have a child with a woman that you married or
no, that's not cucking. That's
no. Wait.
Cucking,
and you think no. And
cucking is you letting knowing your wife is cheating on you and you stay with her. That's
yes,
cucking.
Yeah, that is
that's
one
cucking,
definition of cucking. Yeah, that's one definition of cucking. Now let me show you the other definition where you don't know she's cheating in that same scenario.
That's not cucking. If you know your wife is cheating on you, if you know your wife is cheating on you and you stick around, that's cucking.
Exactly.
If you bang somebody in front of you, that's cucking.
Yeah,
there's no other way of cucking besides that. You have to know that she's doing it to you to be cucked.
No, you don't.
Right. It's kind of like when you come home from work.
You don't. No. Listen to me carefully. I'm gonna break it down right now. You're gonna love this.
No, because the definition of cucking is you basically know your wife is cheating on you somehow, some way.
Let me show you the etymology of where the word comes from and how what you thought is right is just
no.
It's not.
Because
cucking,
Pornhub.
No. Listen, please.
This is how Pornhub actually describes it.
Pornhub has no authority, man. It's like a cucking.
You know your wife is cheating on you.
Yeah, that's the sell.
I've seen videos where the man is tied up and he watches his wife get banged out.
Let me give you definition. The word cuckold comes from the word from the cuckoo bird, because the cuckoo bird in Latin, right, they knew that it takes its eggs and puts it in another bird's nest and throws the eggs out. So that bird has been cuckolded. He's been cuckooed.
See, but the problem with
This
that
is no,
though
no,
is
not
no,
now. No, no,
the
no,
problem
no.
with your
All I'm
logic,
saying, I'm
the
not
problem
saying
with
that
your
your
logic,
definition is
no, the problem with
obsolete.
your logic. Rewind that back.
It's
Rewind
not
that
my
back. When you said,
logic, man.
rewind that back to what you said about the cuckoo bird. Rewind that back, and you'll realize that your logic is flawed by rewinding
Okay.
that back.
Okay. The
What did you
cuckoo
say? He
bird.
takes his egg. Everybody knows he takes his egg and he puts it in another nest for somebody else to lay it.
No.
Everybody knows.
No.
Everybody knows.
No, listen to me.
Everybody knows.
The cuckoo female
Everybody knows.
goes,
So,
she
somebody
throws out
knows.
the other eggs and she lays her egg in there to where now that cuckoo who comes that's
Point
raising the egg
exactly.
thinks that
Everybody
that's
knows
their
that she does
kid.
it.
No, they think that that's their kid, but it's not. Now
Yeah, my
we
point
have
exactly.
this scenario.
But the people, that is
the
fact of the matter is,
No, that
cuckoo
is the
birds,
first
the
definition.
fact of the matter is, the fact of the matter is, other cuckoo birds know this is happening.
But other cuckoo birds, there is no
They know
documented
this is
cases.
happening.
No, wait. And
They
this
know
is
it's
where
happening.
science comes. This is where science comes. There's
They
no
know it's happening,
documented
though.
them cases of a cuckoo bird can cuck another cuckoo that has cucked a regular bird. That would make sense, but okay, I'll say
Cuckoos cuck each other. They
no,
basically
they
cuck
don't
each other
cuck
for
each
the most
other.
part.
They don't
Because
cuck. The cuckoo bird lives on invading the other bird's space, like just the way
Yeah, but the
guys.
sad part
No,
about it
just
is
the way
the premise
Chad lives on
but the problem with
impregnating
that, though,
another woman's,
yeah,
another
like I said,
guy's wife.
like you said, the premise is he lives on the premise of invading other people's nests. Now, when you come home and find your wife banging somebody,
But
somebody
you don't gotta
invaded the
come
nest.
home and find her to be cucked. That's what it's showing.
Yeah,
It's
but
showing the
yeah,
proof
but
that
10
you
out of
said
10
that it
times,
has to be
10
that,
out
and I
of
was
10
like,
times,
nah.
10 out of
And
10
so did
times when a
Double I
woman's
agree
caught,
with you.
9 out of 10 times when a woman is caught, she's caught. She doesn't tell on herself, she's caught.
All right. 10%, no, 20% in Germany, 1 out of 5 were not and this is a study, so this is science, were not the father of the child they thought they were the father of. Therefore, Germany gives a 50% discount on DNA tests on Father's Day.
Yeah, we already talked about this.
Okay, now, I
that has
doubt
nothing
very
to do
much
with
that
this.
India probably has a higher percentage of cucks that have children that are not theirs, because
No.
you'll never tell the difference because everybody looks
No, because
very similar.
There's a difference between the problem with that is it's called culture. Culture is very strong in these countries.
Not anymore.
No, see,
Don't
that's the
think
problem.
Double I and
Because
you're the
no,
only
that's the
Indians I
problem.
know.
Because
I know
Are
a
you
lot
kidding
of
me,
fucking
dude?
Indians from
I know,
India, man.
there's a lot of, there's a
Bro,
lot
I'm
of
in New York City, man.
No, I'm gonna be honest with you. Yeah, that's New York City.
You're not in.
Now,
You're New York City, but you're
see,
not in India.
The problem is,
Yeah, but
the
I
problem,
talk
the
to
problem is,
Indians that are from India
yeah,
like you, and they tell me the problems, what's going on. I'm just asking your opinion of where you're from. So you're not giving me a
this is how
geographic
it works.
location, and
Because
I
a lot of
respect
people
that.
do this. Because a lot of people do the same damn thing with the Spanish Manosphere. They say, well, obviously they have feminism there. No, feminism isn't our problem. Traditionalism isn't our problem.
No, but is it there? That's the thing. You're missing. Is it there or not? That's what I'm saying. If somebody says feminism is there, but it's not overgrown like it is here.
Oh,
you
it's
know what
not
I'm saying?
overgrown because
Exactly.
it's kept in check.
So let's be
It's
accurate.
kept in check.
No,
Exactly.
it's here, but it's not like. So to say it's not here is not accurate. To say
but the
it's
thing
here,
is,
but it's not overgrown
let me
like
let
it
you
is
in a
by
little
you.
secret about feminism in Latin America. Despite, well, I'm not even going to
They
talk
probably
about.
shut that
I'm
shit
not going to
down
talk about
quickly when it gets
Argentina.
out of line.
Now, if you go to Costa Rica, feminism. This is feminism in Costa Rica. I shit you not. I'm a vegan. I care about plants and animals.
Okay,
I'm
now,
a
when I
feminist.
went to Uruguay in South America in 2013, feminism was trying to march, and I remember the
Yeah,
guys.
keyword trying to march.
But they did march, so they were trying, they did, and then guys were saying like, yeah, you know, like they were telling me about. I was like, oh shit, this shit is down here.
Yeah, but that's Uruguay. Usually in a wider Latin countries,
Uruguay is
shit
white,
like
man.
that. Yeah. Yeah,
Uruguay is
and usually
white,
in the wider Latin American
I mean, it
countries
has
like your
black
Argentinas
neighborhoods.
and shit like that.
Yeah. Well, you know,
Yeah, that's where that works.
Argentina.
But if you do that shit in Mexico, they'll nip it in the butt with nationalism.
They just really did. They just did. There, you hear about that guy who slit his girlfriend's throat or something like that, and then skinned her.
What?
There you go. Yeah, we literally
Where?
stop that shit in its tracks in Latin America. That's what we do. We don't. We basically do the same shit that Russia do.
Mexico.
Okay.
Mexico, yeah, we'll slit your throat in Mexico over some shit like that. If you, oh, you're fucking up
So,
your family.
so basically,
Goodbye.
no, he
Like,
skinned her. He skinned
Yeah,
her.
like that's what I'm saying.
And
He'll
her
literally.
That's an
pictures made
animal,
it to.
man. Come on.
No, hold on a minute.
No,
Hold on a
I'm
minute.
sorry, but the thing is though,
Skinned her?
He
What the
skinned
fuck?
her,
yeah,
and then it ended up on social media. Her picture somehow got leaked onto
What
social
the
media.
fuck?
So
Oh,
some
yeah.
stupid feminist group went down there and started painting the fucking palace red and shit like that. They weren't having it. The cops took care of that shit real quick.
They lifted in the butt. They all got arrested.
Yep.
Them bitches is crying in Mexico, pleading for America to free them out of jail.
Look at the chicks that joined the ISIS shit, and then they start crying. It's like, what was in your fucking mind to fucking leave and go with?
And the sad part about that is you don't see motherfuckers from Central America joining ISIS. You see motherfuckers
No.
from Middle America joining ISIS.
Yeah.
You
No,
don't
Or
see
in the
middle
more
of
women
Western
Britain
from
joining
countries,
ISIS.
India going to ISIS. You do not
Yeah.
see that.
You don't see that.
You see it
That's
more from
not
the
a
Western
problem.
countries. You're right. You're right. You see it more.
We
from
don't
the
have these
Western countries.
problems.
The so-called
Those
developed
are first
countries.
world.
These
Like
are all
those are
Western.
literally.
Can I
Yeah, the
ask this
so-called
one?
Yeah, those
developed.
are first world country problems.
All
For
right,
the most
Hans,
part.
Hans got to get preference, man, because we yeah. Come on, go ahead, Hans.
Yeah, we've been rolling all over Hans.
I like
Yeah.
Hans.
Question
I feel bad for Hans.
Is MGTOW no marriage, no cohabitation, no kids, or just no marriage, or all three, or being
No,
monk?
the first one. The first one. No marriage, no cohabitation, no kids. Because the cohabitation, the thing is
Yeah.
that we spoke with Tico Trent, is like when you fuck a girl, you regenerate that sexual energy through sleep. When you spend money on her, you regenerate through work. When she's with you all the time, you cannot regenerate your emotional batteries. And if you talk to men that live with women, they look almost fucking insane. And you can see that they're like, they got to get away. This is why men don't go home directly from
Wait a minute.
work.
Whoa. I live with a woman.
But then, and that you do have a little bit of that. I hear it, like when we talked at first, you were really calm, but you have a calmness in you that has a monster underneath. That you're not that calm little pussy nerd guy,
Well,
regardless if
the
you
problem
look
with that,
like it or not.
that's
You're
actually
not.
culture, though. That's all culture.
No, and I
That's
sense
culture,
that in him.
yeah.
No, it's not culture because I
That's
know
culture,
guys
trust
in your
me.
culture that
Trust
don't
me,
have
because
balls.
everybody,
You can't tell me
could.
you have
The thing is,
something
though,
that's
they always
different.
talk. The thing about culture is what people don't realize about culture is
Okay, let's
everybody in the
define
third world
culture.
country.
I gotta
Everybody.
understand this then.
e-
Let's
every-
define it.
All of my cousins are like me.
Oh, definitely. Like a good
Nobody is
example of
like
that is,
you, bro.
believe it or not, believe it or
Listen
not.
to this. Nobody's like you. You're unique, and when you say people are like you, it's just not.
Well, no,
accurate.
we're talking about as far as like
they might be
mannerisms and stuff
similar
like
to
that.
you, but they're
Mannerisms and
still
stuff
not.
like that.
If you put
But
if we
the
put
thing
you
with-
to the test, your cousins will show their differences, and you'll be like, oh
Well,
wow,
no,
I
because
never
what people
thought he would.
what people don't realize
you know.
about like people in third world countries is the most nicest, coolest, calmest person, like the church lady, can actually slit somebody's throat in the next
Is
second.
India really a third world? I mean, they produce more
No.
technology
Yeah.
than Western,
Yeah,
right?
well, yeah, because Costa Rica is technically a third world.
And they
once
try
you
to
think
and they
about
try to
it,
call these people
but it
third
doesn't
world,
have
which
the
is wrong.
it doesn't really look like a third world.
It's
but
not
it's still
third
a third
world.
world.
People from America. I was going to go to Costa Rica. I knew a
Yeah,
chick
it's still a
that was
third
like,
world
come,
country.
and I'm saying
Costa Rica will tell you in a heartbeat it's a third world country, but
Yeah,
it
by
has some of the
definition.
amenities of a first world.
oh yeah, by whose
Right.
definition? You see what I'm saying? That's they
By
try
the
to
Western definition.
and we
it's
know
a third world
that
country.
cannot be trusted.
Because you also got to take
We know it can't be
consideration too, what makes a first world country actually varies country to country.
I'd say it's second.
Like
We
some
don't have
people,
a first
some
world
people
on
would
the
say
planet yet.
some people would say a good example of that is
They considered Russia
not having a
second
standing
world.
military. Not having a standing military will make you a third world country.
No, that makes you a first world country. You see how they got it
I said
backwards?
not
having standing military makes you a first world.
having one.
Yes, exactly. And I'm saying somebody standing military, second world, and total chaos is third world. This is what we can see. But they tell us that no, Costa Rica is a third world. No, Costa Rica is a first world country
No, but by
because
Costa
they
Rica's
don't have a
definition,
military.
but this is by Costa Rica's definition, they're a third world country. They'll tell you that in a heartbeat. Everybody will tell you that. Trust me, we have a military police that can handle that if we need to. Because they're trained basically like special forces.
But the thing is, can they handle the Panamanian army? Can they handle?
Oh yeah, they definitely can. We've actually beaten them. We've actually beaten them in an army exercise. We've actually ranked just behind Colombia and
Nicaragua borders.
Yeah, no. We've actually kept them. We can actually whoop their ass too. We've actually beat them too in a exercise that we had with the whole entire all of Central America and America basically.
Everything south of the Rio Grande is different from everything north of the Rio Grande, all the way up to past Canada. So there is a big difference. Manosphere, clearly we see that, and I wouldn't have known that if I didn't speak to you. the Spanish manosphere. I noticed that just with Latin countries too. Like we spoke with the items in supermarkets and stuff. It just shows.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
Oh
but
yeah, definitely. We don't have warning labels on it because we learn from experience, or we learn because
it's
we're
all
wise for the most part, and we don't
dumb
do
it
stupid
down.
shit. Now there are people that do stupid shit, but like I said, there's a time and place in Latin America to do stupid shit for the most part. Now a good example of that is like I was telling you, people will die in Latin America if you fuck with somebody else's children. That's just
No,
that's
they
just
have
an unspoken fact.
Brazil
If you
has
fuck with
You fuck with somebody's kids in
mess with
India,
somebody's
same
daughter,
thing, man.
if
If
you
you
done.
because like it's all about respect. If you
you
can't respect,
tell a man,
if you disrespect somebody else's daughter, even if you didn't do it, if your name comes up, you best believe you're going to end up on a chopping block.
no,
It's
and
that
that's
simple.
even worse in Brazil, because in Brazil, not only if you insult, if you do something to a kid or woman, if you insult a man, there's a law that's called something machismo, where you can fight him to
Yeah.
the death. You
Oh
know,
yeah, definitely. That's machismo to the. That's what we
There is
do. That's what we. Because like I was telling somebody when I was in a live stream one time. I used to work at a hospital in Costa Rica, and I used to work in the ER. We had this rule: if a person comes into the ER, because we used to see this shit all the time. If a person comes in the ER, wait a couple minutes, and then help them. Because usually what happens is the person will roll into the ER, then a person will roll in behind them with a gun, shoot them in the back, tip their hat, everybody wave to the guy, and he walk out. That's how savage it is.
Yeah,
If you
that's
fuck with somebody else's family. And that's only if you mess with somebody else's family.
Yeah.
So just imagine if you do something very disrespectful to somebody's children, or you do something disrespectful like you kill somebody else's family member.
well, if you
I can imagine. Because
anything
I've actually
family, you're
actually
not
seen
a good
people.
person.
Yeah, I've actually seen people that actually come to the hospital, get healed, leave the hospital, and get shot as soon as they leave the door of the hospital.
Shit, in Brooklyn, there's guys. I was talking to a dentist surgeon, and he was saying, man, he was telling me about the shotgun. This guy got shot in the face, his whole jaw, and we see these acts. And like one of my friends, these guys, they stopped, got in an argument. One guy stabbed the other guy in the heart. Blood, fucking. My friend was cleaning the blood off the ceilings of the hospital because the
Yeah.
the heart shoots that shit
Yeah.
everywhere. So being accustomed with trauma, like seeing it in the army, guys getting killed, rolled over by tanks, shot, blown up by grenades in America. And then realizing, holy shit, what the fuck's gonna happen when we go overseas? And then guys getting friendly. You get friendly fire here. That's what a lot of guys don't realize. It's like,
Yeah, you definitely do.
like,
The sad part about that, the sad part about this is where I always talk about my morals, where I can let certain things go, where Americans can't let go, because I've seen this shit not even on the battlefield. I've seen this shit on my streets.
sometimes I wonder, can I even say that honestly? It's like, I'm trained to be a killer. How could you not? And that's why I think a lot of vets, 22, or they say a day, kill himself in America because they're not.
Well, yeah, because I
They
don't
are.
think the sad part about that, I believe that goes into the fact that not everybody. It's kind of like how they say about nurses. Nurses are a good profession, but not everybody can be a nurse.
Exactly.
Choose your profession wisely for the most part. Not everybody can be a soldier, unfortunately,
and I
because
see
there are
that,
people that
right.
can mentally break. Now there are
It-
people like me. There are people like me, on the other hand, that can take out a whole entire freaking village and go home and sleep in my
Sword.
Egyptian cotton sheets
Great.
at night.
You
And that's just facts. Like,
yeah,
because there's people like me that can actually do shit like that. Not everybody's built like that. Not everybody can actually compartmentalize emotion like that. Like,
Well, I mean, guys
a good
from-
example of that is like I was saying to Double Ladder one time. If the U.S. government told me that one of my daughters was a threat to national security, guess who's not making it to next dinner?
You ready to go to commando on them? Go
Yeah.
commando.
Guess who's not making it to dinner? I'm just being honest.
No, you definitely. That's a man, and this is what I said before. That's honestly a man going his own way. He's like, fuck this. I know how it's going to end. You're not telling me how it's going to end. I'm telling you how it's going to end. And that's one of the most dangerous men on earth, because you can't defend against that. He's going to either take you with him, or he's going to take a lot of people and you with him. And
Yeah,
then
like I said, I have this thing with when it comes like when I lost Mina, when I first lost Mina, I've seen a lot of the stuff that I grew up in actually started to bubble up in me and actually make me the person who I am today. Like a good example of that I wouldn't even think I would actually think twice about actually saying something like that to one of the, like, if they told me my daughter was a threat to national security, I would actually think twice about it when I was with Mina. But since I lost Mina, I pretty much lost the humanity in myself for the most part. Because I ain't gonna lie. Before I met Mina, I was a no good motherfucker. I was in the streets. I was doing dirty shit. I was doing shit that I shouldn't do. I was selling drugs, this, that, and the other, for the most part.
Well,
Matter of
you're
fact,
not. Man,
I was actually the head of a gang called Deuces and Aces for the most part.
you
And
know,
we basically was the go between a lot of the cartels and a lot of the Latin gangs and a lot of Jamaican gangs and a lot of the Haitian gangs for the
yeah,
most part.
professional. And see, the thing is, this is why I
But,
try to
but the thing is though,
background.
but the thing is though, when I met Mina, that shit, I left that shit behind. The minute Mina died, all that shit came back times 10.
Or maybe it wasn't never left. You see what I'm saying? You had it there, but you knew
Well,
how.
no, because what I'm trying to say basically is when I met Mina, she turned me from a monster into a human,
You
to a
turned.
human being.
Did that. You see, this is the good thing. She was the one, the catalyst that you said, you know what, I'm gonna make this decision. And I could tell right now from your past, because it's similar. I had a lot of similar things because I grew up with a lot of fucking violence, and I used to be extremely violent person with men. So it's not, I'm not a guy that hits women, but usually those type of men are the most dangerous. And I'm a trained killer for the United States Army. And I never looked at that as a big thing. I was like, I never told people I was in the fucking army. I was like, I didn't want to be known. I was like, look, I went in there because who the fuck wants to live in the ghetto in New York? But at 18, being matured in that and becoming out like a fucking tiger, and then years go by and you get older and you stay in shape and you realize what they said. Your body is your life. You got to be in shape. Your weapon is, and you start to realize, shit, that's what it is about. And when I look at other men, it's like, I look at them like, look, there's no job where you can work and make me quit. I was like, I've worked fucking 24, 27 hours a day on CQ duty and field and, shooting the, people see guns in the movie. I'm like, I got pictures with that gun shooting the bullets out that. I said, that's an anti-aircraft 50 caliber that I was signed.
Yeah, but the difference between me and you is like I basically grew up in this environment. When I actually grew up, I actually got training. I got various different types of training when I was in the Bree community, when I was in the Sintali community, and when I was in a Maroon community.
You're way more diverse than my background because you speak Spanish. Do you speak anything else?
Yeah, I speak like 16 languages.
Like patois, right? Like from Jamaican, like is that like
patois? Yeah.
Yeah. So
Matter of fact, I did a video earlier about like Malaku, which is actually in a family tree of patois. I did a video earlier, basically letting everybody know what my real voice actually sounds like in my day-to-day life for the most part.
New York City, I grew up with a lot of Jamaicans in Brooklyn. Shit, it's like
Malaku basically sounds like patois, but there's a little bit more of a Spanish influence in it. No, Double I fell out again, but he's back again. But the thing that people don't realize is, like, when I literally say that I can literally do this shit and not blink about it and literally go to sleep. Because I remember a lady said to me, when I said, "Oh yeah, you know what? If this was such and such, you'd be dead in the store. You'd be dead." Then she said to me, "How do you sleep at night?" And I remember texting the cartel princess to ask her what kind of sheets I have. I go Egyptian cotton and down feathers. That's how I sleep at night. And that's literally how I respond to shit, because I have no chill and I have.
No, I mean, we didn't meet out of everything happens for a reason, man. And it's like you're technically a soldier. I'm a soldier, professional soldier. I tell people, I said, man, I ain't trying to run 10 miles. I don't think I could do that. I said, I don't do 100 push-ups straight anymore.
Unfortunately, I still kind of have to do that stuff though.
Yeah, I mean, I could still, I work out.
I don't have a choice. Culturally, I have to do it. And for my job as a paramilitary, I still have to do it.
So yeah, but that's good. It's good to have someone like you in the manosphere talking about what we're talking. But I do want to ask Hans. Hans, man, please go ahead. Tell us what was the topic? Is he there?
Hans.
I'm just gonna ask one more thing. Who created the red pill?
The red pill was created, and I'm coming out.
You better not say Rollo Tomasi. I'm out to throat
Yeah, you man. I might have to drive up to New York for that one.
I'm gonna drive.
And I'm in Jersey.
I'm gonna drive from Mexico to New York and throat chop you. Say Rollo Tomasi.
No. Definitely. When I come out with the book, it has the full explanation. But I say in the pill chronology, the first chapter, I explain that the pill metaphor began from the Matrix movie. That's where the red pill comes from. You get the choice. I talk about the scene where Morpheus offers Neo. I explain the premise of the movie. Then I explain he gets a choice to say, you take the blue pill, you go back to sleep and you believe whatever you want. You take the red pill, you stay in Wonderland, and I show you how deep the rabbit goes. This is why they relate the red pill to the rabbit hole. They relate it to Wonderland. It all comes back to the Matrix movie. That's what a lot of people don't know. Now you have the
actually a lot of people do know that because a lot of people actually put it in
Yeah.
their videos about that. That's actually they're pretty much.
don't. A
In
lot,
a
See, I thought
nutshell.
you were going to say something different. I
I
actually
mean, too,
agree
like
with you.
it,
That's
like
exactly
that,
what it
yeah.
means.
What BGR, BGS, did BG? I think I'm pronouncing his name wrong, and I'm sorry, pimp. But yeah, he actually made a video about that. I think Hammerhand made a video about that.
yeah. But after that, now then in the book I talk about now once you got the red
what's
pill,
his name?
right?
Black Ram actually made a video about that. I made a video about that.
Well, see, this is a good thing because it shows that we're all on the same page. We don't agree with each other. We all agree with the knowledge, what is right. We know that okay, that's where it started. So you're not saying, oh,
this is not, and Hans, this is where I'm gonna get back to your actual question and answer your question after sitting here and actually mulling around in my head. Basically, here's how the English manosphere basically sees MGTOW. Men going their own way. You can't tell me how I'm going my own way. I'm basically going my own way on my terms for the most part.
Yep,
so no
one.
matter how you paint it, no matter how you melt it, and no matter how you paint it and cut it out,
it's a good way.
I'm going my own way on my terms. I'm not going my own way. I'm not going my own way because this person's going their own way. I'm not following this person my own way. I'm going my own way on my own way, literally. So that means if Double I decides tomorrow that, you know what, Tico, I'm gonna take this journey into the mountains. I'm gonna be a mountain man. I go, okay, cool. And I go, well, I'm gonna sell all my houses. I'm gonna move to India, to Tamil India. I'm going my own way there. I'm basically going my own way because that's my journey. That's the journey. Basically going your own way in the English manosphere is you making and choosing your path and sticking to it for the most part.
What they miss is that if you do that, and
no. I'm basically boiling it down to simpler terms.
To what they think it is. To what
basically in the English manosphere, from what I learned from being in it and sitting in this live stream for the most part, is a man is basically going his own way. He's not following everybody else's own way. He's going his own way. He's going his own way in a path that fits him for the most part.
If he meets the parameters, because
forget the parameters. Leave the parameters out of it. I don't need to make it.
Men
I'm not trying to make it
their own way.
I'm not trying to make it complicated. I'm basically trying to simplify it for Han so he can actually understand it. Leave the parameters out of it. I'm trying to simplify it for Han so he can actually have a general understanding of it.
That's what keeps it organized. If you say what doesn't make a MGTOW, that gives the definition to what does. So
basically, Hans, what makes a MGTOW and the English manosphere is a man literally going his own way, his own path, making his own path and forging his own road.
Correct.
That's basically the English manosphere in a nutshell.
Children, it would
leave the parameters out of it. I'm basically trying to simplify it.
Parameters that's actually a fact.
It doesn't matter. Those parameters don't matter right now for a simplified thing. This is basically I'm not doing complex. I'm no longer doing complex. I'm basically doing English manosphere for dummies now. Basically, I'm dumbing it down for everybody to understand it now. I'm done doing the complex stuff because the complex makes it more complex than it needs to be. Basically, to boil it down in a nutshell, it's basically a man choosing his path.
It's
picking his path and staying on that path.
Manosphere is English.
It's kind of
manosphere is Spanish. It is not a separate manosphere.
Like I said, the English manosphere. That's basically how the English manosphere operates for the most part.
English-speaking people within the manosphere. You mean?
That's how it operates. That's how the English
manosphere.
English manosphere speaks. That's how the English manosphere sees it. Now, I will say this. I will say this before we continue. How the Spanish manosphere views it is a bit different, but they understand it, and they basically, like I said for other people, we basically give them the space to grow. That's how we view it. Basically, we're basically giving you the space to grow. We understand what you're trying to do. We're kind of lost on what you're trying to do, but we understand the finishing. We understand your finishing product. on what you're trying to do for the most part. We don't know what your journey is going, and we're confused on your journey, but we understand your finishing goal for the
All
most
this
part.
goes
In the
back
Spanish
again
Manosphere.
to Han
So
earlier.
it's all about you as a man choosing your path and staying on your path. It's kind of like how they used to say when you're in church growing up, that it's kind of like how they used to say when you're in church growing up, like, you know, you got this path and you walk straight on a straight and narrow for the most part. On this side is the
Yeah, but
drug
there's
dealer, on
no
this side is the
parameters
devil,
to that.
on this side you
You wanna
basically want to
do
stay
that.
on a narrow
That's a
road
whole
and
different.
continue
It's
the path.
confusing. This will be confusing to Hans because before what we told him was the right definition. The acronym. You
No,
got to
because
be
it
able
was
to
more
be
confusing because
financially
it
independent.
was more confusing because I understood it was more confusing because
You're
he
either
kept
a
asking
minimalist or
the same
financially
question over and over again. So
He
I know
just
he
asked.
wasn't getting
He
it.
just asked about the red pill, and I
Yeah, no,
corrected
but he asked
him.
us, but
What it is.
he asked the English Manosphere and what makes a
We
MGTOW
defined that already.
several
Now we
times though. But the
redefine
thing
it.
is though, he still asked the question after that though, if
Okay.
you were
Okay.
paying attention. So I basically had to boil it down to basically its simplest terms.
Yeah. If he, well, the good
Yeah.
thing is
So basically, I was trying to answer Han's question
if
because he was
he
still
steps,
confused.
yeah, if he steps in from the red
'Cause-
pill, that's better
yeah,
because now he's going from the beginning to say, hey,
yeah.
it started from the
Because
movie. So red pill
I've
means
actually
awareness.
talked to Hans. I've actually spoke to Hans, and I've actually spoken with Hans in chat, and I know he was still confused on the topic.
Well, he
And
probably
he wasn't getting
will still have a bit of.
the proper answer because he was still confused and everything was still mismatched and
If
fucked
you
up.
start from the
So I
red
actually
pill,
simplified it for him for the most part for that reason.
if you
Because
start
I've
from the
actually
red
spoke to
pill,
Hans before, and I know when he's lost, and I know when he got the shit for the
there'll
most
be
part.
no confusion after now he understands the origin of the red pill to say, okay, it
Yeah,
goes back to
that's
the main.
different. I'm talking about MGTOW because he was still lost
Yeah.
on the MGTOW thing. Is that what I'm saying though?
No. But what I'm saying is now when he goes forward to say, okay, what's after? Then the purple, because guys are trying to say, okay, I see the knowledge. I don't want
Now,
to.
now I will say this: in the Spanish ministry, we don't acknowledge purple.
Okay, now they can acknowledge it or not, but it exists. So this makes the English manosphere more
No, but
definitive
hold on.
because
Who
if somebody says
created the red pill? I'm not talking about the movie. Talking about the movie. I'm talking about
The
who
concept of
created the
the
red
concept
pill
of
as
the
a
concept of the
concept
red pill
in the
basically came from the
manosphere.
movie for the most part.
concept came from the
The
movie,
movie.
and then people on the
But
internet created the red pill as a metaphor to say this means being woke. So there is
So
which
no
technically, it was
people?
in all technicality,
Which
it was the
honestly,
Wachowskis.
like
All
incel
technicality,
concept.
it was the Wachowskis that invented the red pill. For all
Yep.
tech,
No.
it was the
It's,
Wachowskis that basically
no, you
invented the red
look
pill.
up the story.
no, but
They just
in the
they stole the story
Manson,
from a black woman that used to write from the 80s. She's in the Writers Guild. She just won the court case for like 600 grand that they stole the story. The story was called The Third Eye and the umbilical cord. She was explaining how you come out of that world, but they changed the story.
well,
So she just
but in
recently.
the manosphere, who did the concept? Wasn't it Rushvi?
No, it wasn't Roosh. It
It
came
wasn't
before.
Rouge.
Those were the guys that invaded the red pill to say, look, we're going to
It
sell you.
So
was.
who
I
was
actually
it?
have that. I actually have that
No,
somewhere.
Roosh V is the one that the PUAs invaded the red pill trying to say game is knowledge and it'll get you girls. Now, incels got ripped off for a lot of money and they realized that they lied. The red pill means, hey, the truth. It means, hey, this chick ain't gonna like you because of the way you look, your height, whatever. That's the truth. They infected it, and Rushvi said, no, I got red pill knowledge, and game lets you get knowledge of how to manipulate women and blah. Right now, you can see Matt 33 Secrets putting videos up. Every video on the back, it says red pill. He is scamming his own community, and he has a lot of followers, a lot of views, but the red pill has been infiltrated by PUAs just in the way MGTOW has been infiltrated by incels. So if you look at that and then you start to say, oh, now I see it. So when somebody says game, we know that's bullshit because that's manipulation. So you're trying to
Sadly, Rouge V's name do come up, but it says Father's Right Movement, and it says
and I can say what it
the Good
wants.
Men's Project. So
I can say
one
what
of
it
those
wants.
one of those three basically came up with the concept of red pill.
None of them came up with it. It goes before that, and they try to. Wikipedia is so full of shit that
I'm not reading Wikipedia.
all internet. If we can't define like between us and we need like somebody to say, oh, the internet. Now, yeah, we should use it as reference.
I'm
But
actually reading a Reddit. I'm actually reading a Reddit
so
right
you
now.
guys
I'm actually reading
defined
a
it,
Reddit
right?
right now.
You guys defined it your own ways,
I
right?
don't think we defined it.
Let me define it for Hans from my way, from my perspective. Hans, it is very simple. Men going their own way. There is no definition of it. That's it right there. You can't convolute that. If a man wants to go his own way, somebody else is not going to point him in the fucking direction.
He's
That
going to
just
go his
doesn't
own.
happen.
Basically, like
He's
I
going to
said,
go
for the most
wherever
part,
he wants.
he makes his path and he goes his path for the most part and stays his path.
Whether
in reference to that,
what his ties are or anything, that's irrelevant because he's cutting those ties for that time that he's going away.
And if the man is leaving something of a responsibility, he is abandoning it, and he's using MGTOW label as a
false
mechanism.
See, you're looking at it from a perspective.
Because
you're looking at it from a perspective. Hold on. Can I talk for a minute?
Go ahead.
Can I talk for a minute, please?
Go, Double I.
Thank you. Both of you. I'm serious. You guys have been running the show here. Let me have a minute. Hans hasn't even spoken. You're answering questions for him, and he hasn't even fucking spoken. So let me talk for a minute. As far as men going their own way, you can't tell them which way to go. So men going their own way, MGTOW, that's what it is. As far as severing his ties may have been forcefully severed. So take, for instance, a man getting kicked out of his own fucking house, okay? That's a man being forced to go his own way, but then he decides he's going to go his own way. You can't tell me that he's abandoning his children because he get kicked out of his house.
He's not going. He got kicked out. When you say you got kicked out. How are you going to go your own way? You got kicked out. That's what it is. You got kicked out, and now if you stay, you're going to get kicked out again. So you got kicked out, and to accept that is hard. To cope is to say, "I'm going to go."
No. Hold on a minute.
Basically, only underscore. Basically, said it in a nutshell.
Is Hammerhand not coming back, man? This guy's really a coward like that.
Then
what does it matter?
We're talking about MGTOW, right? For the most part. If they choose their own path, they're basically MGTOW. If they basically pick and choose what they want to do with their lives, they're MGTOW.
Right.
For the most part.
That's a cope.
That's not a cope.
What is it they're walking away from? What is it they're walking away from? Is it marriage? Is it women?
Because in all technicality, which you're basically saying, MGTOW dictionary is, every time when I leave my children and I go do something for another government, I'm technically abandoning my children.
Right.
No,
yes. That's what. Yes, I am technically. By your definition, I'm basically abandoning my children.
Away from?
You're going to work, man. That's why you can't be MGTOW, because when you go in the other country to do that, you're going to work.
So are they walking away from marriage, or are they walking away from women?
The difference between my job and y'all 9-to-5 job is I have the option to say yes or no.
Yeah, and then you have the option.
So what are they walking away from? Right? Are they walking away from marriage, women, or sex, or all three?
This is another thing.
It depends on the MGTOW, basically. That's where the path comes into play.
It depends on what the MGTOW wants.
If he wants to be a monk, he could be a monk. If he wants to do this, he can do that. If he wants to be in his child's life and still do this, he can do that for the most part. If he walks away from marriage, hell, there's some MGTOWs that didn't even walk away from marriage.
What? No, no. What I'm saying is,
they're basically waiting.
Yeah, they're married
basically
MGTOWs,
waiting for the perfect unicorn or the tradcon wife to come along to basically go back.
Trust this guy.
It's kind of like how. It's basically how people say that every man in some men in the manosphere are only a blowjob away from the plantation, and that's just fucking facts.
Barbarossa says when he had a girlfriend, it wasn't a real MGTOW, but had great information.
Well, no, because other people, Barbarossa just didn't say that itself. Other people have said that.
Yeah, he was
most men are a blowjob away from the planet, the manosphere. It's kind of like how I say every person has a price before they go back to the plantation.
Only underscore says the best thing. Then every man is a MGTOW, because we must have it. If you keep it simple, it won't be every man is a MGTOW, and that's the problem. That shows you that it confuses it when you say, "Well, when I do this, I do it." All we got to do is say, "Wait a minute, are you abandoning something? Did you get kicked out?"
It doesn't matter if you abandon any fucking thing. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
This is convoluting the whole.
You're convoluting this whole damn thing. You're making it more complicated than it need to be.
How?
Because you're convoluting the shit out of this right now.
Explain how.
You just did.
You're adding. No,
I'm not adding.
You're adding.
Guys are adding things.
And here's the problem. Here's the problem.
Okay, now
you're adding what if.
Now here's the problem with the English manosphere. Here's the problem with the English manosphere that everybody has a problem with. That's not in the English manosphere. You have motherfuckers like this convoluting the whole entire thing.
Right?
You got another person coming on saying it's this. You got another person coming on and saying it's this. You got another person coming on and saying this. You got another person coming on and saying it's this.
Let me prove
That's
how you
basically,
and Double I
that's basically
complicated.
American culture basically seeping into the fucking English manosphere. That's
Okay.
all it fucking is. So you're complicated. People
Yeah,
are making it more
American
complicated
don't
than
have
it
a
needs to
culture,
fucking
though,
be.
don't have a culture.
Because everybody basically brings in. It's basically how I said the Double I. The Englishman. Here's the English manosphere in a nutshell. Point blank period is how I basically see it. You basically go to Old Country Buffet. You get a plate, you put shit on your plate, you take shit off your plate that you don't want, and you put all the shit on your plate that you want, and you go sit down and eat the shit.
Yeah, and that's how
That's
you
English
see it.
manosphere in a nutshell to me.
Yeah, and it doesn't mean it's the right definition for me.
It doesn't matter. But the fact of the matter is they're not eating the Brussels sprouts like they have to.
Okay,
They're not
okay,
eating the
now
shit
let's
that they don't want to. You're basically eating what you want to. So
Okay.
technically you're choosing and picking what you want to do for your path for the most part.
Yeah, so you're technically making it more complicated by adding
not
in every other
complicated.
definition, like lonely
Making it complicated.
every
Making it
man
complicated is me going
And you're
to
saying
a
I'm making it
no.
more
Me making it complicated is me going to a fine dining and I can't change the shit on the menu. That's complicated.
That's actually making it saying, look, it's precise. This is it. This is
If I can't change my meal,
you're saying no. It's everything. We put
I'm
everything.
not. No, if I can't change my meal, then I'm not going my own way because I can't pick and choose what I want for the most part. Now I gotta
Let's
go
hear
find
what
somebody
Hans
else.
has to say from all of our stuff. Hans, what do you have to say about this?
Would say that MGTOW is a man walking away from gynocentrism.
Basically, yes.
There it
that
is.
Yeah.
Thank
Great.
you.
That's it.
Hans, you're great, man. You were great. What country?
Basically,
if you don't mind me
basically
asking?
everything that everybody else said. In a nutshell.
He just said it right there in the
Yeah,
nutshell.
literally everything else everybody else just did.
Fucking
in a nutshell.
Hans.
Just
You're
said it.
awesome, dude.
He said his country, but I missed it. What country, Hans?
Poland.
Oh,
Poland.
okay. You speak
I'm
Polish?
from Poland.
And you speak Polish?
Yes.
Czy pani mówi po
Tak,
polsku?
bardzo dobrze. Bardzo dobrze nawijam po polsku. Nawijam niezłą grypserę.
Dzień dobry. Well, when I was in Europe, I learned how to say hello and greetings and stuff in like, I'd say 20, 21 languages, all the way across from like Latin Europe and then all the way across to China, where I think Zhao Chen Hao is like, good morning and one.
To answer your question, Noli _ you're only MGTOW when you actually choose your path. Not all men are MGTOW because men pretty much fold to the conformity of women for the most part. So if you fold to the conformity of a woman, you're not MGTOW.
True. Very
right.
True. Very true.
So if you're basically like me, in some definitions that everybody will actually consider me MGTOW, or they'll say Tico's MGTOW red pill leaning because of how I do my life, then yes, you're basically MGTOW based on that. But I don't consider myself MGTOW because I don't want to be disrespectful because I'm from the Spanish manosphere, basically. So therefore, how I view it and how they view it is two totally different things. So I basically still work. In this case, it'd be like if I come from the old world country, basically, and come to the new world country, I basically still have my values from my old world country for the most part. So therefore, this is why I don't call myself MGTOW, because I have values from my old world for the most part, if you know what I mean. Well, but everybody around me will refer to me as Tico's red pill MGTOW leaning. Yes. But like how I view it is, I don't want to be disrespectful because this is what I'm used to and this is what I know. So I don't want to disrespect my brothers from the Spanish manosphere. So therefore, I'm going to just say Tico's this.
You know what gets me is, all right, let me just mention something where, I made the coffee. I told Hammerhand you come back on. Now, if anybody says he's busy, this guy just uploaded a fucking video. He could have came back on here and debated. But like I said, this is like speaking for itself. I'm not even going to, it's like
he's not here to defend himself. So
no, he's such a clown.
Yeah, no. He's not here to defend himself.
Bro.
He was let it go.
I asked him.
I do that for anybody. Hell, I would do. As Dennis, I did it for Shangy.
No,
even though Shangy doxes people, I did it for Shangy. So I do it for anybody that's not here to defend herself.
I made the call. I'm happy hanging out with you guys, drinking the coffee, having a good chat. But I see,
like that's only one of the two rules that I have for this. Respect everybody on the panel. And if the person's not here to defend themselves,
no, we're all we're all guilty of that because we ripped Yogi apart. So a new ass, and you didn't say that.
I didn't rip him new ass. I basically explained my views
don't
on
talk
Yogi.
about Yogi. I didn't hear that with Yogi, so that's being biased. Now we can't.
Well, no, because you asked the question about Yogi.
An asshole too. If you're gonna say Yogi,
you asked a question about.
You asked a question. He answered the question.
Bro, you ripped into Yogi's ass. So
I did not rip into Yogi's ass.
Double I. Don't say that. No,
I
say
didn't
what
rip
you
into
want,
Yogi's
Double
ass.
I.
I ripped into
I
Yogi's
basically
ass.
approached
That's what I'm saying. I'm talking to you. I'm not
But
I
you know
basically
what?
approached it from a
As an
psychological
Indian guy,
standpoint.
as
Yeah.
an Indian guy, that's still respect.
Yeah, that's still
I-
respect,
No,
and
it
that's
ain't,
That's
man.
family.
still
Don't try
For the most
to
respect,
part,
man.
bullshit
that's
me, man.
family
That's
for the most part.
bullshit.
So
It ain't.
Dude, no.
Disrespect.
Watch.
Disrespect is
If
disrespect
it
across
makes
the
it to
fucking
Yogi,
board.
if this makes it to Yogi, guaranteed he and I will have a conversation, and it won't be like the one you and I are having.
I doubt he's gonna have a
Basically.
conversation,
Oh, yeah.
bro, with you.
He probably will.
I doubt
Trust
that
me.
very much.
If he's
Trust
man
me. The
enough,
Indian
he will.
community,
No,
the
he
Indian
don't have
community
to.
is
He's
very
gonna
tight.
look at you like a clown, man. He ain't gonna have
No,
it. Just
oh,
like
yeah.
I look at Hammerhand. He's a
Then
clown.
that's
He comes
what it
on
is.
here.
Then that's
fine.
what it is.
Stop.
That's your opinion, though. That's
And I'm
your
not
opinion.
saying I'm not.
The thing about the Indian community, it's a very tight knit community. Trust me. If it makes it to him, he'll have a conversation. Trust me. I've said stuff about Yogi.
I
But I
would
made
love
a video
to
about
see it,
Yogi,
man.
and I have no beef with Yogi. Matter of fact, Yogi
I
is
ain't got no beef with him, man.
I don't know Yogi personally. I don't know Yogi personally.
Yogi
But I
by
can
Then why you
guarantee
call
you
him a
right
piece
now,
of shit?
all I have to do is make 2 phone calls, and I would know exactly where
Yeah.
Yogi lives.
Well, why do you call him a piece of shit if you don't know him then?
Because he fell off the wagon.
No, that's not mature, bro. I'm just calling you
Then
out
you
on
know
that.
what?
Not badly. I'm calling you out like a brother, saying, "Look, brother, when I do some shit like that, you call me out." So I'm just letting you know I'm not mad at you, but think about this. You didn't know him. You admitted that, but yet you were quick to call him that. Let's grow together, brother. Let's grow
Okay,
together.
no. Hold on. Let me
Let's
answer
grow
that.
yeah,
Let me
go
answer
ahead.
that.
It ain't only
You
one
said
answer.
you said you think I'm out of line for that, right?
No, I did.
My
No,
experience.
I said
with
you're
him,
immature because of that. Not out
okay,
of line.
so all right,
No.
It might be
immature, out of
well
line,
wrong.
very
It might be
similar.
well warranted to say that, but sometimes it's not to say everything.
See, and this is the thing that you fail to realize about these communities, like the
Not
Latin.
saying you're wrong.
No, but the thing is, though, what you fail to realize about the Latin community and the Indian community is they're basically
Indian
the
community
same.
Latin is different. You can't speak for both, man.
Yes,
You
I can.
speak for
Trust
one.
me,
No,
I
you
can.
can't.
Yes,
No,
he
you
can.
I
can't.
can speak for
No,
both.
you can't.
He's
Then I
smart
can
about
speak
it.
for the Indian community too, and I can speak for the Latin community because I have relatives like. Then I can speak because I know, and I've been there. I have been
Obviously, you
there.
don't know shit about the Latin community.
Yes, I do.
But like the thing about the Latin community
Have you
is
been to Uruguay?
it doesn't matter.
No, so I know more than you about Uruguay, and you know more than me about the countries I ain't been to.
So
So
what?
that's
I
it.
know more about Latin America as a whole than you do. Period.
Without a doubt. But I do
Period.
know about Latin America. You can't say that I'm a novice, so you're trying to reduce me.
Technically,
No, hell no.
comparative to me, you
And
are
I've traveled to the Caribbeans about 10
Comparative to me-
different occasions. I've been to the Caribbean,
comparative to me when it
Barbados,
comes to the Latin
Trinidad, St.
community.
Lucia.
You're very much so a novice compared to my knowledge of the Latin
Nah,
community.
man.
Now I'm gonna continue on, but the thing about the Latin community and the Indian community is we have this thing where like nobody else could talk about our own, but we can talk about our own.
No, that's different, man.
No,
the Latin community and the Indians ain't gonna have the same
that's not how
thing.
it works. Like a good example of that, if a Jamaican was to pick a fight with a Latin American, we'd probably be in a fight with the Jamaicans.
But you ain't
That's
Indian
exactly
to
how it
say
works.
that. Double I can say that, but you can't. That's what I'm saying. How can you say that? He can say that, but you can give your opinion on it.
Flags? Did you happen to see my flags?
It don't matter what your flag. I seen you. You know what I'm saying? It don't matter about the flag.
Problem is, though, I have a home in India.
That's cool too. They got black people in India. You
No,
know,
I
but
don't
that's
live with
not
black
Indian. That's what I'm saying. You're gonna see it. There is a difference in the Indian community that where there's a difference. It's like with their community, it's not a black Indian, the Indian community. So there is a difference, just like the Spanish, the white Spanish community, there is a difference, and then there's a mixed Spanish community, and then there is a black Spanish community. In Colombia, they have a town that is black from a long time.
This is why my family's respected in India, though.
No, and I'm not saying they're not. I'm just saying, it's different.
But anyway, moving right along. Anyway, how we do things is if you're not a part of the community, you can't talk about our community. Period. No, you can't.
I'm not gonna say they're right, but I'm saying they will. You know what I'm saying, right? They will.
It's kind of like how when the siblings are overprotective of their sibling.
Yeah, it's like me saying, "Yo, don't talk about this," and somebody still does it. What am I? I'm like, "Yo, I
beat up
told
my
you."
brother, but you can't beat up my brother because I'm gonna beat you up.
I totally understand. No,
yeah, you beat him up.
Yeah, no, you're right.
That's how it works in our community.
No, I understand that philosophy, but I wanted to say too, Hans, bring us back on track, man.
So let's move on to the red pill. Let me give you my pill according to my research. The red pill was invented by Rushvi, RPUA, and then the concept has been adopted by MGTOW Basically, the red pill was a toolbox teaching you how to interact with women and understand their nature. Would you
Okay,
agree?
you got the red pill after it was
Would you agree,
infiltrated.
sir?
So no,
I think
no,
there's
No.
more
How
to the red
was it
pill teaching
infiltrated?
women.
it's totally inaccurate. The red pill is
I think,
awareness.
I think the red pill is more robust than what they're actually.
No, you see how he
Yeah.
tried to complicate it? Rooch v. complicated by saying it's this, and this. I'll simplify it. It is awareness, just like it was in the Matrix movie. You take this pill, you become aware, and you see how deep the rabbit hole goes. You become aware. There is no, oh, well, I'm going to teach you this.
But wait,
That's
hang
when
on. You can't say the brother that the Hobbs
You actually got to have an open mind. to
invented the red pill in the manosphere. Come on, let's be
No, he
let's
didn't.
be
He didn't invent.
realistic.
No,
who
it's
invented
not.
the concept of the red pill in the manosphere?
Incels.
In the manosphere. I'm not
Incels.
talking about the movie.
No.
Incels invented
Incels.
the red pill.
Incels in the manosphere. No. Yo, I'm telling you, bro. If you think that nerds, well, you're telling me nerds didn't invent the internet, right? You know what
Wait a
laughter
minute,
indicates,
not every
right?
nerd
It
is an
indicates
incel.
ignorance, right?
Hold on
You
a
know
minute.
that.
Not every nerd is an incel.
Bro, I'm not saying every nerd is an incel, but I'm saying that if people disrespect
I
incels,
got a mental shit. It's like, I don't
hey
know.
man,
I got a mental score to
I
prove
tell
it.
you what, they laughed at a guy when he said the war was round, man. So it's like, hey, it's
Well,
cool with
hold
me,
on a
man.
minute.
It's cool
I'm
with
a
me.
freaking nerd. If you
Serious,
want to
right?
define it,
Well, you didn't
but I'm not an incel.
See, this is the funniest thing. We have the beginning of the red pill, but yet we still search and say, but I want to know. You can't accept it. The Matrix is what created the red pill. Then on
We
the
agree with
internet.
that. Yes.
Yeah, but now on the internet, you didn't have Chads and these guys taking the red pill. The red pill was in the internet as, yo, this is a metaphor for being woke. Are you red pilled? Yo, this girl, you know she's a hoe, right? Yeah, I'm red pilled about her.
Here's the thing about the red pills. Just because you take one red pill,
just because you take the red pill, that don't mean you actually are continuously learning. Because the point of the red pill is actually keep an open mind when you jump through the rabbit hole.
No, the red is the knowledge, bro. The red is the knowledge.
Yeah,
but you don't get all the knowledge.
No. Now I'll explain. If you don't accept it and you turn purple, you know what you turn into? You turn into Cypher.
And
turn it to Cypher.
And still are narrow-minded.
The guy that betrayed them could not accept the red pill and wanted to go back to the Matrix. So he had the knowledge of the red, and he started as blue. He turned purple and betrayed his comrades.
That's basically red pill rage.
That is no. Red pill rage is actually incel rage. It's a guy thinking he's red pill, and meanwhile, bitches don't want him anyway. And he's like, "Oh man, these bitches are fucked up."
Red pill rage is
created the knowledge.
Rage. Them are two totally different rages.
Wait, what did Hans just say?
Who created the knowledge? Who created the knowledge of the red pill? The definition of the red pill, the knowledge contained in the red pill. Who created that?
The Matrix, like saying you'll take this and you'll see what the real world is about. It's not. It has knowledge. The Matrix says
the Matrix.
That doesn't. No.
All right, the knowledge of the red pill.
No.
I'm sorry.
Yo, Hans, are you trying to clown somebody? Because you sounded kind of stupid with this laughter shit. Don't do that to me. I'm trying to explain this to you and let you know that if you look at the movie,
but the Matrix didn't create the red pill of the manosphere.
Talking about a real flesh and blood person, basically.
See, this is the thing. When everybody, like, all right, this live stream, we contributed to certain things that not one of us can take credit for. So when we look at the red pill, there is no one. See, that's how westernization raises us. It's either black or white, one thing or the other.
That's how westernization raises y'all.
No, it raises everybody. Some people take to it, some people take to it, and some people
y'all
don't.
motherfuckers is fucked up. Like, no.
Some people take to it, and some people don't. And that's just the way it is. So the red pill is a simple thing. But people want to complicate it just like they want to complicate MGTOW so they can lie and say, I'm this and put the label on. No, it's simple. Are you red pilled about the government? Are you red pilled about this? Are you red pilled about women? Yo, let me sell these guys a lie. And that's how it got infiltrated, to think that the red pill is a toolbox and all this other shit. But it was about knowledge before the pickup artist movement. Now, after the incels realized they got ripped off for thousands of dollars and started a site called PUA Hate, And that shit got shut down. But guys were going to POA hate and realizing these guys were scamming them because they would work and try to talk to girls, never work. Then they created slut hate when that got put down. And the incels were the one that brought and said, look, these scumbags, we are black pilled now because black pill tells you the truth. Your looks matter, your height matter, your this matter. And it's not narcissistic.
That's not what black pill is
no,
about.
you don't know what it is, bro. What are you talking about? You always come in like that double eye, man. How
Black,
you tell
black
me
pill is not even about that, dude.
I talk to this community just the way I'm talking to you.
Black pill is
I
about
got
furthering
this
your
on
knowledge even
email.
more.
I
Black
talk
pill is
to
about furthering your knowledge even more.
Yeah.
No, bro, you don't understand
Yes,
it,
it
man.
is.
No,
I'm not saying it's
No,
my
you don't
knowledge.
understand.
That's the thing. See, you trying to put it on me saying,
I look at it like
man.
this. I look at it like this, because all y'all sit here and talk about, all y'all motherfuckers sit here and talk about black pill. I see the effects of the black pill on the other side that y'all don't get to see, and y'all get to sleep easily, and y'all
What
get
effects?
to see, we have a great future for the most part. I get to see the effects of the black pill from the fallout from what the United States does, or what another first world country does.
That's not the effects of the black pill, bro. Black pill is being aware. What are you talking about? The effects.
But the thing is, though,
you're aware of what America does. Is that what you're saying?
No, the thing is though, there's shit that the U.S. government, I mean, the U.S. military don't know that the government does.
Yes, you're right.
Somebody else
and they are black pill. The U.S. government, the U.S. military is the black pill. Frank Zappa said it. Yo, the political government is the entertainment division for the military.
Here's where you're wrong, because if that was the case,
I ain't wrong, bro. That's the evidence.
Here's where you're wrong, because if that was the case, there would be no such thing, or would be no need for mercenaries. Period.
Bro, you know why you need? Let me prove you wrong. Mercenaries is because you can't get your fingerprints on some little shit. The military can't be seen going into a place. Mercenaries are used as bitches to go take out the target. So when they send a security detail of motherfuckers to die, those guys are expendable. They send us in after those guys can't complete the job, and they say, look, we're going to openly declare war. That's why mercenaries are used, because you don't want to openly declare war. You are wrong.
To actually complete your fucking job, or so they won't have their fingerprints on the
we
shit.
complete your job, man.
No, you don't. No,
you guys go in there to see if we even need to be there. You guys are like, yo, we the small dogs. Yo, do you need the military? Yo, send in these small dogs to see if we need the big dogs to come in. That's what the mercenaries do.
Trust me, you're not the big dogs at all. Because we've completed more jobs and saved your asses more than.
You never saved the U.S. Army, bro. Show me an instance where you saved the entire U.S. Army.
We saved y'all asses on more occasions than y'all even.
There's no way. You can't save the military, man.
More shit behind the scenes that y'all don't even fucking see.
You can't save the military, and you never have, bro.
Yes, we have. Trust me.
Come on, man. The military runs your country, man. The military runs your country.
More military men than ever.
The military runs your country, bro.
No, the military doesn't run my country. The military
you don't even know it because you ain't black pilled.
Get it right.
You ain't black pilled, so how you gonna know?
Because you're the only motherfuckers with a military. We don't have one to run our country. You have one to run.
You don't see it. You don't see it. That's why you got to label yourself as a third world.
Explain the creation of Red Pill forums before MGTOW existed.
True story.
Because, of course, the Red Pill started in the Matrix because they had knowledge of the Red Pill from the Matrix movie, created forums to say this is about being woke. And then from that, PUAs infected it. But MGTOW did get to the Red Pill before that.
Why don't you just shut up and make it more linear and more lean? We don't need all that bullshit. We need all that extra shit. We don't need all that extra shit.
Wait, hold up a second, man. Hold up a second. No, I sense something in you, like you trying to diss, like shut up and make it what? Because I shut you down about bringing up bullshit definitions about complicating MGTOW.
Bye.
You are way too complicating MGTOW, bro.
You are. Shut the fuck up. Now I'm silencing somebody. Now y'all see, if you go too fucking far in the live stream, you act like a fucking baby, I'm going to silence your dumb ass. Period. Now you're timed out until I let you out of fucking timeout. Damn. You're complicating shit more than it needs to be. Go, Hans, please. Thank you.
Okay, so when you look at the Red Pill forums, they discussed the knowledge of the Red Pill long before anyone knew what MGTOW was. No one knew what MGTOW was back then. And the first real MGTOWs were actually the PUAs who walked away from pickup, and they called themselves MGTOWs. And before that, you had in in the year 2000, Solaris and Ragnar, who are MRAs, but that's a different story. So let's just leave that.
Okay, cool.
So the first MGTOW were actually PUAs who walked away from pickup artistry, and they called themselves men going their own way, MGTOW, based on what was created in the MRA by guys like Ragnar and Solaris, who walked away from MRA, who called themselves MGTOW, men going their own way, made their own forums and their own chat, their own chats, their own chat discourses.
Yeah.
Those were technically the first MGTOW. And after that came, I think in 2012, there were the PUAs who walked away from, who were red pill aware, who walked pickup artistry, and they decided to call themselves MGTOW as well. And that's basically how MGTOW was created as a community based on the red pill community. Yeah.
Are you asking?
Are you finished with that, or
Well,
are you basically still quoting?
No, well, no. I just explained.
Yeah.
The whole process of how MGTOW was created as a community or as a movement or
Well,
whatever you wish to call it.
you left out the part way back when it basically was a break off of the men's right activists for the most part. It was a breakaway group from the men's right activists for the most part too. You left that part out. At some point, the men's right activists couldn't actually do what they needed to do, so they broke off and they actually created their own for the most part. Then as it goes, as MGTOW went along, it basically picked up steam and it basically collected a lot of people. Some people that don't need to be in it, some people that shouldn't be in it, and some people who basically cling to it because it was the only thing that they had and the only thing they know. Is the best way to describe it to you. So it's and from what I've learned, it actually was an offshoot of the men's rights activists for the most part. Then what happened is, as it went along and started picking up steam, it's basically like the snowball effect. You roll a snowball down a hill, you start collecting people, basically collecting more snow, and you become a bigger snowball for the most part. That's typically how it works.
But I think it was created in about, I'm not quite sure, but I think it was 2008. You know, and from the red pill,
give or take-ish.
Yeah.
There's a roundabout time there depending on who it is.
Yeah, so from that red pill, you had basically the PUAs who were in the red pill community. When they walked away from pickup artistry, they adopted the MGTOW acronym, MGTOW, and they basically created the community.
Because there's a lot of people that actually started the community that were, because there's a group of 3 married men that actually came in collectively to actually start the community too. So depending on how you look at it, or when you view it actually starting, and when you actually view it actually starting and ending for the most part, or who you actually view, there was 3 men who actually on one end of the spectrum, there was 3 men who actually started it for the most part. 3 married men who started it. Then it was then there was also like the offshoots of the MRAs for the most part. So there's various people that came in from various angles into the MGTOW to the MGTOW manosphere for the most part. The MGTOW philosophy for the most part. You got the 3 men who were actually married. You got the offshoots of the MRAs. Then you also have people who were losing money because they couldn't make money any other way, so they basically had to call themselves MGTOW to make money. I'll call them grifters for the most part. Then you also have people who actually collected under. It's kind of like how I was telling you about the snowball effect for the most part. As the ball kept rolling for MGTOW philosophy, more people were collected in this ball, and it made it a bigger ball, and it made it more heavier and chunkier than it needed to be for the most part. So now, not only do you have those people, many of those people who actually came in at various parts of the manosphere to actually make MGTOW what it is. You also have people that have a certain agenda for MGTOW. You also have people who preach a certain belief or view system that's not quite PC to the MGTOW philosophy, but we basically let them in basically so they can learn their way and get their feet for the most part. So we let them in. I'm sorry about that, Yam. I just seen you.
Oh, what's up?
But
Yeah.
but for the most part,
Welcome
but
to
for
the
the
live
most
stream.
part, how it works is
Thank you.
because MGTOW picked up so much shit and so many different things from the snowball effect. We have a bunch of people in here, some that shouldn't be in here, some that should be in here, and some that's getting thrown to the wayside that never made it into the MGTOW manosphere. And we have to worry about those people who never made it in, who could possibly harm themselves. And that's what we always watch. That's why if you ever notice, there's always a MGTOW brother on suicide watch for another brother for the most part. Or
Yep.
there's always a person like me when a MGTOW brother loses his home and everything and a shirt on his back, who's willing to give up his home to help a MGTOW brother out. So there's a lot of shit. There's a lot of shit that goes on in the manosphere behind the scenes that people don't see publicly, and there's a lot of shit that go on publicly that people paint and say that's MGTOW. That's really not MGTOW for the most part. You see what I'm saying?
And as a first-hand witness, the reason I'm on your show all the time is because of that fucking reason right there. Is because behind the scenes, we do help men. Period.
Facts. And the sad part about it is, it's kind of like I always say to people, PR, PR, PR. It's all about PR, because even though we're pushing this positive narrative on what the philosophy is supposed to be, we got people in the manosphere that force this negative view on it, and that's what people see. They see the negative because everybody's drawn to the negative or the drama and the negative for the most part. So everybody's going to naturally pay attention to that. They're not going to pay attention to the boring stuff where you're donating your time and you're doing nice things for the community. They're going to pay attention to all the bullshit that's going on over here.
Right.
And that's the part of the snowball we need to start chunking off, sliding out of the manosphere, because we don't want to be associated with this group of people. You see what I'm saying? So MGTOW basically collected a bunch of people from various portions of his journey of becoming a really, really big ass snowball for the most part.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go as far as to say my beliefs on how the MGTOW manosphere actually started was, like I said, the three married men, the three married men plus the offshoot of MRAs, plus people who were pretty much grifting. I mean, they came a little bit later, but I would say the offshoot of the MRAs and the three married men that actually laid the groundwork for MGTOW are basically the nucleus of MGTOW for the most part. So the offshoot of the MRA and the three men, I forget their names. It's in one of my rooms somewhere, basically, on who they were, but they were the nucleus of MGTOW. That's who made it MGTOW. That's who made MGTOW what it was, and that's who pretty much laid out the groundwork for the philosophy for the most part. And that started back in 2000. I think it was according to my memory, I think it was 2003, 2004. I could be wrong. Because I'm not in my server right now. It was like 2000. It was like early 2000s for the most part. But what happened is along the way when the snowball started going really, really quickly downhill, we picked up some grifters. I call them the PUAs. They basically use people, abuse people, take their money, and move on. Basically, the grifters for the most part. We picked them up. We picked up some alt-right stuff going on there. We picked up
people who argue with the left.
Yeah, we got people who argue with the left. And the sad part about it is what people don't realize is all the shit that we do good is overshadowed by all the negative shit that people see on the outside for the most part. So it don't matter how much good I do or how much good everybody else does. They see all the stupid shit that's going on for the most part. We can preach till we're blue in the face that MGTOW saves lives. MGTOW saves men's lives. But what they actually see is the people, the grifters. They see the grifters and the people who are using MGTOW to preach a certain hate for the most part.
But
or to,
but the
or we got
point I'm
people. Or a
trying
good
to make
example of that is
here
a good example.
is the point I'm trying to make is without the PUAs, there would be no red pill in the manosphere, because actually the PUAs, through their
Marketing scheme, the
activity in
grifters
the
for the most part,
field,
yes.
let's call it that,
The grifters. That's what I refer to them, the grifters. They basically bought it with them.
they
I mean,
they they created
I
the
can't
red
confirm or
pill.
deny it, but we'll say on this, in this premise, because you read it, we'll say, yes, they did bring it with them. We'll say that there were the grifters that basically bought it with them, and they basically polluted the red pill and what it actually means. Now, there are people who actually bought it back to its former glory of what it meant for the Matrix. However, when the red, the when the PUAs bought it in, they basically polluted the actual meaning of it, and they basically use it as a marketing tool to basically get people to do PUA shit for the most part. You see what I'm saying? So there are people in the manosphere that bought it back to its former
But
glory of what it meant what it meant in its identity, not identity, what its correlation to like the Matrix movie for the most part is what I'm going to say that. That's typically what it is. But go.
what I'm saying is basically Ushvi was the inventor and godfather of the red pill. So he came up with the concept. If it wouldn't be for him, that concept wouldn't even exist. If that makes sense.
And I would actually agree to that, because all the way back, because like you got people in another part of the manosphere that'll say that this person was the godfather of the manosphere. Like, wait, what? No. What about this guy? He technically was here before him. And a good example of that is there's a guy that I don't really talk about, Mad Bus Driver. Mad Bus Driver. Basically, he, in all intents and purposes, he's the founder he's the founder of SYSBM. Nobody ever talks about him. He never gets their recognition. Everybody always overlooks him. Well, most people overlook him. Not everybody always gives him the head nod. And I believe his name is I believe like very few people actually give him the recognition that he deserves for SYSBM. But I would actually go as far to say he actually was the founder of SYSBM.
Well,
When it actually started,
I think that the SYSBM and Red Pill it more kind of feel like the part that we like to say was stolen by the PUAs. It has kind of like this like scientific observation based way of understanding the environment, whereas like it took away all of the emotional side of like understanding female nature and tried to give it like a more rational look. But whereas where I see pickup artistry in the name itself is just like a like refined attempt at like manipulating women into doing or manipulating the opposite sex into
basically grifting
doing what
for the
you
most
want
part. Like
sexually.
you know what grifting
So
is? You know what grifting is?
No, I don't know what
No, I'm talking about
I don't-
I know
okay.
you don't, but I'm talking about Can Han Solo. You know what grifting is? Hans. You there, Hans?
Not really. No,
Grifting
no,
is
I
basically
don't.
the art
No.
of basically.
Yes.
Yeah, grifting is basically a nice word for saying stealing somebody else's money or stealing somebody else's goods for the most part. Like you're basically conning them out of their stuff
Yeah.
for the most part. That's pretty much what I mean by the PUAs. They're basically conning people to pay them to do shit that they can literally do themselves, and they're tricking them into actually
I have
believing that
to
they need them
agree.
to do it.
Yeah,
Because that's what basically
I would
PUAs
have
is.
to agree with
Because
it.
like anytime
Yeah.
anytime you have to charge somebody $5,000 to take a course, and it's not a college and it's not a reputable college, you're grifting, pimp. You're grifting. It's just facts. Like you can't tell me that I'm doing this and this is a
that
business,
is true. But
especially if you don't got no certifications behind you, and you're just basically selling this and you're selling it to people and you're tricking people into buying it. You're basically grifting people out of their fucking money. So the thing about the PUAs, even though that is, I would say the PUAs when they actually came into the manosphere, and they may have bought the red pill with them, but they convoluted it and actually It's kind
they
of like
already had
like fall from grace.
monetization and
It's
stuff.
kind of like if
They,
it's basically
Mhm.
the red pill basically fell from grace when they tried to actually make it what they wanted to make it for the most part. It's
Mhm.
basically like an angel falling from the sky for the most part. But then when other people actually came into the manosphere, they restored the red pill back to its former glory for the most part. Is the simplest way I could put it to you. You know what I mean now? So the PUAs basically destroyed it, and the people came after
But
them, basically restored it back to its former glory.
but the very concepts of female nature were developed by the PUA. Only they could find out what females by interacting with women in, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and
You
I
say
will
only
give them.
they,
I
because
would definitely.
I think that PUAs are actually very small. I don't think that they, like the ones that Tico is talking about online, are the same people that you would consider an actual pickup artist, like somebody who actually has a decent amount of experience. Like I know Han Solo, you mentioned before the PUAs that you're actually talking about. But I think that they're the ones that you can claim that have infiltrated are people who were on YouTube monetizing their videos, doing something that had completely nothing to do with the manosphere. And then they saw an opportunity to take advantage of it, and they switched their content over to manosphere related things.
Or they simply just added the MGTOW label to it or the red pill label to it so they can get more traffic to their videos and
Precisely.
get more people.
Yeah.
Basically, what I was saying, they basically grifted people out of their money.
Mhm. But
So
I like
now
the I like the I like the
now the
idea
reason.
of.
Oh, go ahead.
Well,
Sorry about
no,
that, yeah.
no, no, no. I just wanted to say that. I mean, I like the idea of kind of having a group of people that are responsible for teaching the information to us and revealing it to us. But as a group consciousness, this is something that like I think men in general have gone through and sort of realized just by living in Western society for as long as we have. And the YouTube audience that kind of gravitates towards people who articulate it well, those are people who just are kind of late to the party in a sense, or they are people who have. I wouldn't even necessarily put it pejoratively. It's just that when you have a content creator that makes amazing content, like I can think of a couple right now that were like my favorite, Barbar or Spetsnaz or
Yeah.
think Before You Sleep, where they actually are coming from an educated standpoint or an educated perspective, and they lay out the facts as it is. Then you can actually start to see it in your day-to-day life, and you don't need that you don't need to spend $5,000. You don't need to constantly tune in to see what they're doing with their life, because it never was about their life to begin with. It was just about the life in general. It's just about
How much money they can get
experiencing.
out of your life.
Well,
For
for
the
the
PUAs,
PUAs, yeah.
basically.
But then for the other people, it was more about just revealing the truth out of hiding, And I think there's kind of now this division where we're now trying to attack so-called simps or simps when when we were in reality we were trying to take them away from the plantation to begin with. That's what initially. I mean, some people's goal.
That's right there.
That's
There you
Yeah.
go.
And then what
Facts.
instead happens is now we're just bashing people for getting laid.
So you know what? Right what you just said, Yam. That was the most adult thing I've heard today.
True story. I'm gonna have to go sign on that one.
Well, it's obvious to everyone who's been following as long as I have, and I've only been following MGTOW for about 4 years, so 4 or 5 years since 2015, and like that's what I've seen happen is that now instead of it being something where you see somebody suffering and you want to help them, you see somebody who is in a very compromised position, who doesn't have a way out, who's contemplating all of these negative effects, who is like seeking an idea of perfection that is like verifiably unattainable to the red pill goggles, a red pill lens, and we just burn that person because as an effigy because we want to avoid it. The spirit, like the negativity that we see entrapped in that person's relationship is just so great that we'd rather see that person burn in their own choices, their own decisions, than actually like intervene and help. Which in reality, if you think about it, that's what we are all That's why we are all responsible for people still being asleep, still being in hibernation,
Yeah.
because we won't reach out and help somebody that's struggling.
Yeah. The sad part about it is what I noticed. Like we when we do reach out and help somebody, it's usually when it's on a tipping point or it's
Yeah.
damn near too late.
Yeah.
And the sad part about it is it's sad when that actually happens because like I try myself to pride myself on actually calling other brothers in the manosphere to make sure they're okay, especially if I haven't heard of them. Like I called what Big Tal in the Wind, and I called
Screwhead. I remember we called Screwhead up once.
yeah, we called Screwhead up once. I haven't called him since, but I gotta actually call him too. But I seen his video, so I know he's okay. I called up Red Pill Radio, and I called up actually called and checked in on Freaky Jersey Tales before I did this live stream for the most part. But I did a lot. I did a lot of calling and a lot of rounds to various brothers who I haven't heard from in a while. And I called Freaky Jersey because I haven't talked to him in a while either. But I see his videos and I know he's all right. But I haven't actually exchanged words with him in a long time.
Just from the older manosphere, just to make another point, that when you see people who post content, those people, like, you're shocked at how composed they are, their level of composure, and how they're able to, even in the face of trolls and people who want to be the exception to their rules that they're espousing, how they're able to just fight back all of the criticism. And it goes to show you that, one, I mean, only certain people are really equipped at being this carrying the label of MGTOW or being red pilled and actually being able to be a face for it. And some people should take more of a backseat role and try to help people, because the more people that we have that are visible, like say like Tom Likas or something, like the more people that we have that are opening themselves up to criticism, the weaker the points get, and the weaker our platform gets, because we're relying on too many other people's opinion to articulate what our core message is, and then it gets diluted. And then when it gets diluted, it's not as strong, and there's opportunity for people to leap in with a grossly mischaracterized like opinion on it, or agenda, or hidden agenda.
Yeah, but like I was
That's
telling
just my 2
somebody,
cents on it. Yeah.
I agree with you 100%. But like I was telling somebody else in the private chat the other day, and I said it in the video too. Basically, whenever you argue a point to a person who doesn't want to hear it, you basically invalidate your point and you make it worthless for the most part. So that's a lot of things that I've actually seen in the manosphere where people do. They'll actually try to argue a point to people who don't want to hear it or don't really care about it. And what you're doing is basically you're making your words and your argument irrelevant, or you're watering it down. You're making it weak for the most part, because you're basically trying to preach to somebody who doesn't want to hear it. And this is what I'm actually trying to do with Oxshit for the most part. When I don't just want to argue with people about shit. I want people to actually be able to listen and understand and then process and then continue for the most part.
Well, the arguments don't get us anywhere.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying though.
They don't teach you more about the world. They don't.
Yeah, for the most part, I was
about to finish that. People start bragging about what they know. They're just
but the thing is though, I was about to finish that.
What I know.
Yeah, but the thing about that is when you actually argue, you basically when you both argue, you're basically butting heads, and you don't want to open up because you realize that the other person is not being receptive, and you're not being receptive of the other person for the most part. Right. So you're not going to get through to the person, keep on arguing the same point over and over again. Because I've always said I'll argue a point 2 or 3 times. I'll argue the point complex. I'll argue the point mid-range, and I'll argue the point for dummies for the most part. If I can't argue the point for dummies to get you to understand it, then I know that this is a pointless journey, and I might as well discontinue this journey for the most part. That's like, or sometimes I'll argue complex, then I'll realize who I'm talking to, then I'll just take it straight to for dummies for the most part. I'm not calling people dummies, but I basically boil it down to like the lowest form I could possibly lower it down so you can actually understand it for the most part. It's kind of like how I say,
argue with somebody who doesn't want to hear it. It convolutes the flow of the discussion.
Yeah, and it makes the discussion not heard, or it makes the discussion. It basically makes your argument weak anymore, because you're basically trying to push an argument, and the more you push it, the weaker it gets. The weaker it gets, especially if nobody's listening. The weaker it gets, the weaker it gets. So now your argument falls on deaf ears.
Yeah.
For the most part. So,
Yeah.
And this is the problem that I have with people who come into the English manosphere. I mean, I don't have a problem with a lot of people, but like some people, they'll just be like, well, I'm trying to spit facts, or I'm spitting facts, I'm spitting facts. The problem is you're spitting facts to people who don't want to hear those facts. I know you say facts
It's
don't care
hard.
about
It's hard to
and
do. It's hard to actually like find your audience and then like stick with them and then stick to that core and then just like, you know, be true to your message. I know that it's hard to do because I've done it before, but for people who are just getting started, knowing that arguing is not going to get you anywhere, and pandering to trolls is just going to lead to you becoming more.
Yeah, and the sad part about it is we got a lot of people in the manosphere that do
perception.
that. But the thing is, though, when you spit facts, you might spit facts. You might spit facts like you're freaking Eminem, like you spit fire on the track. But the fact of the matter is, are those facts being received properly? And this is where a lot of people miss the mark in the manosphere. Are those facts being received properly? If they're not being received properly, what the fuck you're saying really doesn't matter because nobody's paying attention to it. You see what I'm saying? So if you're going to sit here and try to, if it's basically like how we always joke about, you know, throwing shit at the wall to see if it sticks. That's basically what you're doing with your facts. If nothing sticks, stop throwing facts at the fucking wall and take it somewhere else and help somebody else that can possibly benefit from it, instead of trying to shove it down somebody else's throat. Because you shoving it down somebody's throat doesn't mean they're actually going to receive it or accept it. It's kind of like how we say that's the contrast between the woke liberals and the people in the manosphere. Like the woke liberals aren't going to listen to facts. They're going off of feelings. You can't fight feelings with facts, no matter how hard you try. If the person's not listening and they're sitting there crying like a little bitch, it doesn't work like that.
I think the truth of this all is that we've actually come to witness a large group of the manosphere and contributors and audience members that actually haven't been socialized to actually learn how to build relationships, only to tear them down and only to combat some viewpoint that they're very staunchly opposed to.
The problem with everybody, I've known a lot of people, not everybody, a lot of people in the manosphere, let it be Red, MGTOW, IPMOR, or SYSBM, is people try to argue to be right instead of arguing to learn and to adapt to the experience. They just want to argue to be right. Well, I got these statistics, and I'm right. And they basically just want to be right for the most part. And that's the problem with a lot of people in the manosphere. Not a lot, I'm sorry, some people in the manosphere. I keep saying that, sorry about that, because I was actually trying to say something else too. But that's the problem with some people in the manosphere. They just argue to be right. They don't want to argue to learn or argue to come to some common goal. They just want to argue to be right. Because there's a difference between when me and Double I actually argue. We're not arguing. When we argue to actually come to sync up for the most part. Like, okay, I'm lost. Okay, now we're back together now. We're on the same page. We're on the same wavelength now. There's other people that just argue for the most part. And that's not conducive to helping people at all. You're basically throwing your ideas at a wall where shit's not sticking for the most part. And you continuously seriously want to throw your ideas up there because you want to be right so badly. So you're literally forcing your ideas to stick to a wall that's not stickable. You see what I'm saying?
Wall with Teflon.
Yeah, basically what he just said. The wall with Teflon. You're basically throwing your ideas at a wall that's not stickable, or you can't stick shit to. And you basically want to believe because you're on this roll and you want to be so right instead of trying to be so helpful. You basically just want to be right the whole entire time. You don't care what else goes on. And you don't care how you got to get it done. You just want to get it done for the most part, which really sucks. And that's a sucky way to do it.
That left.
And the sad part about it is when people don't realize when shit's actually going on, and I'm actually trying to explain something, I'm trying to make something simple, and people don't listen. And the problem is with that, because I'm going to address your comment that you just made, Lonely _. The problem is I gave that man many chances to not talk about other people who wasn't in the live stream. Everybody knows my rules. If the person's not here to defend herself, talk about the person.
Well, I didn't see what happened.
And this man used every argument to try to come back to ripping on somebody that's not in the live stream right now or in the comment section right now. And I said, don't do that. The person's not here to defend themselves. Don't do that. I said that many times throughout this live streams. I probably said it like 6, 7, 8, 9 times. And people watch that. And I always say that to anybody. Like I said, I would defend Shangy despite the fact that, because I actually talked to Shangy somewhat, Mass Shangy for the most part. I will defend him if he's not here to defend himself. I don't give a fuck who you are. If you're penny proud, I will defend you if you're not here to defend yourself. Same goes for Richie Romance. If he's not here to defend himself, I will defend him and say he's not here to defend himself. So that's something totally different that you obviously missed the whole entire conversation on. But the sad part about it is I wasn't trying to be right. I was basically trying to simplify something for Han Solo. It doesn't matter. He's not here to defend himself. See, that's where you're missing the mark too. Because you're sitting here arguing, trying to be right in the comment section, and this is exactly what I'm talking about with people in the Manosphere. You're basically proving exactly what I was explaining to Yam and the rest of them. You're basically doing the same damn thing. Let that shit sink in and let that shit roll around in your head for a little bit. But back to the actual conversation. Back to the actual conversation.
Y'all, I gotta bounce. Y'all
All right, yeah. You too.
All right, buddy.
But that's pretty much the concept. There's people in the Manosphere that's basically trying to force an agenda or trying to force shit that nobody's really listening to. And the sad part about that is when nobody's listening to you, or when a large majority of people aren't listening to you, it's not the other people around you. It's obviously you. Because, like I said, there's people actually listening to me, but I really don't push a narrative and I really don't force something. I basically go off my life experiences and I use some statistics to basically back it up. Or I will say, this is my life experience, despite the fact that these statistics say this. That's how I operate. So I'm not going to force a narrative that nobody's willing to listen to. No, it's not that. It's not. I don't want you to go with me. That's the problem. I don't care about people going with me or siding with me. I wouldn't have these people on my live stream if I wanted them to go with me and be yes men. Because I don't want yes men in the thing. I want people to be able to extrapolate on their own fucking thoughts and actually view things by stepping outside yourself and viewing it at a 360 view. I talk about this shit all the time, Lonely _. It's not about your opinion. Everybody has an opinion is basically like an asshole. Everybody has one. To basically sum that up. But for the most part, what is your next question, Hans?
I would say that about covers it for now. I was just focusing on MGTOW and the red pill.
Yeah, because like you can talk about anything you want. If you got any questions.
I got something to show you guys.
What?
I got something to show you guys. Hold on.
He said they're cheesing in the.
No, that's not what I wanted to show you. This is what I want to show you. Look at this.
Valentine's Day. It's half off now because it's after Valentine's Day. That's usually how it works. It is. That's usually how it works. It's always half off the next day. That's why the 15th International Side Chick Day, because you can get the shit for cheap. Whenever you bought your significant other for full price, you can get it for cheap the next day. International Side Chick Day, because she only does half the work that your wife, your main chick does. And the sad part about that is, in all technicality, there's a lot more blue pill Sims than there is red pill men. It's always going to be like that. It's never going to be even, or it's never going to be more red pill than blue pill. Because the thing about the red pill and the blue pill is, we don't force you to make the decision to be red pill. You have to choose to be the red pill. If you want to be ignorant and stay in the blue pill bliss, that's what you choose. But we don't force you to change your mind to be red pill. Now, what Yam said basically on that, to actually elaborate on what Yam said about we pick on simps basically instead of trying to help them, that actually does hurt our chances of actually getting more people into the fold for the most part, because instead of actually trying to help, we pick on them and call them names and belittle them for the most part. So to some extent, we're actually bullying them and not wanting to be MGTOW for the most part, or wanting to be Red Pill, which is facts. And that's 100% facts. There are some people in the manosphere that actually literally do that. And instead of instead of actually being more helpful, they just pick on them and call them names and poke and prod them and basically become bullies. And this is why a lot of people want to run away from us and not want to come to us for the most part, because we do have some people in the manosphere that do this on a regular basis, and it's just facts. To run off what Yam said, because I do literally watch big MGTOW men or red pill men literally pick on somebody and call them a simp. Now, how do you know that person that you picked on wasn't the man that you were supposed to save that day? You know what I mean? How do you know that man that you just called a simp was not the man you were supposed to save? Let that sink in. It's kind of like how they say for religion, you basically go out to get people to come to the religion. I'm not saying it's a religion, but it's a philosophy for the most part. You want the philosophy to not be tarnished with people bullying other people or people calling other people names for the most part. By doing that, you're making people want to run away from us instead of actually want to embrace us. And it is what it is. That's literally what some of us do. And it's sad, but it is what it is. This is why I always say neutral Tico for the most part. For anything, I say neutral Tico. Because that's literally how I operate. Like, I don't care what's going on around me. I don't care who hates who. I don't care who got beef with who. Just leave me out of it until shit hits the fan, basically, is how I operate. Leave me out of the mess until shit hits the fan and I have to pick up a gun and start shooting sides for the most part. That's exactly how I operate. So when all this stuff jumps off, I'm just going to remain neutral. Now, when the shit goes too far, then I put my foot down. I don't want to have to put my foot down, but sometimes I do have to put my foot down, and I realize that. But what do one of y'all want to add to that? Because I know y'all see people that do this in the manosphere, so don't act like you don't. This is the no Oxshit show, so don't act like we don't see people do that shit. Go ahead.
I think the main point here is we're here to help men.
Yeah.
We're here to help men, right?
Mm-hmm.
No matter how you define whatever we're doing, that's the goal.
Facts.
The arguments don't do anything for us. Going through the split end details, splitting hairs on who's a MGTOW, who's a not a MGTOW, and all that good stuff.
That doesn't help anything. That just adds to the visual rhetoric that people see of us. By just, well, he's not a MGTOW, he's a MGTOW, he's not a MGTOW, you're not a real MGTOW, you're not this, you're not that. What the fuck do you think people on the outside see when you do that shit? Like I always say, it's all about perception and marketing. If you're going to market yourself to have somebody on your, you're not this, you're that, you're not this, you're not that. How do people see that then? Because I don't want to hang with the motherfuckers if you're doing that shit. I don't want to be with you. I don't want to be friends with you if you're going to do that shit. I don't want to embrace motherfuckers like that if you're going to do that shit. It's just facts. Like, you can't just sit here and be like, this, especially if I give you fair warning. That's basically like when somebody came on my live stream talking about Jews this, Jews that. No, don't do that on my live stream, pimp. Don't do that on my live stream. My daughters watch this live stream. They're Jewish. Don't do that on my live stream. Respect my daughters who are watching this live stream, and they are pretty much my wrenches if they got to pull somebody up out of this bitch. It's just facts. So, and they haven't had to pull nobody out yet, so that lets me know that everybody's behaving in the comment section. So I'm gonna need you to respect people if they're not. The same goes for my daughters. My daughters are not here in the chat, so I'm gonna need you to respect their religion and their belief system. I don't care what group of Jewish people you have a problem with. My daughter's still Jewish, and they hear this shit, and they see this shit. So imagine what other people see and view, how other people see and view us. If people are going in on Jewish people or people are going on other people, that doesn't look very positive. That's not a very good outlook on people. That's not a good look for us at all. I don't care how you want to. I don't care how you want to wrap, how much you want to wrap it in a pretty bow and say it's a debate. No, it's not a debate. That's some childish shit by saying this, that, and the other, especially if the topic's not about that. How do we get the fuck back to that topic? Oh, that's right. He kept bringing it back to that topic. After I said don't talk about that, the person's not here to defend herself. What did he go do? He's this, he's that, he's that. Nigga, he's not here to defend himself. Let's not talk about that. So you can't tell me I'm wrong if I let you violate the rules more than I let somebody else violate the rules in his last stream. So I gave you more leeway than I gave another person. So I know that person's probably looking at this last stream like, fuck Tico, how come you gave him more chances than me? Now, how do I look as a human being if I gave him more chances to correct himself than I gave another person who I just fuck it, cut him off? That doesn't look right on my part because I literally gave him more chances than another person. What that basically looks like to that person is I favor MGTOW Dictionary more than I favor them. Let that shit sink in. By letting them break the rules continuously after I said, don't do that, don't do that. That's not me policing. That's me basically trying to be respectful to people viewing and trying to get an image going so people can actually view us in a positive light instead of saying, oh, that's how they act. Fuck them niggas. I don't want to be a part of them niggas. Because that's all it pretty much does is it makes people like want to back up from us when you do stupid shit like that. I don't give a fuck how you want to be right. And that's exactly what I was talking about. People want to argue about being right so much, they can't see the forest through the fucking trees. I mean, the clearing through the fucking trees, basically. It is what it is. Just because you're arguing, you always want to say, I'm right, I'm facts, I'm right, I'm. No, you're not destroying shit. What you are destroying is the image of MGTOW or the image of the manosphere in general by doing this shit. Because seeing that, being somebody who looking on it from the outside, seeing that paints it in a bad light, or makes it look negative, or makes us look like we don't give a fuck about each other and we attack each other on a regular basis. Hell, the left attacks each other. We're not supposed to do that shit. We're not supposed to mimic the same shit that the left is doing. That's not how the manosphere is supposed to go. We're supposed to look more civil than this shit. We're not supposed to be on here be like, well, he's not this, he's not that. That's not how this works. That's not how this works in the least bit. And like I said, I don't give a fuck if you're part of the English manosphere. I'm from the Spanish manosphere. You're on my live stream. You're going to respect my rules. I don't give a fuck if it sounds strict to you. But like I said, I follow the old rules from the Spanish manosphere. So if you start acting a fool, and I let you have too many chances, like I did. Hell, I didn't even let my children have that many chances. Hell, I didn't even let there was another guy on my live stream that I actually just kicked out after 3. I gave that motherfucker about 4 hours of chances to actually 3.5, 4 hours of chances to actually correct itself. So now I know that person that I kicked out of my live stream is looking at me like, well, that was unfair, Tika. How come you kicked me out in 3? You let this motherfucker run on for hours on end. How does that promote me as fair now? So you can't just come in the live stream acting a fool if I tell you, if I say over, now it's fine if you're in the comment section, I'll let you have that shit. You're in the comment section, you're not on the panel. Run wild, just don't go crazy, but run wild for the most part. But if you're on the panel and I tell you the person's not here to defend herself, don't talk about them, I expect you to follow that rule. I'm not asking you to fucking, stand on one foot, spin around 7 times, and drop your pants and stick a finger up your ass. I'm not asking you to do all that. I ask you to follow 2 simple rules. If the person's not on the panel, respect the people on the panel. And if the person's not here to defend herself, don't disrespect that person. Let them be here to defend themselves. I basically approach it like the court of law in the United States. Despite the fact that shit got skewed after feminists took over, I give the person the right to defend themselves. If they're not here to defend themselves, you're not going to jump on the person. I don't give a fuck who it is. I don't care if it's a KKK member that just hung 9 black people. I'm going to give him the platform to defend himself. If he's not here to defend himself, I'm not going to let you talk bad about the man. Like I said, it don't matter who it is. It'd be Penny Proud. It could be Richie Romance. It could be anybody. You're not going to disrespect somebody if they're not here to defend themselves. But yeah, that's all I ask you. You respect the people on the panel. and at least have the people here in the chat room or on the panel to defend themselves if you're going to go in on somebody. That's all I fucking ask. That's all I fucking ask. And apparently people can't follow that simple rule. Apparently it's too hard, so I must have to go back to the chalkboard and go with my 6-year-old so we can make up new rules so motherfuckers can follow them now. Matter of fact, I'm gonna text Lazo now so we can actually come up with this shit. Because obviously I need a 6-year-old to come up with rules so motherfucking grown ass men can follow the fucking rules. And that shit pisses me off. Because I know if Lazo was in a live stream, he would actually follow suit and you actually follow directions. I can't do this and I can't do this, so I can do this. All my children know this. That's how I raise my children. These are the rules. Follow these rules. Now, if these rules seem flawed to you at any given point, then you can go and bend those rules. But if they're not flawed and they stand the test of times, I'm gonna need you to follow them. It's that simple. But go ahead, Han Solo and Double I. I'm sorry.
No, you're saying what's that needs to be said.
Yeah, I was
I heard
just
the
kind
warnings.
of I guess it's not relevant, but how do you guys feel about the so-called MGTOW with girlfriends? Like
I'm from
human,
the
happy,
Spanish
humble
Manosphere. You
hermit.
already know my stance on that, so I'm gonna step out from
Okay.
that one.
Yeah.
Like I said, if you have a girlfriend or you're in a relationship, you're red pill. If you're a MGTOW in the Spanish Manosphere, you're a monk. So that's pretty much my stance in a nutshell. But like I will say, in the English Manosphere, you can pretty much, as long as you're going your own way and you're not hurting nobody and you're growing as a human being yourself, I tip my hat to you. And as far as I'm concerned, you're going your own way. The minute you start stunting your growth with a woman, then you're not going your own way because now you're stunting your growth. That's what I can say on that. If you know what I mean. Do you understand where I'm coming from there with that, Han Solo?
Yeah.
You go, Double I.
You know my situation, Tico, so you can understand.
Yeah.
But
the fact
where
of the
I'm
matter is,
coming from
she's
on
not
this one.
stunting your growth, though.
That's just it. Yes, exactly.
She's actually pushing you out there to grow, and she's actually your cheerleader for the most part. So that doesn't even count. That's that's a whole nother situation.
That's there you go, right? So I don't want to
That's
call
pretty
her
much
in the
equivalent
wall.
to the cartel princess uploading my content for me every day.
Right. So I mean I don't get it. I don't get it. I am red pilled. Yeah. So I'm not. I don't even know what to say to that one, Han Solo, because you know what, my whole perspective is different from others.
Yeah.
Let's just say that.
And that's the problem.
I go my own way.
Yeah.
I go my own way, but I'm not a MGTOW, number one. I don't define myself as that. I don't think I've ever claimed that. I promote MGTOWs, like I feel like I support them in their decisions, right? So as my own direction, in life, do I surround myself with women? The answer is yes, I do. I have a girlfriend, period. So that's one, right? So then I'm also dealing with a woman, not in a love interest in any way, but my boy died, like years ago.
Yeah.
His wife, I speak to her. Why? Because I help with her son, their son. You see?
You are the godfather too, though.
Yeah, I'm his godfather, but that's besides that, there are men doing good things in the manosphere on a daily basis, not just me. Forget me. I'm just a little guy in a totem pole, right? Low man on the totem pole. But there are other men that go out of their way to help other people. And that's what we should be highlighting. Yeah. And you kind of said that before. So you basically said a chunk of the snowball, just to reference what you were talking about at the time. But everybody picks on, the simp, as you were saying before, and we chisel at the simp. But here's the thing, we're trying to save that simp, right? And in saving that simp, you got to hold yourself to a different and higher regard. We can't undermine the very people that we're trying to help.
True. Very true.
And we also cannot undermine the very people that are doing the same for those people.
Yeah, we can't undermine the people who actually need the help. If they need the help and are reaching out for the help and they look lost like lost puppies, you're not going to beat down a lost puppy. You're going to try to help the lost puppy for the most part.
Correct.
That's the same thing for Sims. They're lost puppies. We need to reach down and help them. No matter how much we might dislike them, no matter how much they want to still eat blue pills, we got to still reach in. We got to dig in and help them no matter what. And by bashing them, that's making them. That's all that's doing is basically repelling them from us, or making them not want to be with us, or not want to be in our arms, or not, I mean not arms. I mean sorry about that. I mean in word like that. But that's basically making them not want to associate with us, or be with us, or hang with us, or be with us as a group for the most part, or in the manosphere for the most part, because what they see and what they hear is us bashing them. And if there's more of them around them, they basically see that, and they see that you're bashing them. So now that's another group of people that see that don't want to be a part of the manosphere because you deterred them away by picking on that one person. Now, who's to say? It's kind of like I always say, there's 3 degrees or 6 degrees of separation. You picking on that simp, who's to say there's not simps that actually were about to step up to the plate, that were about to ask for help? Then there were simps behind them that needed help. Then there were simps behind them that needed help. Then there were simps behind them that needed help. Now that they see that you picked on this simp in this manner, now they're like, fuck it, I don't even want to go up there to get help because they're doing this to this person. Why would I want to get help from them if they're destroying this guy? You see what I'm saying? So we can't do that no more. We gotta try to nip that in the butt. I mean, I know sometimes it might be fun and funny to pick on simps, but at the same time, those are the victims we're actually trying to save. Those are pretty much the victims of this whole entire gynocracy. I think I said that right. Did I say that right? I don't know. My English is not my first word.
Yep.
Did I say Did I say it right? Gynocracy? Is it gynocracy? Gynocracy? I can't. Whatever the heck. You know what I'm trying to say.
Gynocracy.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I did say it right then. Basically, they're a part of this. They're victims of this whole entire gynocracy, and we got to reach out and save them. We can't just let them drown because it looks fun, it looks cool. No. That's basically painting us to look like monsters for the most part. Like we're sitting here willing to actually laugh at somebody as they float past us when we could have reached our arm out and pull them out of the water. Now they're going over the waterfall and going into more harm's way because we didn't reach out and help them. Like we can't do that to people. We actually got to reach out and help them sometimes. But like I know there's probably going to be a lot of MGTOWs that are going to be like, well, Tico, you're wrong. We should let them Sims go. Well, no, because technically the people who come to us are broken to the point where like we don't even know if we saved them. We don't know if they're emotionally stable. We don't know if what we said to them got through to them and make them want to stop from committing suicide or jumping off a ledge. We don't know if it actually got to them. We're going off a principle. We're going off of hope and faith that it actually got through to them. You see what I'm saying? So when we get these people, they're literally broken. Simps are just basically a step up from being broken. It's better to stop it before it actually gets to broken, because when it gets to broken, we don't know how that's going to pan out. It's basically like if you go into a conflict and you don't know the layout of the land and you just go in guns blazing. What's probably going to happen? You're probably going to kill innocent people. You're probably going to die yourself. A whole plethora of shit can happen wrong if it goes sideways for the most part. So I look at Sims as basically a step away from the broken and battered man who just got divorce raped, or, got forced out of his children's lives, or, because basically you look at it like this. They're basically, Sims are nothing more than broken men, or nothing more than broken men, or the stage before broken men before they get destroyed and their illusion gets ripped out from under their legs. That's pretty much what it is. As soon that same simp, as soon as the rug gets pulled out from under them, He's destroyed. He's a broken man. So you can't sit here and pick on broken men or simps because they're literally one step. They're how we always say men in the manosphere is literally one blowjob away from going back to the plantation. Simps are literally one carpet puller, one disaster away from being a broken man. And that's just facts.
True story. True story.
You may not like it, but it is what it is. They're literally one disaster away from being a broken man that we got to help out, or we got everybody scrambling to get their number on Facebook or WhatsApp app. And, because I've been in this group many times where I've had to reach out to people to make sure they didn't kill themselves. Like, it shouldn't even get that far, but sometimes it does get that far. But we got to make sure as a group of men, it never gets that far. Because, like I said, some of those men, even still till this day, tumble back into those emotions, and they get very emotional, and they think about killing themselves. And that's a scary thing to think about. That is a very fucking scary thing to think about. You're talking to this guy, he's fine one day. Next day, you get a text from MGTOW Life or Successful Endeavors, or an email from Successful Endeavors saying, "Oh, Tika, we need your help. We got to get this man. He's talking about committing suicide." You don't want to hear that. You just had a good conversation with this man yesterday. Why the fuck would you want to hear that this man wanted to kill himself? Right after you had a great conversation with the man the day before. He was happy the day before. Y'all was talking about great things. He's talking about him bettering his life, all the opportunities that he have in his life. Then all of a sudden you find out the next day that this man wants to off himself. We don't want men to get this fucking far. Period. So we got to stop with this bashing simp shit and actually reach out and help the simps. If we can't help them, at least try to guide them to a safe spot so they won't be destroyed in the end. Period. Point blank, period. Because we end up with the emotional wrecks at the end of this.
I got two things to add to that.
Go ahead.
As far as, turning away our cheek and then attacking the simps, reality was, before we all became red pilled some point or another, we were either simps or, in a sense, we were in a relationship, or some of us may not have been in a relationship to get into or not know about it. So it's, we're trying to spread the information. That's just it. If you spread information in a way that people can analyze, absorb, and relate, then that information is going to the right place. But if you're trying to create the drama and attack people, and it doesn't create that atmosphere of healing. So number one point, right, is veterans commit suicide at a rate of 22 a day in our country. Plain and simple. How do I know that? The statistic is plastered all over the friggin' place. So let's go beyond that statistic. Men in general commit suicide at double that rate in this country. That's what we're ignoring. And those men that are committing suicide at double the 22, so that's 44 a day. They're not veterans, they're regular men. Regular
plus veterans.
Simps. Plus veterans, yes. Plus veterans. Here's the thing. If we attack simps, if we attack men in general that are under some sort of a guise of blue pill or purple pill or whatever they may be, how can we get them to the place where they want to be or where they need to be? Themselves. Number 2, red pill rage. Now, the definition got convoluted along our talk here. I want to make sure we identify what red pill rage is and we define it for the people that are listening. So I'm going to ask you that question, Tico. What do you define red pill rage as?
Um, the stages of grief for the most part.
Correct. Correct. It's stages of grief.
Like there's
You take the
bargaining,
red pill.
there's acceptance bargaining, and there's a couple other. There's like four or five. There's five of them basically. But I basically view each of those. You basically go through each of those steps when you're going through the red pill rage. You start bargaining. Well, if she takes me back, I could be a better man. Well, the problem is though, was it you that was a problem, or was it her that was a problem? So why would you take somebody back if they're the problem and they're not willing to fix themselves? So now you're bargaining for negative shit for the most part.
Right.
Like a good example of that is I always have this thing where if I break up with somebody, we're done. But if it's like a good reason. However, I will admit I broke up with the cartel princess because she bought me too much expensive shit after I told her not to buy me too much expensive shit. Most people will be like, Tico, you should have just took that shit and just took that shit. But I look at it like this. I have morals and I have guidelines that I follow, and stop buying me this shit. So therefore, that's why we broke up. It wasn't a bad reason, but quit buying me expensive shit. That's not what I wear. That's not what I like. That's not how I dress. You know what I mean? So that's not a bad situation, in other words. Hi, Valhalla. But what I'm trying to say is you literally go through the stages of grief when you go through the red pill rage. I actually made a video about that. And the sad part about it is at the end of your red pill rage, when you come out the other side, you still have there's like, I think I said there's 2 or 3 steps basically there before you come out like a beautiful butterfly, is what I refer to it basically. Before you get your wings and fly off for the most part, because people are still like, trying to figure themselves out, get their footing for the most part. Because pretty much the first stage when you come out of the red pill rage is you're trying to get your footing. You're trying to figure your place out. You're trying to figure out what you want to do. You're trying to plan your path. You're trying to do all this shit, and you're basically trying to plan your route and your path to being a man going his own way. You're basically earning out all the details. You're trying to figure out what works for you, what doesn't work for you. It's basically like a diet. Chicken might make you fat, but beef might make you skinny. I'm just using it as an analogy, but you know what I mean. Like, so you won't eat the chicken obviously if it's going to make you fat, so you'll take the beef for the most part. Not really true, but I'm basically using it as an analogy. So basically, you're just picking out your path and your route. You're basically making your plans on how you want to be the better you for the most part. Then when you get to stage 2, all the ideas that you had to bounce off the wall to actually make your better you is now when you start writing them down on a piece of paper to make yourself that better you. This is stage 2. You're basically trying to figure out what works for you, what doesn't work for you. It's basically like when you have if you ever had a child or you ever had a baby, you basically got to introduce them to stuff slowly but surely. Like you don't just give them peas and corn at the same time. You feed them peas to see if they react to it negatively. Then if they react to it positively, then you move on to the next food. If they act to it negatively, then you pretty much kick that out. It's basically the same thing with your planning. What works for you, what doesn't work for you. Try a couple things. If that didn't work, put another thing in for the most part. That's basically how it works. Stage 3 is now that you got everything written down and you know what you want to do and you're sure of yourself, now you're ready to fly off and be the man that you need to be. Be that better man. So in all technicality, there's like 8 stages of red pill rage once you actually think about it, because there's the after effects of the red pill rage that you still can actually fall back into rage on because you didn't plan out your pathway properly for the most part. Then when you actually get your general consensus on what you want, you actually put it on paper and say, this is my rules and this is the rules I'm going to live by. Then once you're actually able to implement that, you move on to the third stage past red pill rage. So there's 3 stages past red pill rage. The third stage is basically you saying, I got this. I'm going to be the better man. I'm going to make myself the better man that I can possibly be. And you fly off for the most part and do you. That's typically how it works. But you still got to go through those grief phases before you get to those 3 stages for the most part. Because trust me, you're going to be bargaining. You're going to want to go back. The grass is going to look greener on the other side. You're going to make deals with God. You're going to make deals with the devil. You're going to simp out during that phase. It's basically like an addict for the most part. You're gonna fall back, and there's gonna be stupid decisions that you're gonna make during that red pill phase rage. It's just facts. Nobody goes through it perfectly. Nobody goes through the rage perfectly. Some might transition to it smoothly, but trust me, them motherfuckers had problems getting through it too. It's just facts. Like you'll hear content creators say that if I date a woman, like Sandman's good at saying it, admitting to shit like that. He'll say, I can't, I try not to bring women in it because I lose my senses and I start acting stupid. Or he don't say it like that, but basically, generally that's how he says it. He basically starts acting stupid when he gets women involved in his life. When he gets involved with women in his life, for the most part, he knows that. So therefore, he knows that's not what he wants in his life. Like a good example of that is, I always say, like people always ask me, why don't you date another Indian woman? Because I'd probably be married right now because I know that's my kryptonite. Indian woman is my kryptonite. Why would I want to indulge in my kryptonite for the most part? You see what I'm saying? So I take the Latina. Duh. It's like I can actually fend off a Latina, but there's a very low chance I'm gonna fend off an Indian woman coming at me with the long hair and a sari on, trying to look all cute and sweet. A nigga be married.
Yeah, it's very.
I'm just keeping it 100.
Very difficult.
Yeah, it's very difficult to fend off an Indian woman. Like I was explaining to somebody, they basically use Jedi mind trick on your ass, like legit. Like no, you really want to do
Indian chicks are on
this?
a different level, man. Indian
Yeah,
chicks
they
are
are.
completely on a different level. And I'm not talking about the westernized one, okay? There's two different ones.
Yeah, there is. I mean, and the westernized ones are way different than the homeland ones.
Yeah.
It's just fact. Just like Latinas from Latin America are way different than Latinas in America. Hell, Korean women in America are different from Korean women in Korea. Chinese, same difference. All the above for the most part. Women act different when they get to America or they get to a first world country for the most part. It's just facts. When they get to like your Europes and your Americas, they start acting a fool. They lose their damn mind. It's basically like if you took a drug addict to a cocaine shop. That's pretty much women from a third world country if you bring them to the first world. That's why we say leave her where she stands. If you're going to date her, keep her in her country. Because if you bring good night, Hans. I'm sorry about that. Good night, Hans.
Good night, Hans.
Because if you don't keep her in her country, when she get to America, she's going to be like a kid in a candy store or a crackhead in a coke shop. I mean, granted, I know there's no coke shops, but just work with me here. That'd be basically like taking a drug addict to a shop of his drug of choice for the most part. Why would you do that? You're basically asking for this shit for the most part at this point.
Yeah.
Then next thing you know, your VCR is being sold for crack. Next thing you know, I'm using divorce basically because they technically use everything. Same thing if you're dealing with a drug addict. They basically sell your VCR. They sell I know people don't got VCR, DVD player. Your TV's gone. Next thing you know, your PlayStation's gone because it got sold for crack. That's basically the same thing that goes for marriage in a nutshell. You get married, you lose your shit. You deal with a drug addict and let a drug addict in your house, you lose your shit. Same difference for marriage and the same difference for drug addicts. So yeah, like you can't. But getting back to the general purpose, you can't like just bash people because we don't know where that blue pill simp that we're bashing could actually be going through the first stages of red pill rage. We just bashed the hell out of him. Now that motherfucker fell out the other side, and now he's back on the plantation now when we could have brought him over to the other side. All because we bashed him. Now he doesn't want to hang with us no more. You got to look at every single simp and man as if they're a potential red pill candidate for the most part.
Well, not every single. Hold on a minute.
Let me use your judgment on it though. But you know what I mean,
right.
like. But don't bash them is what I mean though. Don't bash them.
Well, the reason why I say not every, because I know this one's going to be held to my feet, right? The fire is going to be held to my feet about Yogi.
Yeah.
All right. He wasn't here to defend himself. And yes, I did talk about him and bash him pretty hard. Reason is, he's got a support system. Plain and simple.
But at the same time, like Yogi, I was telling,
but I know of Yogi.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, like I was trying to tell, what's his name? it's basically when you pick on somebody from your own culture, it's basically like picking on a sibling. You can't pick on
Correct.
them, but we can pick on them. That's basically how it works. Like, oh no, 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 I'm not allowed to punch him in the eye. You're not allowed to touch him. That's basically how
Correct.
culture works, and people don't
And,
seem to
and
understand this.
and that's the other thing. Just because I'm picking on him doesn't mean I'll just I won't turn around and make sure I stick up for his ass.
Oh yeah,
Because
like
I
I
would.
said, when the whole entire falling out happened because my grandmother Sintali, I said, and I put it in his comment section, and you go back and read that shit under his one video when the whole entire MGTOW thing went down. Like, out of respect for my grandma, I'm still going to support you and let you grow as a human being.
Right.
That's exactly what I wrote in this comment. Well, something along the lines of that in this comment section. I don't know what it was verbatim, but basically that's what it was. Out of respect for my grandmother, she's a Sintali woman. Because I know if I do this and I ride with them, she's going to roll over her grave and she's probably going to haunt me for the rest of my life. So therefore, out of respect for her, I'm going to not participate in this, and I'm going to give you the space to grow as your own human being. Because I literally seen him as a lost human being that was trying to figure himself out and find his way through the world. And this is why I didn't pick on him or go hard on him.
That's what I saw him as.
Yeah,
That's what I saw
I didn't see him
as.
I didn't see him as like all this stuff that everybody was calling him. I basically seen him as a human being that was simply trying to find his footing.
Precisely.
And this is why my stance is like this on a lot of stuff. Don't get me wrong. Just because I see you as a lost human being, that don't mean I'm not reviewing you, your character and your posture and your body language for the most part. I'm still reviewing that shit so I can know if I want to help you or not for the most part. Because I don't want to sink my resources to a sinkable thing for the most part. I want my resources to go far. I don't want my resources to go towards like basically you being an addict for the most part and me supporting your habit. Like if you're not going to help yourself or you're not going to do it, then I'm going to back off and let you grow as a human being and let me know, okay, Tico, I'm ready. Hit me for the most part. I don't mean hit me. I mean like, playing blackjack, hit me for the most part. If you think you can keep on going, I'll keep on flipping over cards for the most part to help you. That's all it is. But yeah, and that's the thing that I've noticed about we get so caught up in this rhetoric that it's not conducive to people who are trying to actually come to the manosphere that are broken or people on the verge of being broken. We want to sit here and pick fights and nitpick on bullshit that has nothing to do with helping men just to be fucking right. Yeah. We can't do that shit. That's making us look fucking bad. Period.
Right. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. I mean, I got to admit, hey, I can get mean with people, but I don't see, people got to admit that I'm not coming out trying to say, oh, I'm suing somebody, this and that. And I've been slandered because when you slander something for a business, and I'm giving dictionary for free, people get to read it, look at it. Okay, if you like it, you give $5, everything's open. If you think that it's worth more, you can give 10, 20, up to 100 to show people like, look, if you ain't got it, you don't got to pay. You pay according to what you make. If you make a lot of money, you help the guy that put the money out of his pocket to sell you a book, but really more so gives it to you for free and then says, hey, if you spend for advertising, you write a book, whatever, send it to me and I'll put it in the dictionary. I just did that on this last update. Bullets for Teeth has audio in there. Now, this is the thing. When people hear that and they say, damn, this guy's actually, he doesn't agree with, or the evidence doesn't agree with some of the stuff guys will say, what red pill, black pill, how it started. But if Hans or Double I or you or anybody were to send me that and on the email, like you sent me the flag and all that, I will put it in the dictionary. Just like Jamie Lycan Theory's purple pill. I dispel that. But I say, you know what? This is what men do. I'm going to put it in there for you. And then people have a choice now.
And the sad part about that, what I found out in the English manosphere is by certain definitions and by certain how certain people define it, purple pill actually falls under the MGTOW flag.
Yeah, English is just so fucked up, man. It's like I have to learn Spanish.
Yeah, so technically, in all technicality,
the slave
Lycan Theory, no matter how
prohibited.
much you like them, Lycan Theory is technically a MGTOW.
No, I like. What are you talking about? Lycanthrope's
No,
my
I'm
boy,
just saying
man.
for
I'm a
people.
wrench on his thing.
I'm talking about people in general who actually dislike him and always going
Oh
at
yeah,
him for the
nah,
most part.
fuck them. I was on
Yeah,
his
like
stream and
stop
waited.
that.
Yeah, okay.
We're trying to keep it civil
Yeah,
here.
you're right.
We want people to join the
But
Manosphere.
Double I said
We don't
something
want people to
before I
run away
forget.
from the
Yeah,
Manosphere.
Double I said something. The slave language. I want to ask you, Double I. Do you know like anything like with Sanskrit or like do you know anything like with the language or?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I know the history of, yeah.
Okay. But you know, like, so when you said English slave language, like, so you kind of like, yeah, I can't deny that, man. It's
Yeah,
like
because Centauri's actually
absolutely true.
Centauri's actually a direct
proof
descendant
for all
of
that.
Sanskrit.
yeah, see, that's the thing. See that, yeah. But you know, people see, being that both of you guys are open-minded, if I say that, you guys probably know that English only speaking people kind of look at me. I mean, they definitely attack, and I'm like, bro, we need to learn more. Like when people, you know, we get a lot of different people coming in, oh, they this and that. And I said, you know what? I said, hey, he speaks Spanish and English, because there is, you know, a lot of prejudice, you know, with people saying, oh, I said, listen, you're just not as smart. I said, the person that knows 2 languages is smarter.
Well,
in
no,
linguistics.
because my views on people who actually know multiple
Linguistics
languages.
only.
My views on people who know multiple languages is just basically more language to be stupid in, for the most part.
No, but the smarter
Like, that's
thing,
honestly
like,
my
if you
views on
go
people who
somewhere,
speak
like,
multiple languages.
all
There's
right, if-
more language for you to be stupid in.
Well, if we had you with us and we went to a Latin's country, at least we'd be like, yo, we got somebody that, you know, can communicate. So,
yeah.
right?
But also in the same token, if you had me, you went to a Latin country, you also have somebody that has enough respect. We're not all going to get shot.
Mhm.
I have
No
a
matter
different
what the fuck
perspective
pans
on
out.
this.
Huh?
I have a different perspective on it. So
Go ahead. I mean, don't get
my
me wrong.
dad-
If you learn another language, you do become a smarter person because it opens up other neural pathways.
Right.
But I've always viewed it like the same way that people always say, I'm smart. It's just, you're basically the same
I see
person.
it now.
You're basically
Yeah.
in the same
Yeah.
camp as.
You got to be careful because
Yeah.
you know more, your ego gets bigger, so
Yeah.
more responsibility.
It's
more
basically
power.
It is
more languages
responsibility,
for you to say
exactly.
stupid shit in, for the most part.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, now I see it.
let me tell you about my dad. He speaks like over 10 languages. He's brilliant, right? But he's the most humble man I know. You know, I'm nothing like him. You know, I'm the opposite. I'm not humble at all when it comes to that. I have a hot head, and you guys have seen that a couple of times. but in his different communications, growing up throughout life, going to different places, traveling from here to there and everywhere, right? Watching him interact with different types of people and then completely just shattering the ice, right? He'll just go up to anybody and first of all, he'll figure it out what they speak based upon their facial bone structure and the way they carry their body and their body language, right? So he'll just go up to, oh, you're so and so, and I'm like, whoa, how did you know they were like, you know, Russian or Ukrainian or you know, Arabic or what part of India they're from or anything like that? He just has that knack, right? So he speaks over 10 languages, and then once he identifies what type of person that person is, what type of language they may speak, depending on, you know, how they're speaking, then he'll speak to them in that language. And then that's another trick I've seen of his, you know, like, and it's not like it's not fluent. He's speaking in a fluent language, one I've even never heard of. And he'll just go blah, 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 blah. And he'll start talking in that language. He just completely switch. And I'm like, Dad, you can't even speak English right. He's like, well, that's because English is too simplistic.
Yeah, English destroys it. And your father sounds like an exceptional person, man.
No, English isn't as much simplistic as it is.
I think it's confusing
more precise
too.
or more complicated.
Isn't it the largest, so far? Like it's conglomerate.
It's precisely complicated for the most part.
Yeah, man.
Just
think of there and there. It's like the there and there. The
yeah.
You know, you look at that and you say, "Damn!" Russian guys have told me because I tried to learn Russian with them, and they were like, "Man, it's hard to learn English," but I was picking up the Russian, and I was like, "Man, this is
because English. Believe it or not, English is probably the hardest language to learn. I'm going to say that being a person who learned it last.
And I think that's from design.
Because like the most English I actually spoke, because I actually did a video earlier today where I was actually speaking Meleku,
Well, you
Creole.
know, this is a good thing to ask both of you because this is like an expert thing right now that you guys are gonna give me the expert's advice, being that you both speak different languages plus English. Now, is it a fact? Because I just want to solidify this. Is it a fact that there are things in Spanish and double I your language that you can't translate into English, like it'll lose meaning, or like are there? Okay,
Yeah.
so that's true.
That's
All
not
right,
even a
'cause
thought,
everybody
yeah.
says yes. I just want to make
Yeah.
sure. Yeah. So then,
Like,
in other words,
because this
so
is why this.
now
This
correct
is
me if I'm
here's-
wrong.
there's- like
So
you also
then
got
we
to
don't
take
have
consideration
things in
too.
English that you can talk about. So it's a less language
Yeah.
than Spanish, and you know.
Well, no, because you also got to take consideration. Our languages basically have gender pronouns. I mean, gender noun, gender.
Yes.
So like, it's either she or thee, they or they or we, or we, they,
Yeah, that's
he,
the hard
they,
part
we.
for me to understand in the to learn the
And
language
that's
because
typically
I'm
what it
it
is. You're either
confuses me,
talking
man.
about they as women, or
Yeah,
you're
I'm
talking
like,
about they as men.
yes.
Ella
Well,
or ella.
when they say
But from on the
nosotros,
other perspective, I think it's more simplistic to have that gender.
Yeah, it makes it more
specific.
easy.
yeah, no, I
it makes
think
it
it
much
does.
easier.
So
It makes
okay,
it
in
much easier.
Spanish, right?
Plus, then
Nosotros,
you can also show people respect with the language too. Like,
yes,
Yeah.
like
if
we
I
said,
say, yeah,
yes.
status and respect. Yes.
Yeah, but now I wanted to ask Tico about Spanish because I asked a lot of guys that speak Spanish, but they're not sure. I say, what is the difference between nosotros means like we, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what does vosotros mean with the V? Or is that, you know, am I like mistaken? Is that a word? Is it not?
It
Because one
depends
guy
on
said
what country.
he
It depends
I
on.
think he was
It depends
bullshitting.
on.
He goes, oh, it means all of us, but he said it in a way like he didn't know, and it sounded
It's
like
like it's actually a slang word basically, and it depends on what country you're from. Some countries it has a meaning. Some countries they'll just look at you like, wait, what?
I hear in Mexico, you call somebody cabron, they want to kill you.
Oh, yeah,
But in
they'll
Puerto
kick your ass in
Rico,
Mexico. Don't do it.
Yeah, Puerto Rico, it's like you're the man, you know, you
Yeah.
cabron, you know,
It's
and they were
kinda
like,
like-
yo, don't
yeah.
say this here, but you could say it here. And I'm like, oh shit. Yeah.
It's kind of like chapeadora. That's actually thought. That's actually that thought over there in Dominican.
And when I went to DR, they were
Chapeadora.
calling me El
Chapeadora?
Chichador. And I was like, this bitch is
Chipadora.
crazy. She is fucking crazy, man.
Yeah,
It's,
like so it's
I'm learning though. I think Spanish,
but it's-
that's the key, man, because English, I just find so many blocks. And I say to myself,
yeah, because like you also got to
Yeah.
take consideration too. This is why they also have like if you ever read it and they do a translation, there's always the loose translation. Then they actually have the actual translation. Then they have the loose translation. The actual translation, if you actually translate it in English, doesn't make any sense to you. But then they have the loose translation to actually make it make sense for you for the most part, if you know what I mean.
yes. I think,
So-
you know, honestly, I think what you guys were talking about a little, because I got on like maybe 2 minutes before, and it makes sense, man. We got to find a way to have like a peaceful meeting ground, like a holy ground, like a place not to be violated.
Yeah.
And then that can
That's
branch
what this
out.
show's supposed to be for the most
Yeah,
part. I want
yeah,
people
we're
when they
men.
come in and see the live
We're
stream,
men.
I don't want them to see
Yeah.
this person that. No, you're not
Mhm.
this, you're not that. That's why I say I want to bring people from every walk of life on the show.
The
I don't
fact
want them to
that
go on
you-
like, you know
the
what? They
fact-
attack each other, they might slit my throat. Never mind.
Man, the fact that you
It's like-
said that you would bring Penny Proud on, I'm afraid to fuck it. I was afraid to get him because I was, and it was all a matter of ego, of the bullshit of me being worried about what other people, the worst one, worried about what other people would think. And I was still going to
Like,
go
I
on
don't
with her.
care. That's the thing, though. I'm Tico, neutral Tico. I'll say that all the time. Neutral Tico.
No, you bring
I don't
her
care
on, I'm coming
what
on.
you say.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to agree
I don't
or
care
what,
what you do
yeah.
or what you say about me. I'm always going to roll the path that I am. I'm a man going my own way. So you're going to either have to respect that or hate it, but you're going to have to respect the fact that I'm actually taking this path because it's my way, not your way.
Yeah. Well, in essence, you know, honestly, even no matter like when you look at it like in a broad spectrum, MGTOW, any man that's willing to, like how you're saying, say, fuck it, if you push me to this point, I'm gonna break, you know, fuck the law, whatever. That is in essence MGTOW, because it's an anarchistic action. It's to say, fuck that. I'm showing you who's the highest authority at this moment. And it's me. And that is a tough thing to do. I mean, I didn't realize it when I was younger, but in the military, you just, you know, you're stuck. So it's like, you ain't going nowhere. You're going.
Because I learned at a very young age that sometimes, I mean, respect your elders, but when shit goes too fucking far, sometimes you can't respect your elders and you got to do the right thing for the most part.
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
I've never been one to follow suit in the military. If you tell me, oh, we're going to do this, don't take the shot, basically. If I see something to the left that'll possibly kill you, I'm going to shoot. I'm going to send a bullet right past your ear to the tree. or right past your ear to the thing to basically make you stop to realize there's shit over there that's not for you. That can end the whole entire platoon if you go that way.
It's great that you said about the respect, because I'm hoping to have a live stream with a guy called Mission. He has a channel I subscribe to. He was one of the guys that, he's also subscribed to Hammer. And we were going to have it about the red pill and stuff, but it came from me making a comment on his video about respect, because he was saying earned. And I said, look, honestly, as I analyzed it through decades, respect cannot be earned or given. I said, in the military, we see it is commanded. I said, all respect, even in civilian, it's commanded under consequence. So if there isn't a consequence, there is no respect. When people say, oh,
well, no, because the problem.
Wait, I just want to explain this version to say, okay, if we look at it and we say, all right, if you so in other words, you can disrespect something. You can disrespect the car, but the consequence to be paid is that you can get hit. You can disrespect the military, but the consequences you will face, UMCJ, justice. So respect has to have like a consequence, because if somebody, like, say, relationship, the girl, she didn't respect me, because you didn't have nothing to tell her. Like, look,
in the military, that's more so fear of actually repercussions and consequences.
Yeah, it's based on context. Exactly, it's based on consequence. So I started.
What he meant by fear, respect being earned is basically. I can understand what who said, which one he said that, right?
Well, it's a military. Well, it's the definition of like how MGTOW, we can look at the acronym and define it. That's actually, if you look up the etymology of respect and how it's based, it's a concept that's based on a consequence. And now you can decide whether or not to do that. But if the word is used incorrectly, like saying, just work hard for me and I'll earn your respect, and you don't know that respect can't be earned. You work hard and then you say, the guy fired me, man, I respected him. But it's like, no, you didn't. There was no base for the respect.
Because obviously he fired you for a reason. If obviously you weren't respecting a man, obviously, if he fired you.
Well, this is the thing. If somebody, and this is how we show that, okay, there has to be a consequence. Somebody works for a guy and he's a loyal guy. And now another guy comes, which is related to the guy, and he says, look, I got to let you go. But you say, well, wait a minute, this guy respected the boss and he still let him go, because the guy he's letting go doesn't have a way to doesn't have a consequence to say, look, if you let me go, so and so, I know him, he's going to make your business bad, this and that. And the guy can still say, I don't care, I'm still going to do, but it's under a consequence. So the stronger the consequence, the more respect.
Like a good example of earned respect. Let's just say me and Mike the MGTOW man, and we'll say DR. I'm just picking random people who I don't have the best of relationship with. If we're all out in the field and we're all out on a military, we'll say we're on a military exercise. We'll just say we're doing patrol. If I'm the sniper, and if I was to send a shot past Mike the MGTOW man's head, just past his ear into a wall, I earned enough respect for him to realize, okay, obviously Tico did that shot and he didn't kill me, so obviously there's something over there that can actually kill me. That's exactly what earned respect is for the most part.
The one respect, well, it creates it.
Like he'll be mad at me. He'll be mad at me, but he'll respect me for making the decision that I made to save his life.
It creates more than one type. It creates the respect that you got his back and that you are so skilled that you can do that. It earns the respect of, if I fuck with this guy, he can pick me off instead of doing that.
I don't know about that now. I'm pretty sure.
No. I'm not saying you would. I'm not saying you would. I'm just saying, stuff that goes, to say, hey, this is
I would stop him.
Basically,
if I do something like that, they basically know I'm doing it to stop them from imminent danger for the most part.
But it builds respect also, and they respect your skill. So they respect that you got the back to do it. But some guys, they belly, look, don't take the shot, because they don't respect his skill. But when you do it and you say, no, Tico can get that shot, now you earn the respect of the skill.
Yeah.
And it's definitely a type of that is a good example, man. Yeah, that's a very
because I know if I was to do something like that to DR, he'd be like, Tico, you daft bastard, you could have warned me.
I remember the same gun Rambo, was it M60, to go past basic training. When I went, you had to have the guys firing that over your head, and you'd be crawling, so it's like it ain't firing high, they're standing, and if you get above the lift your head up the barbed wire, you're going to get shot. So they're teaching you to be comfortable with live fire. They're teaching
Yeah.
you throw a grenade. You know, people got blown up, and it was fucked up. I look at that and I say, God damn it! It's like I don't know what luck
see
is.
the problem.
You know?
See the problem with the security firm, they make it a little too real.
But
You can
people
actually get
so
shot if
fucked
you
up in-
stand up.
yeah. People don't
You
understand how many people get fucked up in training, man. I mean,
Oh
it's
yeah,
it's
people. A
crazy.
lot of people get fucked up. Hell, people don't even make it through training. Hell, people don't even make it through fire training.
Yeah.
Shit, I've seen people fail the net wall. We climb up the net and come down the other side. I've seen people break their
cargo net,
legs.
yeah.
I've
Yeah,
seen people
cargo
break.
net.
Hell, I've seen people get caught up in there and actually hang from it. I've seen people actually get dangled upside down and fall to their
Yes.
death.
Yeah, it's
I've seen
dangerous.
people I've seen people hang. I've seen people break their legs. I've seen people break both their legs and their arms.
A guy
I've
told me in
seen
the
people
Navy,
break their spine.
the aircraft carrier, they use a band to launch the planes because they don't have a long runway, so
Yeah.
it's just the thing. And he said that band, he goes, I've seen that snap and fucking chop, like it split 4 guys in half. And
Oh yeah,
he goes,
definitely.
yeah,
Shit.
working on the deck, he goes, you're in the Navy, but you get airman rank, and it was like a big privilege because it's like, you know, you're kind of like double service. But yeah, he said, you know, lifespan ain't too long on that, you know, so he
Yeah,
went to
definitely not. Shit, especially your hearing.
oh shit.
Your hearing lifespan's not that long either.
Yeah,
Apparently.
my right ear, I can't hold it to my phone from like when you fired a rifle, and you know I had an M60 to 50 caliber, and sometimes you don't leave your earplugs in. You're young, you're stupid, and then you learn, and
Yeah,
you start.
because you think that you'll always have your hearing because you're young, dumb, and full of
Yeah.
cum.
Or even yeah. And then thinking like, oh, I know more. I'm gonna sleep on a fucking vehicle. Now I'm like, damn, if they would have shot the vehicles with missiles, that they get you. So I see why they say you got to sleep in the shitty bushes and freeze your balls off, or in the hot fucking thing away from the vehicle, because and then you learn. And I'm like,
that's
yeah,
danger on top of danger. Shit, you get hit with a rocket. That's gasoline plus whatever the fuck.
yeah. Just
Like,
dying,
that's
you know.
your ass,
So,
basically.
and
That's
you're
just your
18,
ass.
19, you know. That's why you got to be 18, 19. You got to be stupid. You got to be ignorant. You can't have a male.
Well, and the thing about the
guidance.
military, you basically got to go into it and you got to be able to follow rules.
Yeah, that's
the
one
problem
good
that I
thing.
have with the military. I don't follow
Well,
rules.
you know, the funny thing was I couldn't follow the rules to go to high school, and I never went. And as I studied, I would study at home. And then by the time, you know, it was just so fucked up in New York, the high schools were just jungles. And I just said, you know what, I'd rather go in the military. And he got me in. I didn't think I would get in without a diploma, but he checked that I did. And then he sent me in kind of, yeah. And he just, and I see what
that stuff.
I was too stupid to realize, but I see that recruiter was smart. He hid me in like a shitty infantry unit where, man, I had to fucking work we were like the toughest thing. And I said, why did this guy do this? But then he did it because they didn't want to question, because if they find out you don't have it, they'll, you know, discharge you. And I did my whole term of service, got out, went back to Desert Storm, you know, with the thing in 91. And then, and I look at it and I say, wow, that guy, fucking, I can't believe it. And now I see from being in the infantry and being mechanized infantry and stuff, that other guys that had it easy, they don't know certain shit, like me getting detached tanker units and saying, oh yeah, I know those guys are cool. And you meet them, meeting Delta Force, Special Ops, a Navy. Some guys in the military don't ever go through that. And I was talking to a guy I know, he's still a piece of shit. I know him from 30 years ago when I was in. And I was like, damn, man, you know, I said, people I was cool with, I don't have contact with. You, the guy that, you know, we argue and shit, but we were still cool. I said, I finally get contact with you. He's in Pennsylvania. And I said, and he's still hating. Because I told him, I said, not many people have went through stuff like I went through. I mean, when I was in the military, one time I got arrested. The MPs, you know, took me in, and the first sergeant had to get me out that night. And he tried to be like, oh, well, it was only, you know, what, till 1 a.m. or something. I said, man, I said, yeah, but you ain't never did nothing. I said, all you did was follow orders. I said, it takes a man to follow orders, but it also takes a man to break certain orders. And I said, yeah. I said, come on. I look back at it now, shit. People can't say that. Like, oh yeah, went in the military. Yeah. How was it a spicy career, or was it just a plain, I went to work every day and that was it?
Yeah. Yeah, true. And that's the thing when it comes to it. Like, it's very weird. Like, and like training gets crazy depending on what you do. Cause I've noticed a lot of the, like Blackwater is a good example. Now they're called Academy now. They actually train the U.S.'s special forces.
That's Fort Benning, Georgia, I think, right? They train special forces. Well, they try to close that. It's called the School of the Americas. It's the assassin training school.
Yeah.
The School
But sometimes
of
they
the
actually take them. Sometimes they actually take the special forces to the swamp though, for Blackwater.
Oh, you have to. You got to go to Paris Island and stuff. You know, marine
they
training.
take them right to the swamp, and they basically send them out there. So like. These people who actually do this training don't fuck around. They literally
they say
know.
the toughest. I don't know if it's true. They say the toughest guys, military, like type of thing, is the Navy SEALs. I mean, I don't know, but that's what they say. From what I heard, I mean, they might be. I mean, I don't know.
As far as like, I would classify it as this.
I know frogmen were tough as shit.
What's it called?
Lifespan,
is it not Delta Force? Is it Delta Force I'm thinking of?
Delta,
what's the other one?
That's Army, right? Delta Force.
What's the ones that they basically do a year of planning before they actually go into mission? I think that's Delta. Or is that Rangers?
At Rangers, you got to go to Airborne Ranger. Well, you got to go to Rangers.
Well, no, I'm talking about they do like a year of planning before they actually go in and do the
that might be
mission
Delta
for the most
Force.
part.
Yeah,
okay, that's Delta Force. Well, Navy SEALs I'll say Navy SEALs. Let's say they both are, but they got their different strengths.
Yeah.
Delta Force basically does a lot of planning and preparation, whereas Navy SEALs is basically MacGyver.
Oh shit. Okay.
That's the best way I can put it to you. Like the Delta Force is basically the guys you put in there to basically maintain and they do a year of planning. They basically get the layout of the land. They do all this shit.
Yeah.
Navy SEALs is basically MacGyver.
Yeah.
Behind enemy, a bunch of MacGyvers behind enemy lines for the most part. I mean, I don't want to disrespect any Navy SEALs. Well, MacGyver's fake. Well, no, I'm just basically saying y'all pretty much are jack of all trades for the most part.
Yeah, they're
like you could pretty much turn a shoelace into a fucking gun for the most part. Is what I'm trying to say.
No, they're survivors.
Take two hangers and some handkerchiefs. You make an M16 out of that bit. Basically, that's what I'm saying with you. That's what I'm basically saying about you.
I wanted to ask Double I, man. He was showing some really good pictures of book covers, man, a while ago. Like, what's up with that, Double?
I think he was at a library.
Like you were showing the books. I think those were his.
Walked into a. Oh. No. I was inside of Barnes and Noble. And
you're in Barnes and Noble. I thought you were in the library.
Yeah. No, the libraries.
I really like those stores, man. They're really cool.
Hey,
yeah.
I'm wanted to say libraries save men's lives.
Yeah,
especially if you get accused. Especially if you get accused of something across town that you weren't even involved in. Libraries save lives.
I went to Barnes and Noble. I went in there to see what kind of legal books they had, and the only good
Color of Law one
I
I seen.
Yep, that's the only good one that I saw, and the reason why I was throwing that one onto the video is because I've been working on things about the color of law. So you heard.
Did you buy it?
No, I didn't.
What?
I thought it was. I have a little bit more information on it than that.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So remember what I was telling you earlier about other people in the manosphere bringing out things about
color
Title
law.
4D.
Yeah, Cameron's supposed to be making a video about that to help men do that, and
Precisely.
Somebody else is making a video too, and I think I want to say not Coach Greg, but another big manosphere YouTuber is actually making out. But I know there's a couple people on the in the black manosphere that's basically made videos about it and are making videos about it for the most part.
Yeah, and I don't think I'm at that level to be able to create a complete video on it. But if there's anyone in the manosphere that is, going to be talking about it or anything like that, please feel free to reach out. I would love to, go on your show or even bring you on to this one. And
well, I can link you. I can link you up with. I can link you up with Hammerhand because he probably. I can pretty much link you with Hammerhand because he knows more about it than me and you both put together. So.
Well, yeah, and you know what else? You might be able to get on Lycan Theory's live stream. He's got like a good maybe between 40 and 70 or 80 that will watch. I was on Christmas and like 2 a.m. there was like 30, 40. And he thought that it dropped off from 70. But I said, man, at 2 a.m. on a Christmas Eve going to Christmas, I said, that's actually a good number. And yeah, he's a cool dude, man. I got to give it to him. I really enjoyed
either one. I'm not looking, once again, I'm not looking to stir drama or anything like that.
No,
I'm looking to help men. So if either one of those guys want to have me on their show, you're more
Hammerhand will just give you the information in Discord for the most part. It'll pretty much email you some shit for the most
Yeah.
part.
Like in
You
theory,
don't need
he'll
to be
do
on
a
the
live
you don't need to
stream
be on
and
the show.
shit.
Yeah, he'll do a live
Yeah.
stream on it.
Yeah,
He'll do a
he's
whole entire
that's
live
fine.
stream on that shit.
yeah, he's
Like,
dope, man.
That's
I got to
fine.
give
yeah.
it to him. He kept his word. I kept my word. He sent me stuff. I put his, MP3. And funny enough, one of the guys he had in there, because I went in there and it was like 4 guys. So when, guys were saying, "Oh, I don't want to go debate MGTOW dictionary because, it might be a stacked thing." I'm like, bro, you got to be that guy, be able to go where angels fear to tread. And so you can't, use that as an excuse. And, definitely, like in theory is dope, man. He made me a mod after that. I mean, but one of the guys I think he's having beef with, JB Gunner, because when I went on there,
He's
JB
having
was
a
on
beef
there.
with a few guys right now. Him and Dennis both.
Oh, really? Yeah, because
They're going in every day on this person. These people.
I mean, I definitely got his
Dennis
back.
just put out a bunch of little videos about the like in theory beating. It's you got to watch.
Dennis
I
is a
was
hot
laughing
mess.
my ass off.
Who's Dennis?
Yeah,
MGTOW Menace. I mean, Black Pill Menace
yeah.
is a hot
Pill
mess. He
Menace.
just
Black Pill
that's why his
Menace.
ass is tired because he's too busy trolling motherfuckers and shit, making videos and trolling motherfuckers.
Wait, is that's not Jaguar Media?
Yeah, Jaguar
Yeah.
Media, same difference. Yeah, he's the same
Wait,
guy.
he's got beef with Like in Theory?
No, not Like in
No,
Theory.
no,
No.
Oh,
Him and
oh.
Like in Theory got beef with somebody else.
Oh, okay, yeah, because I thought Like in Theory with JB was cool with
Yeah,
him.
JB,
Yeah.
Eli, and
Yeah, I knew Eli was like the long.
two women of
Yeah.
some sort, basically. But
Yes.
Dennis has put out like 9 videos alone and shit like that. It's like
he's had a lot of beef. Yeah, I forgot the woman. Yeah,
there's 2 women actually has beef with apparently.
damn, Jamie is.
He
off
made
the
like
handle,
6
man.
back-to-back videos on this woman. Then he made videos on these other people. I'm like,
He's on fire,
Dennis,
man. He just
Dennis,
made.
I'm gonna need you to chill, man. I can't watch all this content and catch up on the rest of this content.
Yeah, and he just had a live stream with Mike, and it was just like, holy.
Well, not like, and I'm talking about
Jaguar.
Jaguar, yeah, he's cranking out shit.
Oh,
like
you know
he's
what
going out
too?
of
Yeah,
style.
you could be on Jaguars like quick because he's got like a live stream. Not a lot of watchers, but it's definitely. I mean, we kicked it for like an hour and a half, really good. I mean, and I'm glad. I hope this channel grow from it because
Then if you're on Tico Trend's channel, you're basically being held hostage.
Oh shit!
6 hours
the
and
Jaguar,
shit.
the Jaguar Media. That's more or less for. I don't believe that's the.
It's more so Black
Yeah.
Philly. Well,
He's like,
I don't
like
think it's the right place for
like
the
he
4D
talks about
discussion.
he talks about more newsy type stuff. That
Yeah,
can
he
be-
does have a
that
lot
can
of
fall
that.
into. He's doing
Yeah.
more newsy,
Yeah.
Black
I think
Philly newsy type
we
stuff.
did the
more
live
of a-
stream after me and
Plus it's
Jamie
more
got
of
cool.
American.
You
Those
think?
are all
Yeah.
American laws. Yeah, Title IV is an American Social Security.
Yeah, because
law,
I noticed he had
right?
stuff. Yeah, I didn't look into it, and I was like, yeah, it is kind of politically and politically and stuff. But
And the sad part about that, shit like that actually helps men better their lives so they won't be raped
no, it does.
over the coals.
He is one of the most calm, cool, and centered people I've encountered in the manosphere. He's like a perfect fucking guy to get to moderate and host. And also Jamie from Like in Theory. He has a cool head, but he's actually got a little more, like I would say, personality. Nothing against Jaguar. Jaguar's more like just calm and actually methodical, man. He's from what I've seen of him. And but yeah, I've been looking to pick somebody to say, yo, we should have you as a host. Let me donate $20 to you on PayPal or something, and we sit there and do a live stream once a week. And the good thing about, like, I was thinking about Jamie is because he shows his face and he likes to be up in a little corner, and that's perfect. And then have him put the things on screen that we'd like to talk about, but and then whatever he makes off the live stream, he keeps, of course, donations and stuff. And just somebody that's good, that could just moderate everybody else, because I think that would be better, in some cases,
Yeah.
but I mean, you're a good host. I know Double I could host real good, but like there are you keep switching. I see the screen.
Yeah,
But,
sorry about that.
Yeah, that's cool. But yeah, because I mean, I don't know, man. I just Like in Theory's a cool guy. There's a cool vibe, but he has been going through. Yeah, you're right. Crazy beef. It's like it's creepy because I saw the shit with the girl. And
I basically just stay out of it. I don't really care.
I couldn't fuck with it. I like went in on one.
You should get in on this. How about no?
Yeah. I'm
Tico,
glad.
come on. No, I'm good.
Yeah.
Y'all handle that. If shit hit the fan, I'll grab my gun and I'll follow you.
I
But
was
if shit don't
looking
hit
to
the fan,
see.
don't call me.
He supports. He has a thing, Texas caregiver supporter. Like they support that. Like I was looking. That's like what? Like helping people. Like
I think one of the women are a caregiver for the most part. One of the women.
Yeah, because I was going to tell him.
One of the women are. Look, my English is all fucked up. It's not my first language. One one of the women in the stream basically are caregiver. One or two of them are caregiver. Well, not in the stream, but they know people that are caregivers in Texas for the most part. I don't know if he's actually one, but I know they know a woman that actually is, and they always like praise her for the most part.
Yeah. I was gonna give him free ads, like if he wants to put anything, because I know his friend Bullets for Teeth. He's a MGTOW that's like, kind of renegade, I think, or he's different, and yeah. So he, they were like supporting Texas caregiver, So I was like, hey,
Yeah.
help them out. I mean, I'm happy to do that for people. I think people that wrote books, I don't see why they wouldn't be like, hey, sure, put the cover in there, put the little YouTube page for me like you have of everybody else. I mean, I have reviews, I have your YouTube page there, and if you press it, it says in review, and then I'll add the picture probably like during the week. I was gonna say, if you want, I can just put the picture you sent me with the lion and flags, or if you send me MP3 saying like there's definitely a fact of male, can lose his bond and ability. What
I
we're
thought you were
saying.
taking that. No, that was the other thing that.
Oh, you want me to take it off the stream?
No, hold on. Not so. That was something else you were supposed to take off the stream.
Yeah, I forgot because I got to look through because we streamed for so long. I'm like, damn, where
was
I
about,
looked through 5 hours of shit. Be like, where did he say it?
Yeah, this was a marathon stream, right?
Yeah, and then even another one we did was 5 hours just recently.
What was it about? It was about
Yeah, you said something about a male, and you're the first one that actually said this. Honestly, I think openly on the air is that he has a shit. He has a. There's a limit for him to lose his pair bonding, something like that.
Yeah,
about how the woman.
That's
I forgot how you
streamed
put it.
before this.
Yes,
I mean, it's a stream before the last one.
Yeah, and that's an important factor. Like if somebody hits it, because it's a man not being biased, saying that, oh, it's only on the woman, it's only on the woman. It's
Oh
like,
no, it's
no,
not just on a woman. Trust me, it's on men too. Because I work in the medical field. Trust me.
Miscarriages.
And you mess around and end up like what's his name talking about I'm a sex addict.
Oh shit. Well, miscarriages. they're finding out now scientifically miscarriages have more to do with the man, and it was usually always it's like, wow, you got to have your sperm and.
Matter of fact, it's not just it's actually apparently it's equal, running pretty even for the most part. Because like they used to just think it was like 100% the woman. Now it's like apparently like 50 or 40 something. I mean 50 something 40 something now. So it's basically running pretty even on depending on what the situation is. That's why they do the test on both male and female now instead of like just a woman to see if she can have kids. They do them on both now, and then they do an extra one on the men and they do an extra one on a woman to basically determine. You pay exorbitant amount of money for this shit to actually take place. Then you find out you can have children after you get them drop like $7,000 to $1,200. I mean $12,000 on that shit.
Yeah. Hey man, brothers, I love you both. I look forward, to the next stream if it's going to be. I know
next Saturday.
Lonely _ and I think
he wants it next Saturday. He said.
Yeah. All right.
I feel like I'm probably going to end up doing another one tomorrow for what the hell? I think
I want to mediate that one. I want to mediate that one.
Okay, cool. Because you wanted to be on, and it's about evolution. That one would be about evolution. To where it's
apparently we're both going to pretty much be mediators in that one. It's just going to be them two debating.
Okay, that's not, all right.
Because apparently he disagreed with all of us, but he disagreed with him more than all the rest of us.
Yeah, I just when you guys just send me the links. I didn't see this. I actually saw it on the YouTube. I saw you were streaming live, but I didn't see if you sent me the link.
Yeah, because I actually sent two. Actually, I didn't send the second one because I did a live stream a couple hours before this one on I did one by myself on what the hell is it called? Double Standard for the most part. Okay. And I was talking about an incident that happened to me while I was out and about at a government office for the most part, with some woman that said I was, skinny shaming and fat shaming at the same damn time, which blew my mind. I didn't know you can actually skinny shame and fat shame at the same time, but yeah.
Crazy. That shit is crazy. All right, so I'll check if you send me. I'll look for the link. Saturday will be the debate thing on the evolution.
Yeah, apparently according to Lonely _ it'll be Saturday.
Okay. So. All right, so anything before, because I know you do Wednesday sometime too, right? Or no?
The Wednesday one got snuffed because everybody got busy, so it ended up not happening.
Wednesday.
It'll probably be moved. It'll probably be moved till tomorrow.
Okay, and Double I, if you got anything to send me, MGTOW Dictionary. I'll look through stuff if you want, Tico, on some of the live streams, and if you want me to pick out like some good quotes that you say and put that in.
Yeah, if
Oh,
you want to,
oh,
yeah.
I'll wait for you to send them. You want me to wait for
Well,
you?
no,
And
you can
just
pick them out because I don't want to do it because well, obviously he picked those. Obviously he's going to pick those ones out because he thinks they're the best. I'll let somebody else do it.
all right, no. Because, well, the thing is, if you want to send me different ones when I pick them out, because I want to make sure it's what you want, and
Yeah.
and again, I'm not bashing nothing against Hammer, but he was saying something about guys, he got other people's stuff in there. Every single person I've asked permission, like I'm asking you now, and that's why I was like, okay, let me ask you because RPOS,
Yeah.
he was one of the first
just
ones,
pick
and
something.
Black Ram.
Pick a good one. Pick a good
Yeah,
one, and just get it
and
in
this is
there
the
for the most
thing.
part.
If you don't like the ones I picked, send me an MP3 that you want. If you say,
Okay.
"No, I want this one," and then then it's not hard for me to just replace it. But to set it up, I got to work with my friend who codes and say, "Okay, let's open back up the app. Let's do this. Let's put in these definitions." And right here in Tico Trends page, when that opens, I need you to redo the code for the adding the button. Here's the artwork. When they press it, it plays, what he says. So I'm going to put like 2 to 4. And then any one of those, I mean, you can put message, anything you want to say, uncensored.
Yeah.
Don't, no killing. This is how I know you're not going to say that. You're like, yo, fucking you do this shit. I'm like, oh shit. I'll have Google fucking contacting me. But, anything about, women and saying, look, this is a truth, feminism, East, Spanish, English, stuff. Yeah. So I'll look through because I just wanted to make sure for permission for that. And also, hopefully people will see, and even Hammerhand will say, okay, I made a mistake because everybody you put in there, you spoke with them on email and also on live stream, most of them too, like Black Ram. He was one of the first and RPOS. And it's sad because I see RPOS having, I don't know what's going on with him and Penny. And I mean, she's just, it's crazy.
That's an ongoing thing between them two. They're basically,
she's like taking on like 4 or 5 guys and I'm like,
ridiculous.
holy,
she has a lot of help doing that though. So
yeah, something seems, and see the fact that you would have her on the live stream, it shows me that you're probably one of the most open-minded people. And me, I would have her on. I told her I didn't tell her, but I told her in the comment, like, look, thanks for the shout out, and let me know what's up. I don't know if she was being sarcastic or cool, like shout out to MGTOW Dictionary, whatever. And
she might have actually been that actually might have been sincere from her.
Yeah, it could have been, and I hope we have relation.
Like I said, anybody's invited on the stream. I don't care who it is. It could be the bum off the street.
That would be opening another door that expands peace to say, look, we're gonna.
That's what I'm basically trying to do with this. I'm basically trying to open the door so we can actually so they can see this is the community. This is how the community is actually supposed to run versus how you see the community.
Exactly. And with that, brother, you definitely said it a nutful right there. Thank you for having me on. Double I, take care, and I'll speak to you guys soon, man.
Have a good night.
Brother.
All
Have
right,
a good night.
Good night, bro.
Okay. What do you want to do, man? You want to keep on going, or do you want to call it?
No, let's call it, man. I'm done.
Okay.
Toasted.
Me too.
Yeah.
You want to say any leaving words since there's 5 people in here watching?
Yes. Thank you for watching, number 1. Number 2, I want to drive one basic message home. We're here for you guys. You got some problems, you got some issues, you're trying to work it out, let us know. It doesn't have to be, dirty laundry doesn't have to be aired or anything like that. We have private chats, private rooms.
Yeah.
We're here to help you. We're here to help men. That's
Hell, you can even call my cell phone if you need to. Like, because pretty much everybody has that cell phone number now. So if you need me, you can. It actually gave permission for somebody to give it out to somebody if they're watching, and whoever has it, if they're watching, somebody asks you, "Do you have Tico's number?" Give it to them for the most part. Only if they're a legit person for the most part. Don't be just giving anybody my number. I actually want to help somebody, not versus having somebody calling me asking me a million questions for no damn reason. Like if the person actually needs help, give them my number and call me.
Right. And just as a side note, we're not just people on this radio show blasting steam out of our faces and that's pretty much it. No, I want to make it very clear. I am suicide assist trained. I do have a certification in that. So there are other people on our team that help men that are suicide at risk.
Yeah.
So once again, we threw some stats out there. We know that for a fact. 44 men a day in this country commit suicide for whatever reason. A lot of those reasons are because of these red pill views.
Yeah. A lot of these reasons are just finding out that, or literally being like having a carpet pull from under you and being in denial for the most part too.
Correct.
So it's not always red pill views. It could be like blue pill disillusion for the most part.
It could be a range of things, but
Yeah.
whatever it is, reach out to us. We're here for you.
Yeah, definitely. I'm willing to help any time of the day, anytime, anywhere in the world that I'm at. My phone pretty much rings there. It's pretty much a sat phone, so it'll pretty much ring to me no matter what. No matter what country I'm in, no matter if I'm in a cave, no matter if I'm, well, I probably won't ring in space, but you know what I mean. I'll pretty much pick up, and if I don't pick up, leave a text message or leave a message saying who it is so I can know who it is, basically, so I can call you back ASAP for the most part. But I try my best to pick up right away. Unless I'm like doing something like bathing my son or, reading a bedtime story or, teaching my daughter how to cook. That's the only way I won't pick up right away. But for the most part, I pick up right away.
All right.
So yeah, I guess that's it.
That's it.
Y'all have a good night. Love yous guys like family. Love yous guys like children and family, basically. So it is what it is.
Yep. Men up. Men up.
Men up, hose down. I'm just gonna check it.
Hose man. Hose man.
Right? No, but y'all have a good night and be
Have a
safe
good
out
night,
there
gentlemen.
and watch y'all sixes and watch each other sixes.
Facts.
Be blessed, y'all guys. And Lonely, you better show up on Saturday, next Saturday, because we already planned this out. If you make up an excuse, we're gonna box.
And I got mediation, so just want to let y'all know I'm gonna have some set of rules of myself. So I'm mediator.
Yeah, so
Self-proclaimed.
so Double I's gonna be mediator, so he's gonna have more rules on top of the rules that the 2 rules that I have. So we can pretty much respect each other without taking it a little further, because we probably gonna need those rules, and I probably have to go consult with Laszlo on some new rules too, apparently. So it's like, because apparently mines are hard. So Daddy, you should probably do this. Okay, Laszlo, that sounds like a great. What about this? No, that sounds like a dumb rule. Okay, fine, Laszlo. What do you think?
Laszlo the consultant.
Right, literally, Laszlo the 6-year-old mediator consultant.
He's got my vote.
Yeah, for real, he cracks me up. Daddy, I think you did that wrong. Okay, Laszlo, how can I did this differently? I don't know. I will figure it out and get back to you. Okay, thank you. It's like thank you. Like, but y'all have a blessed night.
Have a good night.
All right, bye.